Alrighty everyone, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully you're all having a great day so far. We got a tornado warning for downtown St. Louis, so let's go ahead and jump right on into this. Let's make sure everything is good. We are good. We're actually going to go to the other scene. We're going to go to this one. We're going to go to the one with the new overlays, at least for now. So yeah, let's go ahead and pause this. We've got a tornado warning for downtown St. Louis out here in eastern Missouri, western Illinois. Not a very strong area of rotation by any means, but these storms are starting to get a little bit more surface based out here across the St. Louis area as they cross from Missouri into St. Louis as a very unstable air mass meets right around the St. Louis vicinity for today. So there's your first tornado warning of your main event. We've had quite a few tornado warnings overnight and this morning, but none of those have really been part of our main event, like our moderate risk. This is our first one that is actually in association with that main risk for severe weather today across Missouri and Illinois. So get to your safe spot. If you are inside that tornado warning, make sure you get to your safe spot. That is a tornadic storm that very much and very easily could produce a brief spin-up tornado right over St. Louis. So please get to your safe spot if you are in St. Louis, downtown St. Louis. That is a pretty dangerous storm. But again, there's not a lot of very notable rotation with that. We just have a little bit of rotation right over the west-northwest side of downtown St. Louis. So if this does produce a tornado, it would likely end up being a weak and brief one. Probably not a anything more than that. If this does manage to produce a tornado here over the next couple of minutes. So be in your safe spot, again, if you're in that tornado warning for St. Louis. But outside of that, we do have a few scattered storms here. We have this scattered severe storm. This is from our MCS that started last night in northeastern Kansas. We had an MCS form that tracked across much of northern Missouri this morning and early afternoon, and is now into southeastern Illinois, southwestern Indiana. So that is dying out, though. That is not on an intensification trend right now. Then we have some scattered severes in southwestern Indiana. So we'll continue to monitor that tornado warning specifically, and also some of these storms behind the tornado warning cell to see if any of these can become a little bit more surface-based over the next hour or so. Some of these updrafts should die off. Some of these updrafts could continue to try to intensify and become a very big issue here across and just south of St. Louis, Missouri. So that's definitely something we want to watch very, very closely. Let's go to our risk area. So this is our risk area here. This is our risk area for today. We do have that moderate risk 4 out of 5 that we've been calling out for like the last 2-3 days at this point. We finally ended up with that day 1 moderate risk for severe storms here across southeastern Missouri, southwestern Illinois, and into far southwest Kentucky, far northwest Tennessee. So that is a level 4 out of 5 moderate risk for severe weather today, centered over the St. Louis area and pointing a little bit to the south. This is definitely main risk is tornadoes today. We've got a very large 10 and 15 Sig 2 tornado risk here across southeastern Missouri, south central, even into central Illinois, southwestern Indiana, western Kentucky, northwestern Tennessee. We have that 15 Sig 2 and 10% Sig 2. So big time change here compared to our outlook from yesterday from the Storm Prediction Center. We've seen a trim of that northern 10%. We've seen the addition of that 15% Sig 2. We've seen really the whole outlook shift to the south-southwest like we were talking about last night here across Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, now in that main risk, even into Arkansas and Tennessee there. And that 5 Sig all the way down in northeastern Texas. So this is an outlook I can agree with very much so. They didn't hatch the wind risk, which, now that our models kind of have a better hold on things, it's right on that edge. It's almost worth a hatched risk, and it's almost not worth a hatched risk. It's right on that edge. But mainly the damaging wind potential will be widespread wind gusts of 50 to 70 miles per hour today. And then we could get a few wind gusts of 75 to 80 miles per hour, which, again, 80 mile per hour wind gusts, that's worth a Sig 1 wind risk. So it's right on that edge of the potential for a Sig 1 wind risk today. And then we also have our hail probability, which changed exponentially. They don't have that weird looking sharp cutoff anymore. A lot more in line with what I was saying yesterday now for their outlook today. Although that hatched hail risk a little bit further into Arkansas than I was originally thinking. So I like this Storm Prediction Center outlook. I don't really agree much, or rather, I don't really disagree. I don't really disagree much with it at all. There's not really anything I'm against for this SPC outlook. So it finally seems like to have a good outlook for today that I can really get behind, which hasn't been the case for the last two outlooks. Last 3 outlooks. So let's go ahead and go back to St. Louis. Again, if you're in St. Louis, just get to your safe spot. You should be fine. If this does manage to drop a tornado, there's a very high chance it will be an extremely weak tornado around that EF0, maybe EF1 range out here across St. Louis. This is not the type of storm that we're looking at today to produce those EF2 to EF3 tornadoes. Those will be later on storms, later on this evening and even into tonight. But this is a supercell. It's a rotating thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. So just be in your safe spot if you're in St. Louis. But again, not a whole lot of rotation there. You can see on velocity, those red and greens aren't really very, very close to each other, and they're not very strong. So this really shows that the main potential here is a potential for a brief, weak spin-up tornado. 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, and then there may be some small hail in here. I saw some hail reports, but I think these were from multiple hours ago. So maybe, a little hail up to 1 inch in diameter here. Let's go to the weather reports, make sure this is refreshed, so we don't see those old reports. Yeah, started early because we have a tornado warning for St. Louis. Thank you, Legacy. I've been skipping out on my allergy pills recently. Not a good idea. Let's see here. Yeah, but definitely definitely could be a very dangerous day today for significant severe weather, including long tracked strong to intense tornadoes. I want to go over to the mesoanalysis here, as we got a new one not too long ago. Yeah, those are just some new severe thunderstorm warnings coming out here. We just got 3 more severe thunderstorm warnings out here across western Kentucky, southwestern Indiana. But definitely the biggest concern for today in terms of what could underperform this risk is lower level lapse rates. They're not that horrible, but they definitely are something that could try to help underperform today's risk. But I think those lapse rates should increase a little bit. The RAP says they're going to decrease a bit. I don't see that being the case with this widespread amount of clearing that we have today. I really don't see that being the case, that our lapse rates are going to be decreasing across the open warm sector from southern Missouri, even into central Missouri, all the way back down to northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, northwest Mississippi. That's the main corridor today to watch for all significant severe weather hazards. Obviously, that highest risk is going to be on the far northeastern extent of that risk, where the forcing will be greatest, mixed with our trough, and then also mixed with our outflow boundary and greatest area of heating. But definitely a bit of concern here if we go over to, let's see, what do we go for here? If we go over to, I forgot exactly where this thing is. That's your fronts. I know you're somewhere in here. I have to try to find the mesoanalysis on College 2 page. College 2 page has it somewhere. Ah, here it is. Continental US. And let's see. So that's, kind of feels more like not a mesoanalysis, but there is, there we go. There we go. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for right there. And we could go to the 500 millibar jet stream. There we go. That's what I was looking for right here. So you could see where we are right now. This is what our trough looks like here at about 16Z. So this was about an hour or so ago, maybe a little longer. The last this thing did a full update. But that is what your trough looked like. And you could see it was a negatively tilted trough. And the reason why we had an MCS out in front is because the main forcing is in front of that. It's in front with that trough too. You've got kind of 2 maximum areas of jet stream here. And if we go to the newest mesoanalysis, this is newer than the College 2 page mesoanalysis here. You could kind of see where both of those jet maximums are. You've got one back down in here, and then you've got one back up in here. And that's going to be a problem for today because your main trough is misaligned with your main warm sector, which is often not a big, that is often not a big sign for significant severe weather being possible when you have such a misaligned trough here. Definitely causes some concern with lower level wind shear not being enough behind that main area for your trough. Definitely going to cause some concern there. So definitely not a perfect setup. Borderline moderate risk worthy. It honestly wouldn't have shocked me much if they didn't pull the moderate trigger today. Just considering how there's so many potential underperformance factors in today's risk. I mean, the main thing working for today is clearing. That's the main thing that's working for today, is the fact that we've got clearing in our open warm sector here. That's what's really going to probably help today attempt to perform as a moderate risk. Clearing has really not been something that we've seen a whole lot of in the last 3 or so days. in our main warm sectors, and that's resulted in a lot of underperforming risks over the last couple of days. Yeah, definitely can't rule out a violent tornado today. We're looking at multiple strong to intense long tracked tornadoes being possible. And one of those long tracked tornadoes could easily end up being violent, maybe even two of them. So, like you said, one or two violent tornadoes I wouldn't rule out. But I definitely have some concern in terms of our environment. It wouldn't shock me if this risk underperforms because of overconvection, lower level lapse rates not being great, and the wind shear and instability not being aligned. However, it also wouldn't shock me if this ends up being one of the most major tornado outbreaks in 2026. So it's really, today is some big time boom or bust. And I don't think boom or bust isn't really the word. It's more of underperform or boom. I don't see a way today is a full bust. I don't see that being possible. I could see it underperforming, but I don't see a full-blown bust factor. The biggest way that this would be a bust is if that MCS wiped out the entire warm sector. It wiped out the northern warm sector, but the central and southern warm sector in central Missouri down through central Arkansas is still in place. And so that's why I think today is an underperformance or a boom scenario. Either we have some problems with supercells not maturing and lapse rates are a little bit too low, and again, wind shear a little bit misaligned with the best instability, or we don't, and we end up with a very crazy severe weather event today, very crazy tornado threat. No, Grumpy Grandpa, I significantly disagree with that. I think if supercells are able to form and become well maintained updrafts, they're likely to produce intense tornadoes. I don't think it's the type of day where we're just going to see weak tornadoes. If we get an updraft to really get going in the open warm sector and we get a few supercells in that environment that's very volatile, then I'm very confident we will see an intense plus tornado threat. But I think the worst of our tornado threat today will be closer to 6 o'clock. The next 4 hours shouldn't be too action-packed. Just some scattered tornado warnings, some scattered severe warnings, and maybe a scattered supercell or two that becomes a problem in the open warm sector. But I really think everything will kick off later today as we get a little bit closer to that sunset time frame. 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, that's when things are probably going to start kicking off the most here. And I mean, look at that. That is a very widespread severe weather outbreak potential. Very, very widespread. And of course, with southwest extent, you do lose quite a good chunk of those ingredients. But I mean, we're going to be in a volatile environment here, especially as we get to about 7 o'clock. I think we're looking at some big problems as we get towards 7 o'clock later today. This is the new HRRR. Definitely take note that some of these storms have an opportunity to be more elevated at 7 o'clock. These a little bit more clustered, but right on that warm front, these definitely more elevated back up in here. So I really think our main threat today is going to be focused across this corridor in here, all the way down to just off your screen back into central Arkansas. I think that main threat in Arkansas stops near Little Rock. That's what I'm thinking. Here comes a tornado watch, it looks like. What would the storms do if they fire west of St. Louis? Well, that's what our main risk is for here. That's our moderate risk caliber right there. So, if storms fire west of St. Louis, big problem. Several tornadoes likely. Oh, day 2 enhanced risk. About time. Took him long enough. Finally. Been talking about this day for a very long time. We've got a big 5 hatched now tomorrow, and I think this could go 10% hatched. We've got a pretty large day 2, 30%, and even a 30% hatched wind risk, and then 30 hatched hail risk as well. I agree greatly with that enhanced risk, although it may need to be expanded a little bit further to the north if over convection may be a bit less of a problem tomorrow. But we'll be live tomorrow covering for much of the afternoon hours as well. Much of the probably more of the evening hours. Really, the main threat tomorrow looks to be closer to the evening. I mean, yeah, stuff could start popping off actually as soon as noon, so. Does anybody know the props for this watch yet? If I'm gonna throw out a guess. I'm gonna say 70, or do I want to say 80? SPC's been finicky with their watches. I'm gonna go 70-50. I'm gonna go 70-50. That's what I'm thinking. I almost would go a little bit lower than that, but it's a moderate. So, yeah, can't go too low there. It's still a moderate. $80-$60 confirmed. Nah, you're probably still just guessing unless you actually did see it. If you got it that early, props to you. I don't know how you got it that early. Because it's still not even close to in on my end. Oh, Radar Omega. I still have that app on my phone, not on my computer anymore, though. Let me go see. Well, otherwise, it just takes a little bit longer to get those probs in. Tornado Watch isn't even out on Radar Omega for me. So it's 80-60. Apparently. Considering like everybody in chat is saying 80-60 and it's not just one person, pretty safe to say that's most likely the probability. But we'll wait for the full graph to come out from the Storm Prediction Center here. There it goes. It's almost out. Almost fully out. I think this is our highest watch. Well, I don't know. To the person who said a second watch being a PDS, I'm not going to fully disagree. I wouldn't fully disagree. The biggest question is how uncertain the Storm Prediction Center is in supercell development in this area. But I think that if we do see a violent tornado today, the most probable area may end up being in that open warm sector. Yeah, like look at that cell in northeast Arkansas at 7, 8 o'clock. I think if we do get a violent tornado today, that's where I would say may end up being the most likely area. But I don't know, because overconvection could end up being an issue out here. Definitely could end up being an issue. We'll have to see how storms convect there. But Knowing the SPC, they'll probably do about the same probability as the first watch for the second watch. All right, there you go. 80-60 tornado watch. 20% off of a PDS tornado watch. Wind prob is 80-30, hail prob is 60-50. So that's high, moderate, moderate for the probs there. High chance for tornadoes inside that watch area. There's your counties. So that includes St. Louis, Missouri, all the way down to Springfield, Missouri, and even into southeastern and east. Really southeast. I was going to say east central, but more of southeastern Illinois there. And that red area you see here. 80% chance for 2 or more tornadoes. 80% chance. Yeah, this storm in St. Louis, I don't really see much rotation with it at all. I do see why they warned it earlier, but now it looks like that's starting to die off. Why didn't they extend the enhanced down into Middle Tennessee? Middle Tennessee supercells look horrible. What supercells in Middle Tennessee? Do you mean why didn't they, or why did they? Do they have one down there? Yeah, they don't have the enhanced down there. Why would it be? There's no reason for Middle Tennessee to be in an enhanced. Things are going to grow very messy, and it's going to be in the overnight hours. There's no reason for an enhanced to be into Middle Tennessee. If it would be enhanced in Middle Tennessee, it'd just be for damaging winds, not tornadoes. So again, we're going to just keep an eye on these storms to see if they die out or intensify. Most of our models depict them dying out, so we'll see if that actually comes to fruition. And you can see our main outflow boundary is already south of St. Louis. There's your main outflow boundary. The main boundary that's keeping today from, likely going high risk. If we didn't have that boundary separating the most favorable environment, we probably would end up with more of a high risk caliber day. Because that warm sector would overlap much better with our trough. Yep, and you see where that MCS tracked through, and I mean, really goodbye to a huge chunk of your open warm sector. If this open warm sector just continued to connect up to Iowa, that would be the high-end scenario today, but that didn't happen, thankfully. We'll see if we get initiation in eastern Arkansas here in the next 2 hours. I don't really see what would initiate in eastern Arkansas. I really think the main thing will be when our greatest forcing comes from this secondary trough in here. So you have your primary negatively tilted trough, which is right in here. That's right up in this area. Really what's fired those storms out in this vicinity. But this shortwave is going to be the shortwave to likely ignite our severe weather threat later today. Not a very clear shortwave on 700 millibar. But it's that belt of flow that's going to just push forward. You could see in about 2 to 4 hours. It's going to push that mid-level jet stream more into Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee. You can see the main area of defluence aloft is definitely back out into central Illinois. So, I don't know. I don't know about today, man. Very much questioning. It doesn't seem like we have a perfect area where our environments overlap. I could see today doing anything, really. Other than a full-blown bust. I think a full-blown bust is utterly unlikely. anything from a yeah, a little bit of an underperformance all the way up to the potential for violent tornadoes today. But yeah, we got a new HRRR run rendering in here. You can see the HRRR does want those supercells west of St. Louis to intensify. Go right on that boundary. And it wants storms to be firing in eastern Arkansas, southeastern Missouri here in about an hour. So if this does happen, we'd have to look out for the potential of an intense tornado threat there. If we do get storms to fire right on that boundary like that. Which again, we already have some scattered storms on that boundary. But none of them are very mature right now. Yeah, the SBC YouTube chat was crazy. Very, very crazy. That chat was out of control. I didn't get to watch the end of that live stream. Also, a heads up for those in Western Indiana, you guys are under a severe watch now, but don't let your guard down after this passes. We're going to probably end up with a tornado watch across the same areas inside a severe watch here across Indiana later tonight. Yeah, there's a specific day that this reminds me of. Very, very specific day that this reminds me of here. But I don't know if we're going to see that much convection. I don't really see that actually happening. I think we could get some scattered convection, but I don't know if we'll see that much convection. Also, if this does happen, that main threat really wouldn't uptick until closer to dark because your environment not very favorable out here until you get probably closer to 7 o'clock. No, I highly doubt a Sig 3 today. I would be shocked. I would be very much shocked. Even, yeah, the moderate is really a good play here. Florence is good. You guys have the risk for some overnight severe weather tonight, but I think tomorrow has a better chance to be a bigger day for Florence than tonight. We get another SPC outlook in 2 hours, but unless something considerable happens between now and then, I expect very little to no change at that 4 o'clock update. Probably the only thing they're going to end up changing at that 4 o'clock update is just a little disexpansion of the west side of the risk as the cold front pushes through. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of supercells. That is a lot of supercells. The question is it too many to the point where overconvection can be a problem? I don't really know. I don't know what to think of today. I truly don't. I truly don't. I think there's a lot of things that could help underperform today, but there's also a lot of things that could help overperform today too. But a lot of those storms are right on that boundary around St. Louis. A lot of those would be a big problem. right along St. Louis, almost off your screen at the top right. And then these would be more conditional, but these would still end up likely being a pretty big problem. Most likely. So, I think probably the main thing I'm going to be watching for is initiation here in eastern Arkansas, which looks like it's already about to start occurring. It looks like we've had some attempts, but nothing's been widespread. Still have a tornado warning up here in just kind of the far eastern side of St. Louis. Also going into southwestern Illinois. Boundary still surging south. Yeah, and it will probably continue to. It might stall out a little bit, but like it's probably going to just keep going south over time. The big thing is, though, if we zoom in, not everything north of that boundary is going to be elevated. Yeah, that boundary played a big role in just keeping the warm sector south, but it shouldn't continue to push the warm sector south. That warm sector should be able to push through the outflow boundary. So, that open warm sector should be able to come right back up into central Illinois, north of St. Louis later today. The moderate is not too far north at all. I agree wholeheartedly with the moderate risk. And they have that SIG risk, that SIG 2. We've got a 5% SIG 2 down here into Arkansas. Because of the potential for that prefrontal convection to fire. There's just not a lot of confidence in those supercells being robust enough to maintain and actually attempt to produce intense tornadoes. But yeah, I agree completely with this outlook. This outlook is 100 times better than the one they had yesterday. I can see an Arkansas moderate. What's that? Moderate's already into Arkansas, bud. Already into Arkansas. It's already into Arkansas and Tennessee. That moderate includes portions of Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Illinois. Ooh, Wophus. Let's see. All of East Arkansas. I just don't think there's enough confidence in that. They're running Wophus Wophus in both the southern lower Mississippi Valley and further north too. Wow. That's actually not even that concerning. I'm not going to lie. You get elevated. These are probably slightly more elevated back here into western Missouri. And then you get a slop fest along the boundary. Clustered storms. And then your prefrontals just cluster up too in eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee. Really, the hot spot that I'm looking at is in here. This is where I'm looking at. Northeast Arkansas, southeast Missouri, far northwest Tennessee, far western Kentucky. That's where our best environment should be. And not a lot of these runs have anything notable firing there. Wophus 12 has something. And then a little bit less over convection in western Tennessee. But I don't think any of these models have a grasp on what's going to happen today, really. I don't think any of our model runs really ever have. All we know is that we have a really good environment, so... Like I said, that's why I agree with the moderate. Point is, volatile environment paired with the potential for discrete supercells often doesn't end very well. Especially when you have a day like today where it's not as conditional as like last night. It's conditional today, but not as conditional as last night. Still have a tornado warning out here, no longer for Missouri, just in southwestern Illinois now. No longer for Missouri. A new MCD for the potential of some isolated small hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds, and a brief tornado. That's up here in Iowa, into Wisconsin, and southeastern Minnesota. Imagine that area performs better than our moderate. Watch. Watch it actually perform better. It most likely won't. I don't think up there's much of a threat. Just a very isolated threat up there. Saw a weak thunderstorm today in the UK. Sweet, you've gotten more than me this entire year. Yep, tomorrow did go enhanced. And I think tomorrow's tornado threat could be upgraded to 10 sig 1. So we'll keep watching this area here in southwestern Illinois. That active tornado warning. Nothing too crazy, though. Really going to wait for the mesoanalysis. Mesoanalysis is going to be... Mesoanalysis is going to be very important today. Looks like the new one's already in. That tornado watch earlier didn't seem like it had wording of a moderate risk. Okay, buddy. You didn't read it then. If you think that wasn't moderate wording, you didn't read the watch. Here's the wording on the watch. Several tornadoes and a couple EF3 tornadoes likely. Yeah. Last time I checked, that was very much moderate risk wording. If that ain't moderate risk wording, I don't know what is. Our other moderate back on April 17th, 10 days ago today, had considerably weaker wording than that. Yeah, we'll have to watch for like one of these in here to really get going. But this stuff over here should just continue to die off. It's one of our main watches today for sure. It covers the majority of our 15 sig. So it's definitely one of our main watches. It might be barely the highest probability watch that we get today, but I think the second one will be right there with it. It just depends on the SPC's confidence in those prefrontals. We are nowhere near the peak of this event, by the way. I don't think anybody said we were. Pretty much everybody knows that the peak of this event, not too sure why they're continuing that, is going to be much later. Not too sure why they're continuing that. I suppose it's just because it's got the outflow boundary on it. But I don't really see much tornado potential with that. And it really seems like I said earlier that outflow boundary is just going to be falling apart here. So that outflow boundary is not going to be strong enough to stop the warm sector anymore. Yeah, you could see we are getting some instability even well north of that boundary now. It's not very favorable up there, but it's better than what you would probably expect. A little bit wondering if temperatures are going to play a role in this here. Temp-dew spread could be too high. Like I said, I have my suspicions today. There's a lot of underperforming factors that definitely could help today underperform. I have a day 3 marginal, do I? I do. Why? I shouldn't. Oh, shoot. Yeah, that's gonna downtrend. What are you talking about? Nam has a tornadic supercell almost over my house on day 3 on Wednesday. That's gonna disappear tonight. Maybe not even tonight, probably sooner than that. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. That is not gonna happen. I almost guarantee that the warm sector is gonna be wiped out in the morning from rain. I wonder how the spotter density looks like. Where's the most spotters? I think in Missouri, but honestly, I don't see a very clear area. I'm thinking like right in here looks to be where the most are. But there's actually still plenty in western Missouri, southeastern Missouri, West Tennessee, Arkansas. I don't even know where I would target today. I suppose maybe the best target area would be maybe central, south central Missouri, just before sunset, but you never know if that boundary, that outflow boundary, could do something near St. Louis. So I think our peak tornado threat is going to be from about 6 p.m. Eastern, maybe 5. Roughly 5, 6 p.m. Eastern, all the way till probably 10. 9 or 10. We'll go with 5 to 10 as our peak tornado threat, Eastern time. I saw people talk about it on Twitter, but I didn't actually look at the screenshot and inspect it. That tornado watch goes till 10 o'clock, too. And then we'll get a new watch. We'll probably end up with a new watch before this one even gets close to expiring, I'd have to imagine. I have to imagine most likely we're going to get a watch as those prefrontals start to fire. It did look crazy. Not too surprised. I mean, that's that was our most prime area. It still is one of our most prime areas for all hazards. Ooh, you can see that violent tornado preemptor really went up. in central Missouri. Thing is, I don't know if we're gonna get anything in there to really fire. No, the HRRR definitely does get a cluster going at about 4 o'clock there. Hmm. Interesting. I think if something's gonna underperform today, it's the lapse rates. Lapse rates and overconvection. But still, lapse rates aren't half bad. I wouldn't be surprised if they're a little bit overperforming right now. I mean, they're 6.5 out here. That's not horrible. Yeah, it's not great, but it's not atrocious. How late will I be live? I mean, if everything goes to plan, the rest of the day. There's a slim chance I could take a quick break just before things get going, but most likely I'll just be here all day. Today's outlook nearly a perfect replica of December 10th, 2021. Yeah, I know. No. Sure, it looks a little bit similar, but it's definitely not a perfect replica. That that moderate was, if I remember correctly, further to the south. Yes, it is. All right, let's compare then, since you want to say that. Let's go ahead and go to the 1630Z Day 1 Outlook by the SPC on December 10th, 2021. And let's compare how similar these are. Moderate didn't go in that far west into Missouri. Moderate went further into Arkansas. Moderate went further into Tennessee. Moderate was less into Illinois. Slight risk was not as far north in Illinois. Slight risk didn't even get to Wisconsin or northeast Iowa like today. Slight risk didn't include back into almost Dallas in here. Marginal risk didn't include back towards San Angelo. So no, definitely not a perfect replica. And the enhanced risk on December 10th didn't have a sharp cutoff on the northern side either with the enhanced. And the enhanced on December 10th was further to the east into Indiana, so no. The only thing that is similar is the moderate risk for December 10th, and the moderate risk today includes southeastern Missouri and like southern Illinois. Like this is the only portion of the outlook that's like similar. I mean, it's only a completely different setup 5 years ago in winter and a once or twice type century outbreak. I'm sure today's going to be just like that day. They're not that similar. I don't see much of the resemblance. It doesn't look even close to the same to me. If I compare both of these side by side, they look like two completely and utter different days. They don't even look close. There's the cutoff's a tiny bit similar, but shoot, then you might as well have compared March 14th, 2025 to December 10th too. I actually kind of want to go look back at that. I wonder if that was actually a little bit similar. Not that day. That's May. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that. There was a moderate in Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Missouri, and Illinois. Just looks exactly like December 10th, 2021, doesn't it? Like the exact same outlook. Very close to the same. Looks almost like a perfect replica. They look completely different. I don't get why people compare SPC outlooks. It's not something I like to do. Makes no sense. It literally makes no sense. Now, if this occurred in, early to mid December, if it was early to mid December and we had this type of outlook in early to mid December, okay, then I kind of understand a little bit more. But it's late April compared to early to mid December. Like it's not even remotely close. But yeah, there is such things as, analogs. Those are analogs. You're not really going to be comparing SPC outlooks with analogs. You're really comparing the verification of what happened on whatever analog you have and how the environment is similar between that analog and whatever day you're looking at. But yeah, really if you want to get some followers on Twitter, just compare every outlook to any outlook that looks remotely similar and you'll get some likes for it. You'll destroy your reputation, but you'll get some likes. I want to go back to satellite here. I never said you said the setup was similar. I never said you said it was similar at all. I don't know where you got that from. I didn't say you said it was going to be December 10th all over again. But yeah, definitely a very large area to watch for prefrontals out here across southeastern Missouri, northeastern Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, southwest Kentucky, and even into southern Illinois. Okay, they're still continuing that tornado warning in Edwardsville in Illinois, so just be in your safe spot. Trying to see if I can see any clear CU under this. This kind of looks like lower level cloud cover to me. It doesn't look like upper level. This is like upper level cloud cover. Up here is upper level cloud cover. Same with like over here. More upper level. This looks more like kind of lower level cloud cover here. I'm trying to see like exactly where there's a CU filled at. Like you can see there's a bunch of CU back in here. That's pretty clear back in here. But with this lower level cloud cover in effect, you really can't see exactly where there's CU down into Arkansas. But there's CU here somewhere. You can make out a little bit of CU in this area. It's just hard to see exactly where the best CU is. Whereas back up here into Missouri, you can clearly see where the best CU is. A little bit difficult. But yeah, I wonder if we'll get a little bit of a if we'll get an MCD out here and like a low end prob severe watch or something out here. Since these storms definitely could try to fire up some. Madison, Wisconsin. You have the risk for a very weak, brief tornado, but mainly looking at 50-mile-an-hour winds and half-inch hail. So 50-mile-an-hour winds, half-inch hail, and a brief, weak tornado possible. But most likely, you're not going to end up with anything notable. But yeah, you could see some of these afternoon storms closer to 6 o'clock could pose that low-end risk. You'll be fine, Lucy. You'll end up with nothing. It's all going to go around you. You still got that dome in effect. So far, everything has stayed off to your north, so... But that stuff's not the main event, though. But yeah, you'll be fine. Although definitely a really, 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 really good idea to stay hyper weather aware today. Yeah, this stuff trying to fire out here, there could be a problem with overconvection. Like, these could kind of just stay with light, or rather weak. These could just stay as weak updrafts and kind of overconvect each other. See if the SPC puts out an MCD out here or not. Yeah, you're good to stay in upstairs portion of an apartment, yeah. It's not that type of day for Wisconsin. No, nowhere in Illinois is done today. I don't think Central Illinois will see, like, back up here towards Bloomington. You guys may not see as much activity as what you saw this morning, but definitely a risk for some isolated severe storms later today, close to 6:30, 7 o'clock. So you're definitely not done. You won't be done until that cold front passes you, which will be, you'll be fully in the clear about midnight. That's when your full cold front passes. Yeah, southern Missouri looks like probably the main spot today. Much of Missouri, actually. I mean, really, like, much of Missouri looks like the main spot. From around St. Louis all the way back down to central Missouri and then much of southern Missouri. Right where Lucy is. But yeah, right now everything's staying north of you, Lucy. Even if that outflow boundary somehow manages to get that far south all the way down to where you are, like I said earlier, that outflow boundary doesn't really matter as much anymore. It still could locally enhance tornado potential in some spots. But that outflow boundary isn't like demolishing the environment. What demolished the environment was the big MCS that came through, not like the outflow boundary. It's not like the outflow boundary appeared out of thin air and destroyed the environment. It was the huge MCS that formed the outflow boundary. That's what destroyed it. The boundary is right where the radar says it is, but it's not where the warm sector is. Your warm sector is north of the boundary, too. That's why our tornado watch is north of the boundary as well. You know, your tornado watch is not just south of the boundary. Your tornado watch is also pretty decently north of the boundary as well. Because your boundary doesn't... It does matter, but it doesn't matter as much as you may think. Again, it was the MCS that demolished the environment. And as that MCS continues to exit, the outflow boundary will follow that MCS in those storms. And then eventually we'll have a very, very favorable environment in about 4 hours in St. Louis. Yeah, like I said, the boundary's been left by the MCS. So the line pushed through, wiped out all the environment, and then a boundary got left behind. And that boundary was a focal point for additional supercell development. That's why we saw that supercell in St. Louis fire. And that supercell in St. Louis, now east of St. Louis, is also going to help drag that outflow boundary further to the north and to the east. And that boundary is weakening quickly, too. So the best environment is going to stay around and south of that boundary. But again, you'll still have a good environment, a little bit north of that boundary too. Loop this for you here. So see, that big old MCS that pushed through, that's what put our boundary further to the south. So that released a big old boundary all the way back down in here from these outflow dominant storms. And then we had additional storms move into where that outflow boundary was. And this one here that moved through St. Louis picked up that outflow boundary and is dragging it. So, if you're chasing the main tornado potential today, it's probably a good idea to stay right around or south of the boundary. But there's multiple areas that are going to be your main target area today. Like if we go back to our high resolution model, you can see around where that outflow boundary is a little bit of a focal point, but also a little bit north of that boundary still could have a big severe threat. Also the cold front dry line, I think this is more of your dry line here, could be a focal point for significant severe weather. And then also your prefrontal stuff back down in here could be another focal point. So not just where the boundary is going to see severe weather. So, if the boundary passes you, that doesn't mean your day is done. If the cold front passes you, that means your day is done. And that cold front is very far, very, very far west. That thing's still in central Kansas. Today's sailing, we get discrete supercells to fire fully prefrontals in eastern Arkansas, west Tennessee, southwest Kentucky, east southeastern Missouri. Prefrontals fire in south central Missouri as well, right along that dry line or just in front. And then we also get the boundary to go crazy back up here in St. Louis and surrounding areas. If all that happens and, storms can stay discrete, semi-discrete enough, today could easily perform as a high risk. Very easily could end up with a few violent tornadoes if that were to occur. Now, most likely, only one of those areas is going to be the main area for the potential of a violent tornado. The boundary could overconvect, and then, the violent tornado potential there is going to be a lot lower. The prefrontals could overconvect here, then the potential for a violent tornado could easily go down there. And then these could overconvect. So I think overconvection is probably the number one issue today. And then a very close second issue could simply be that your main trough is a little bit too far ahead of your open warm sector. But yeah, the ceiling today is multiple EF4 plus tornadoes. Multiple violent tornadoes. Most likely we'll see multiple tornadoes and a few strong, maybe one or two intense, maybe one or two long tracked. That's our middle ground. And then our floor, because you also got to mention that too. Our floor is everything overconvex, and we only end up with a very few handful of weak spin-up tornadoes, maybe one strong. Yeah, flooding is going to be a problem today, too, with all the MCSs, or with the MCS that tracked earlier today across Illinois and Missouri, and then the training supercells. So flooding is definitely going to be a problem in this area. They're really cranking out them flood warnings. They're being updated. 1, 2, 3 flood warnings I see so far right there. But we have 4. I don't know where the 4th one is. Oh, there's 4. Expires in 6 minutes. 4 flood warnings. All 4 of them beeped, too. All 4 of them came in. And you saw that severe thunderstorm warning come in before all these flash flood warnings. Like I was mentioning before, I wonder if they're going to issue a low... Okay, buddy. I wonder if a low-end severe thunderstorm watch is going to be issued out here. And just for like a few counties across western Missouri. Maybe into central Missouri, too. Let me see. We did get an MCD. But that was for southern Indiana. Large hail, locally damaging winds continues across west central and southwest Indiana. A brief tornado can't be fully ruled out. There's that MCD. New mesoanalysis in about 30 minutes. And look at that. I mean, you still have a decent environment north of St. Louis, too. Even going all the way back up into southeastern Iowa. But I don't think we'll see initiation in southeast Iowa today. Much of that area where we have an environment north of our outflow boundary isn't going to get much forcing until that dry line comes through or something fires off the... Either till the cold front comes through or something fires off that dry line. But yeah, definitely a lot to pay attention to. Definitely pay very close attention to your mesoanalysis. But look at all this clearing that's beginning to happen. You're even getting clearing now into southeastern Iowa. I mean, we've got a lot of clearing happening behind this MCS. All of that area's got a lot of clearing to it. Now, not all that area is going to get severe weather. The main area for severe weather, once again, is going to be right in this vicinity here. That's where our best risk for severe storms is today. And then tonight, that might shift a little bit more into southern Indiana, too. But not everyone's going to see severe storms today. It's not like a full line like this morning was. We're going to end up with more clustered and semi-discrete storms. So not everybody inside this region will end up with severe weather. Hello, random guy. Glad to see you in here. We still somehow have a tornado warning on this guy. I mean, the only time it looked good is when they first put a tornado warning on it in eastern Missouri over an hour ago. This thing has been tornado warned for like an hour, 15 minutes now. And that's the only time it actually looked a little decent. Mound City storm could be an issue. I'm assuming that's Missouri. Or are you talking about these prefrontals down here? Oh, actually, I think you're talking about the ones out here in Kansas. This one. I think that's the one you're talking about. It's definitely removed from the best wind shear. I can tell you that. But it should be surface-based. But you can see where our main trough has allowed for the best wind shear. And you can see how that's very much misaligned with where our best cape is back down in here. So the high risk potential today definitely was not needed whatsoever. That's why they didn't pull a high risk trigger, even though some people were literally talking about it. It's just misaligned. Now, if we had those two meet, like if we had that 300, 400, 1 kilometer SRH meet that instability of 4,000 to 4,500, yeah. Yeah, that was our high end scenario. Kind of like what the wrap was showing yesterday. But monitor those lower level lapse rates, see if they improve here in 30 minutes. Welcome to the stream, Use the Force, and thank you for the already one gifted membership. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Let's see here. Yeah. But I don't know, with such a good amount of clearing, I don't think lapse rates will be a giant issue, but they still could be an issue for, you know, some of those prefrontals. Now, we wait and see. It's already 2:44 Eastern, so yeah, we should. Well, we're already seeing a little increase in some severe weather, but really our main stuff should get going here in about an hour. About 4 o'clock, that stuff should start intensifying, and then our peak environment closer to 6 o'clock, and then that peak tornado threat, like I said earlier, from roughly 6 p.m. to 9-10 p.m. Eastern. Not a very long window today. Not a very long window today. Oh, yeah. That might be PDS, Cody. I think that one has our best opportunity yet to go PDS. Grumpy Grandpa, right where you've been talking about, and you guys and I've been pointing out with that prefrontal area. And most of you guys in chat have been pointing out for the potential of a slightly higher end tornado watch. See if they mention a PDS watch in that. Let's get Weatherwise, because Weatherwise will get it way sooner than anything else. A few strong to intense tornadoes are possible. Let's see. Tornado watch is likely. Once again, this is the potential for a violent tornado threat too. Let's see. Modest large-scale forcing for ascent and some lingering capping at the base of the EML should favor a discrete to semi-discrete mode given the 50-knot southerly lower-level jet. Several supercell tornadoes with hail and damaging winds are expected. Could see a PDS watch here. I am just curious for weather learning information here. Weather learning thing. Where's the forcing in this? Large scale forcing for ascent. I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm not a degreed meteorologist, so I'm just curious where this forcing's coming from. Because I didn't see an insane amount of forcing. I mean, you do have some defluence. You have a lot of defluence up here. But where that MCD is, back down in here, I don't see as much. Now, I do know they did mention that 50 not effective, or what was it, bulk shear, something shear in that MCD. And I do know that that can fire severe storms too. 50 knot effective wind shear is very important for initiation and supercell development. But I don't see very large, widespread forcing for ascent. But obviously it's there, and I'm just not seeing it. Because it's definitely there, because our model runs pick up on it. And the SPC's picking up on it, so it's very much obviously there. Maybe the lower level jet. I wonder if that can fire some storms there. Maybe it's the lower level jet paired with the 500 millibar, because that overlaps very well, like right in that area. See that? The 50 knot to 40 knot lower level jet overlaps pretty well in this vicinity with your 500 millibar, and it's right on the edge of that main defluence aloft with your main 500 millibar trough. But like you could see, your main forcing right now is definitely focused more in eastern Illinois and Indiana. So I'm not questioning the SPC. I'm just trying to learn. I completely agree with the fact for the potential of a violent tornado down there. I'm just simply trying to learn where that forcing's coming from. That's all. I don't disagree with them at all. I agree with them, actually, very much. All right, let's see. I'm not... I'm really not too sure why we're continuing this tornado warning. I mean, sure, because it's next to the outflow boundary, but like I said, I haven't really seen any good potential out of this storm ever since like the first 20 minutes of that warning being issued almost an hour and a half ago. I really haven't seen much potential with this storm ever since then. Still being your safe spot for sure, but this thing's been tornado warned for like an hour and a half now, and like I said, only the first 20 minutes of that have I actually seen a real, concerning rotation from it. But yeah, let's go to our lower level, or maybe mid-level water vapor. Nah, lower level. Again, yeah, I don't see any clear forcing down in here. Again, not by any means going against the SPC, just simply trying to learn here. Definitely the main area for forcing is back out, obviously with your MCS over here, duh, but also with your dry line cold front back down over in here. Oh no, a lot of people have already called this a bust. Yeah, Marco's not lying there. A lot of people have already called this a bust. Like I said, I have my concerns, but I don't think there's anything that could make this a full-blown bust. But the potential is fairly high today. It is fairly high today. Let me see here. So, we'll just have to see how storm evolution evolves. But once again, very high ceiling for today. Very much remains. What are we saying ones for and thousands for? Are we talking about the potential for a violent tornado? How many violent tours we think there's going to be? Now, see, there's a big difference here. Let's see. But like when we talk about violent tornadoes, you really got to specify which one you're talking about here. Are you talking about violent tornadoes in terms of like you know, if a chaser sees what literally looks like a violent tornado and like velocity has what would classify as a violent tornado, or what is actually rated as such. Because we've had plenty of tornadoes this year that have been likely, yeah, a handful of tornadoes that have been violent, but only one has actually been rated such. I could think off the top of my head 3 or 4 tornadoes that were likely violent that weren't rated violent because, you know, they didn't hit any well-structured homes or, yeah, well-structured anything. 2 of those were rated high-end EF3 that I'm thinking of. Let's see. How many Tories today? It's all just guessing. I hope we see 0 violent tornadoes and 0 Tories, but I don't know. I could just throw out a random number. More fun to guess the tornado probabilities of watches and not, you know, how many tornadoes we're going to see or how many warnings of tornadoes or stuff like that. I enjoy guessing the probabilities of watches. That's what I like to do. Not really predict how many Tories we're going to see in violent tours. Speaking of that, what do you guys think the tour prob will be for this watch when it comes out here? Probably in about an hour. It comes out before 2045 Z, so within the next, like what? Within about 2 hours. 7050. So you think it'll be less than the first one, even though this one has the violent MCD and not the last one? 9070, not PDS. 8070, 7060, 7050. 0 of these are PDS. 8080, there you go. Rather Nature thinks it's going to be PDS. 8050, 8070, 8070, 8070, 8070. Golly. 195. Not possible. 7090, not possible. 9075, not possible. 8060, that's a good one. I think it probably is going to be... What is this one? 60. I don't know. I'm thinking... I want to say like only 10% left. Like I want to say like 10% more. Like 80-70. Like you guys are saying. I do agree with that quite a bit. I feel like they're going to go like 80-70. Or maybe like 70-60. But I think 80-70 is probably the most reasonable prob right now. Most reasonable guess. Flash flood warnings be coming out quite often here. Up to 3 of those, maybe even more. Let me see. Oh, they pop up separately here. Yeah, we're up to 3 flash flood warnings. I'm gonna have to turn those things off. They be updating them too much. Oh, 100, 100. Wow. You see the long track, strong, intense tornado potential? Do I? Yeah, 100%. That's why it's in the title. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Let's go back over to this here. We did get a MCD for this area in here. Let's go ahead and look at that 95%. So they are going to do some, either an extension or a new watch. Storms developing near Missouri-Kansas border are expected to intensify, with primary hazards being large to very large hail. A couple tornadoes and or locally damaging wind gusts are also possible. A local extension of existing tornado watch and or a new watch will be required. A couple tornadoes are possible. I'd say probably the better thing to do is to extend the watch. I agree with that. But, if they issue an entirely new watch that's lower probability, not a bad idea. Just some sort of watch needs to either be issued or extended out there. I'm still skeptical of today. I very much am acknowledging the high end potential of today for sure. I definitely agree with the moderate risk, but just things aren't exactly aligned to where I would be, really thinking about that high end ceiling verifying today. But like this looks insane. This is definitely the type of look you see before a major tornado outbreak right here. For sure. How today performs will affect to some extent tomorrow, yes. Although I'm not too sure exactly to what extent. But yes, it may. Most likely will at some point. HRRR wants St. Louis gone. Okay, buddy. Oh yeah, 18Z's coming in. Hold on, I haven't seen that one. Is that the one y'all are talking about, or 17Z? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know about that. That comes from this storm here, which is already more north of St. Louis. So that's already wrong for anybody in St. Louis panicking about that. That run's already wrong. It already has the location wrong and the intensity wrong. So don't worry about that. Very, very high chance that's not going to happen. Extraordinarily high chance that's not going to happen. Ooh. Yeah, that would be your bigger problem in St. Louis, closer to 7 o'clock. This would be your bigger problem. Not this random storm here in an hour, but this stuff here towards 6 p.m. Central. Mesoanalysis looking further north. I mean, there is some cape there. We have the opportunity for some low-topped, weak supercells up here. If we're talking Iowa, Minnesota, low-topped, weak supercells possible. Brief spin-up tornado, 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail possible. So it depends how far north we're talking here. But really the main area is going to be like, I almost want to say south of St. Louis, but like right in here is the main area. That's the main area for today. Get out of there, Tornado One. Get. St. Louis City, Missouri. Did they tornado warn that storm I was just circling earlier? Crap. I don't know what storm that could be other than that one. Oh. When did that get there? I completely missed that storm. This is exactly like the other one. What the heck? Like, look, these two storms look so similar. They're almost in the same placement and almost looked identical. I thought I was at an old radar scan. Very weak rotation there, though, but it is latched onto the boundary, so it could produce a tornado. For a second, I thought that was for one of these storms over here. But those aren't close enough to St. Louis to be for St. Louis. No, the HRRR's not right. No. It didn't have this storm in St. Louis. If you look at it, this is how the HRRR initiated at 3 o'clock. It literally doesn't have anything over St. Louis right now at 3 o'clock Eastern. You go to the St. Louis radar, boom, supercell on the east side of St. Louis. Storm mode definitely could make or break today, yeah. But really, it could do that for any threat. I mean, storm mode could easily make or break any severe weather day. Trying to see if we got anyone else seeing what people said on Twitter about today's threat. Let's see. $80.60 just as the other. I don't know. We know it's going to be right around there, right? We all roughly agree that it's going to be between the first prob between 80 and 70 and the second prob between relatively 70 and 60. Like right in there. So mainly what we're thinking is either 80, 60, 70, 60, 80, 70. That's really what we're thinking right now. That's what most of the predictions are. I don't know. A lot of you guys have guessed watch probs pretty well. We're pretty good at least getting close to the actual watch prob. HRRR still fires a bit messy out here in this area. It depends when those storms fire. If they hold off like another 2 hours, they are going to be absolutely absurd. But if they fire in like the next hour, which it looks like they already are trying to fire, then that could result in a little bit sloppier of a risk, as the environment's not as potent as what it will be in 2 hours. But yeah, man, once again, very impressive satellite imagery right now. Very, very impressive satellite imagery right now. Across Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky. Mainly those areas. West Tennessee. Indiana severe. So those severes up in Indiana are being updated. Yeah, we have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Oh, they did severe warn this storm here. It's aiming towards leaving the tornado watch. If it keeps going northeast, the threat for severe weather will decrease with that. But if it can turn east, it could become an all hazards problem just north of St. Louis or very close to St. Louis. So if it keeps going northeast, probably going to die out. Turns east, could become a marginal threat. Thankfully, the environment north of St. Louis isn't very favorable right now. I mean, it is there. There is an environment favorable for at least some isolated storms, but not very favorable. Yeah, more severes back here. Okay, they did end up issuing a new watch. They issued a severe watch out here. Instead of expanding that tornado watch, they went ahead and just issued a new watch. I thought it would be a low-end prob tornado watch, not a severe watch. A little bit surprised that's not a low-end tor watch. That's till 10 o'clock Eastern. All right, let me go to this here. Middle Tennessee will have a severe watch or tor watch. Probably a severe watch. probably a severe watch. If you are, it depends exactly where you are. You know, if you're back here, if you're in like Clarksville, you have a better chance to get a tornado watch here. But if you're in Nashville, pointing east, most likely this will be a severe watch to maybe not even a watch. Yeah, so most likely you'll end up in a severe watch. But there's a small chance storms can be weak enough to where you don't even get a watch. Latest HRRR is hype fuel, to say the least. I mean, yeah, definitely. I think that's one way to put it. I think that's one way to put it. Definitely shows a pretty high-end threat today. Not quite probably the ceiling. I don't think the HRRR is the ceiling for today. I still think the HRRR is probably more towards a middle ground right now, believe it or not. It's definitely not the low end, and I don't think it's the high end. That's why I said it's probably more of a middle ground. Curious to see how much of Central Illinois recovers here in the next 4 hours. I'm very curious to see if we get kind of like a boundary to set up, or if it's more widespread environment like the wrap. Yeah, definitely is a bit scary that the HRRR is the middle ground, but that's why we have a moderate today. Lapse rates are slightly improving. Yeah, let's go check that. I'd imagine they are. I imagine you're correct. Let's see. Let's refresh that. Still at 18Z, so you might be looking at 18Z data still, but we're going to get our 19Z meso analysis here shortly. Mine still says 18Z, but that instability clearly updated. And those lapse rates definitely changed too. A little bit lower in kind of east central Arkansas here, but a little bit higher as you get up in here. But a little bit lower in this area. So, yeah, it is a little bit higher. Right where that violent MCD is. How large is that violent MCD? I like how we just call them violent MCDs now. Potential for a violent tornado MCD. Not that far to, not that far into south, or rather not that far into central Arkansas. So I don't think that gets to the 5.5 lapse rates. Yeah, it definitely doesn't. Southeast of Little Rock. Yeah, these are firing right around when the HRRR was saying. Here's the 18Z sub-hourly run. You can see the HRRR nowhere near as widespread, though. Not even close to as widespread. This is what the HRRR thinks our radar looks like right now. And this is what it actually looks like. Big difference. Big difference, which means that overconvection is probably a little bit less likely than what the HRRR is showing. When is this watch coming out? In the next hour and 30 minutes. So it could be now. They could be issuing it now, or they could wait a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if they wait till like 4:30 Eastern. Just to see how convective trends evolve. To see if they want to pull a PDS watch or not. Yeah, still one tornado warning in effect right now. I mean, tornado warnings today, I'm not going to lie, so far have been a little bit questionable. They really have. I haven't seen any good rotation. Maybe aside from the first 20 minutes of that first tornado warning looked pretty decent. Yeah, Caleb, your risk isn't done. Definitely not, but it's definitely considerably lower than if we didn't see the MCS roll through. I don't think we have any opportunities for intense or violent tornadoes up there. But you definitely could see a spin-up tornado threat up there. Maybe even a strong tornado being possible. So no, Central Illinois threat is not done. Not as high as the moderate risk area, but definitely by no means done. I think that northern risk depends on how much clearing we can get up there. And you're already starting to get a little bit of that cloud cover trying to clear out. The problem is by the time that cloud cover starts to clear out, we'll probably get overshooting anvil cloud cover from any storms that fire here in Missouri. So we'll need to watch to see if we can get any sort of notable destabilization behind that MCS from earlier today. Watch our prefrontals just not fire. I know we got very tiny little storms firing there, but watch like no notable prefrontals fire. You could see actually those tiny little storms you could see on satellite right in here. Southeastern Missouri is where those are firing right now. If we go check, you can see that from the Paducah radar. Yeah, these storms don't have a lot of wind shear, which is also why they opted with a severe watch, not a tornado watch out here. All right, here's our 19Z mesoanalysis. Right on time. It updates roughly 15 minutes at the top of every hour. Yeah, you could see that main wind shear still staying removed from our best instability. But this is the area really where we're going to be watching for initiation today. So really want to monitor the wind shear in here in the pink area, not really so much in where I circled in black. And you can see right here where I've overlapped both of those colors. That's definitely a bit of a question mark area there. Just because simply we don't know how far north or south that outflow boundary is going and how far north or south that instability is going to recover. Definitely a lot of cape, though. And I am questioning, again, do want to bring this to your attention, temperature dew point spreads across some of this risk area here. Definitely wondering if that's going to play into anything today. Let's see our hotspot. Ooh, that's a lot of hotspots. No very notable hotspots of greater than or around 10 violent tornado parameters. So I don't think there's no very clear volatile environment. If there is a volatile environment right now, it would probably be either west of that boundary up in here or near those prefrontals in here. Those are getting close to volatile with violent tornado parameter. Now, in my opinion, they're already both volatile for supercell composite, but not yet for violent tornado parameter. So I'd say we're like right on that edge. You could consider this volatile, but some people may not. Yeah, we'll probably have 10 plus violent tornado parameter. I'm not sure how soon, but at least at 6 o'clock, right? Just basing on that wind shear. I mean, it doesn't even change much in 4 hours. Look at that. We'll see. But maybe it will take a little bit later than 6 o'clock Eastern. What are the odds of seeing no tornadoes today? 0.5%. I would say 0.5%. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if we've already had a brief tornado somewhere today out of either that QLCS or maybe in eastern St. Louis. So far, no official tornado reports, and we haven't had any observed tornado warnings, so far, no confirmed tornadoes today. Continuing that severe, now for 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for Garden City. Just stay away from doors and windows, you'll be fine. Only if you're in this flashing red and pink box here for Edwardsville, Collinsville, and west central Illinois. That's the only area where you need to be in your safe spot. At least right now. Things are likely going to get a lot crazier later today. The lower level jet is already pretty good right now, last time I checked. Yeah, you already had a widespread 35 knot, 30 plus knot jet stream here. So that's pretty good. 30 plus lower level jet is pretty good. Once you get to 40 plus, that's really, really, really good. And we'll get that closer to probably closer to dark. We'll have a more widespread 40 knot lower level jet. But as long as we stay over 30 knots, I'd imagine that's sufficient. I mean, you could see we have 50 knots right now. But problem is there's not many good storms in that area aside from a slopfest line. Very much a slopfest line. Pretty favorable EML. Let's see. Let's look at that. Yeah, a lot of these have that warm nose. You're looking for that tiny little indent here. I'll draw it just east of that. See that tiny little indent right there where the temps go out and then back in like that? That's your warm nose and EML with your temps and your dew points. And you can see that is evident across much of your open warm sector here. Not as much towards your outflow boundary where your MCS is tracked back up in here, south of where your MCS is tracked. But in your main open warm sector where that violent tornado potential may be highest, looks like you have a pretty good EML in place over here. I do want to take a sounding right here. Yeah. That dry air is barely above the 850 millibar. I wonder if that dry air might be a little bit too far south and a little bit too strong. I think early morning convection would make it more saturated. You have to have a balance of cloud cover and no cloud cover. But typically, you're going to want a little less cloud cover. I can tell you this, you don't want this all day. Let's see. Is there any indicators a few days before super tornadoes? Well, we really call them strong tornadoes. It seems like giant tornadoes come a few days after hot sunny days. So what that is a high pressure. So yeah, that definitely is like something that happens before big outbreaks is we get these strong high pressures that center over the US. This isn't the best example, but these high pressures sit over the US and they direct much of the activity around the high pressure. And so you're just at hot, sunny days across these areas. And what that does is that sometimes allows, in this case, you have a cold front that pushed all that instability back. But that will allow for instability to build across the central US for days and days and days. And then eventually you get a trough that swings in, knocks that high pressure out, and then it takes up all that environment. And that's what could produce a big time tornado outbreak. With this storm, you can go like a few model runs before, and you can see we've had this kind of dominant high pressure just down here, bottom of your screen. And that's been influencing warmer weather across the eastern U.S. and less rainfall across much of the eastern U.S. Here in North Carolina, Virginia, we just recently had Saturday morning our first widespread rainfall event in like 2-3 weeks. So those high pressures can help consistently build up instability where they're located at, and then a big trough pushes that high pressure out and takes up all that atmosphere. But it's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee. Sometimes you get that big high pressure to build, and then you end up with a more sloppy trough, and you just end up with like rain and little severe weather. So it's not a guarantee. But yeah, sometimes before big time outbreaks, you do get literally a high pressure where you end up with days of inactivity. That's very common. Very, very common. And then, of course, also day of, sometimes you can end up with that too. Like out here, where we're likely to see a few strong tornadoes later today. Yeah, right now, you guys are at beautiful, clear blue skies across this area. Some isolated cloud cover. And then later on today, you're likely to see a few strong tornadoes. That's all that instability building up right now. I'm not concerned with Middle Tennessee. I am concerned with West Tennessee. I'm not concerned with Middle Tennessee. I'll go ahead and show you this big circle again. Zoom out. We'll wait for that to disappear. The main area I'm concerned with, I'll start drawing it while... Oh, you could kind of see it. Is from somewhere near Little Rock. I don't know exactly how far south, but somewhere around Little Rock. All the way back up into western Kentucky, southwestern Indiana, and then all the way back down into central Missouri. That's the area. That's the main area to watch. And it depends exactly where those supercells fire in Missouri. That little indent I have further west could be a little bit more like this and not for this region. Just depends on where those supercells fire. But, like, I'm not concerned for Nashville right now. I don't think Nashville will have a huge problem. I do think damaging winds are very much likely across Middle Tennessee, but if we're talking about the best chance for strong to violent tornadoes, that's the area I'm watching the most. And much of that area I circled is almost exactly where the SPC has their primary SIG-2 risk for today. Which is right in there. That's generally where our SIG-2 tornado risk for EF3 plus tornadoes is today. Let me see. New MCD. Maybe. I don't see a new MCD right now. Oh, basically where the MCD is. I apologize. I thought you were saying MCD in regards to a new MCD. You said MCD in regards to a typo. You said Middle Tennessee Day is more likely to be tomorrow. And even then, the main area is basically where the MCD is right now. I don't know if you like abbreviated that. I'm not great with abbreviations, but yeah, basically what you're saying is the best risk in Tennessee today is Western Tennessee, and the best risk in Central Tennessee is tomorrow, which you could see is Middle Tennessee's under that slight risk. Just too many fancy words in your sentences for me. Too many fancy words. Yeah, discrete supercell means a supercell all on its own, completely by itself. We're looking at more of kind of a semi-discrete to clustered mode today. We could see a few discrete storms, maybe. But mostly we're going to see a clustered to semi-discrete mode. Semi-discrete meaning it's mainly by itself, but there's still storms in proximity to it. And then clustered being kind of like multiple storms firing and some embedded supercells mixed in where that messier threat is. Can today overperform for our tornado threat? Very easily could. But it could also underperform, and it could also perform. It could underperform, it could overperform, it could perform as expected. ODL was I don't know. That's quite the typo. I'm looking at my keyboard wondering how you made that typo. uh... Yeah, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch. That actually goes into the non-general thunderstorm risk, by the way. Oh, wait. Hold on. There you go. The non-general thunderstorm risk, by the way. Kind of crazy, but I don't really know why it goes that far west, because there's a very high chance we won't see anything in this portion of the watch. They could have definitely not put that county in there. This county really doesn't need to be under a severe watch, but they have it for some reason. Watch that county end up with like a severe warning in like an hour. No tornado warnings active anymore, I don't believe. Yeah, no tornado warnings. They canceled that tornado warning. So our overlay is going to remain at a tornado warning because that tornado warning went for another 14 minutes, but they actually canceled it. But these overlays, they're going to stay. I'll refresh it to see if it fixes it, but I don't think it will. Because what happened is the storm weakened so much that the National Weather Service actually completely got rid of the tornado warning. And these overlays, they keep the warnings active until the warnings expire. They don't account for canceled warnings. At least from what I've seen. A little bit more blips starting out here in eastern Arkansas. A little bit more initiation here. The more initiation we see, the more pressure the SPC is going to be under to issue that watch. Watches can be anytime. Sometimes watches are issued before the first warning. Sometimes watches are issued literally after tornado warnings get issued. And sometimes watches are literally hours before initiation. I wouldn't say today is uptrending. It's really staying the same. There's definitely a lot of underperforming factors that for sure would well away steer the SPC from a SIG 3 or a high risk. What's your opinion on a SIG 3 tour? Never gonna happen. Heck no. Like I said earlier, I think a SIG 3 is probably going to be more rare than a high risk. Your most common high risk, which still won't be very common, gonna be a SIG 2 30%. SIG 3 is high, buddy. So if you're thinking this could go SIG 3, that means you're thinking it's gonna go high. Every SIG 3 is high. Last time I checked, unless they changed something, but I'm pretty sure every SIG 3 is high. Oh, actually, SIG 3 15% is not. I apologize. That is my bad. We actually could get a SIG 3 15% Tor that's not high. No, Weather Warrior, you're correct. No, you are correct. 15% SIG 3 is moderate. See, now that's got me questioning. See, now I see why you asked me that question. Now I see why you said that. Because that might be on the table. If they go PDS watch before 4 p.m., maybe they could upgrade to a SIG 3. Most likely they're going to go just under a PDS tornado watch, and we're going to stay at SIG 2. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think we'll see a SIG 3, but that's like the kind of the ceiling today. I'd like to see old SPC outlooks where they've been testing these SIG risks and see if they ever issued a SIG 3 risk, you know, in the past couple years where they've been testing this. Let's see. Yeah, I do know that I saw March 15th, 2025 was SIG 3 high risk. But I'm curious if it was SIG 3, if there was a SIG 3 15%. That's the only SIG 3 that I know of that they did while testing. But if there's enough confidence in like a violent tornado or two, see, there's got to be that. That's the thing with the new categorical SIGs, you know? The impression is that a SIG risk means a maximum intensity of EF3 if it's SIG 2. So, like, where's that balance between SIG risks? The MCD that we have is probable intensity of an intense to violent tornado. So that means that there is a opportunity for a violent tornado today. Does that mean they pull the SIG 3 for the potential of a violent tornado or not? And same for like SIG 2. If they mention a strong tornado or two being possible, but it's still a 10 SIG 1, do they pull a trigger on a SIG 2? There's got to be some border there between how widespread coverage may be and how many of said strong, intense, or violent tornadoes you may see to warrant a SIG 1, 2, or 3. I just assumed when we got these risks that SIG was the maximum intensity of a tornado. So, like, if you had any chance of seeing a violent tornado, that'd be SIG 3. Like, today has a chance to be we have a chance to see a violent tornado, maybe even 2 today. So I would just assume it would be SIG 3. But after looking at these risks for almost the last 2 months, it seems like storm coverage and how many strong plus tornadoes we see definitely plays into account with the SIG risks. Caleb, I think you misspoke actually. Because I swear you did say cactus. Because up here I did see that you said cactus is in timeout. Oh, commas save lives. No, that is true, because if you do forget to put a comma in, definitely creates more of a run-on sentence, and then you lose track of where you're reading. What would you, TRG, what would you imagine it would take for a 45 sig 3? I hate to use this as an example, considering it's the anniversary, but something like April 27th, 2011. Something like that. That type of caliber of an environment, for sure. So, I mean, those are like... I wonder if we'll even see... I feel like a 45 sig 3 is like maybe a once-in-a-decade type risk. You know? I really feel like that would be kind of like a once-in-a-decade type risk right there. Maybe even a little rarer than that. Considering, yeah, our last two super outbreaks, 1974, as Severe Weather Alert just said, and then 2011, you know, those are like 4-ish decades apart. So it would have to be a very crazy environment. Like I said, I'm not even sure when we'll see the first SIG 3 ever. When we'll see the first SIG 3 15%. And what will the first SIG 3 even be? Will it be a SIG 3 15%, 30%? What will the first SIG 3 ever be? Only time will tell. There's no enhanced risk in Nashville, no. Nashville's in a level 2 out of 5. You could have misread his posts. It depends where you saw that from, because he does do partial outlooks. Like earlier today, 2 hours ago, he posted the large, very red vicinity and then a closer pink vicinity for severe weather. Like I did yesterday on Twitter. I literally did a red and pink color too. His looks better though, and yeah, that's his outlooks. Yeah, edits. This is satellite. This is a classic. What is this? Where even are we? Where is this? Is this... What the heck? I don't even know where that is, bro. Yeah, this is a classic look before a big tornado outbreak day. But the thing is, what satellite's not telling you here, you have to overlay it, is your trough. There goes your main trough. There's your main trough up here. That's your main trough up here. And then here's a little shortwave down here. So satellite doesn't show you that your main trough is negatively tilted and removed from the best instability. If you overlay this, I don't know if we can with instability. There you go. See? Your main trough, your main negatively tilted trough here, very, very much removed from that primary instability axis. Very well removed. So it's probably going to come down to this little shortwave down over in here. And then what the remnant cold front does back here with that conditional dry line threat. That's going to be in eastern Oklahoma into Arkansas. Late tonight, that conditional threat's going to go from central... Right now, it's in central Oklahoma where it's not going to initiate. That's going to go from central Oklahoma towards central Arkansas tonight. Yeah, our trough did definitely ejected early, yes. Yes, 100%. you could see this is definitely a bit more different than College of DuPage, that's for sure. Let's go to mesoanalysis because don't really want to use HRRR for doing an analysis like that. But you could see here, there's your big trough. And you've got 2 points of that trough. 1 point is here, and 1 point is here. And it's one big trough. And it has a very large area of flow beneath it. And if you take a look at wind shear, you could see that your main trough is obviously already passing the main amount of instability because that wind shear is removed from where we have the greatest amount of cape. But as that secondary little shortwave comes in, as the lower level jet also increases later tonight, we could see better enhancement of that lower level wind shear. As you can see in about 4 hours, see how that wind shear gets a bit better with southern extent in about 2 to 4 hours. Outbreak of the year potential? I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be difficult to beat 10 days ago. April 17th, 2026. Yeah, that's up to 121 tornado reports. Oh, shoot. Well, here's a shorter answer on that one. Yes. First PDS watch of the year. Several tornadoes, a few intense tornadoes likely. Well, get off of Twitter, guys. It's about to get chaotic. That is crazy PDS watch right there. Wow. Gotta do the tweet right away. Interesting. That PDS watch goes into the slight risk. Interesting. 80-80. Wow. Yeah, so remember to that person who was talking about a SIG 3 risk, and I said if they go PDS watch before 4 p.m., there's a pretty good chance they go SIG 3. Well, it's before 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is in 14 minutes, and we just got our PDS tornado watch. So there's a chance we go SIG 3 at 4 p.m. 15% SIG 3. They do mainly note EF2 to EF3 plus tornadoes with this PDS watch. But yeah, that definitely goes a little bit further to the southeast than I was thinking. But there you go. That's... ain't no way. That is barely in the SIG 1 risk right there. That little corner right there. I don't think they'll go high risk. If they go SIG 3, it's going to be 15% SIG 3. But yeah, that's our highest watch prob for sure of the day. Highest watch prob of the year right there, and that's definitely going to be the highest we get today. So we'll probably see a little expansion of that moderate to the southeast. And that enhanced risk may be pushed a little bit closer to Nashville, but I still don't think it will be extended into Nashville. That's crazy. That is crazy. So again, this is a PDS tornado watch. If you don't know what that means, that is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, meaning that multiple large, strong to intense tornadoes are possible. Last PDS watch, I believe April 2nd, 2025. I believe it was over a year ago with our last PDS tornado watch. But yeah, here comes this supercell that the HRRR wants to go into St. Louis. I do think this is going to go just north of St. Louis, but it could be in very close proximity to St. Louis. And this could be a problem. This could be our first real problem of the day. We've had a bunch of other tornado warnings, and many of which don't seem to have actually produced tornadoes and really been good areas of rotation. But this could be our first real problem of the day. Let's see. Yep, there it is. You can see right up here. PDS particularly dangerous situation. PDS tornado watch 162. High. That's 80 watch prob. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes likely. And there is the counties. There you go. That is wild. Wind prob is also 70% there. Middle Tennessee is not next, so quit spamming the chat before you get timed out. We're not going to be getting another PDS watch tonight. I can guarantee it. They've been very conservative on their PDS watches. Very much conservative. Which is why I think they may end up going SIG 3. So that's our highest prob watch of the day. The main reason for that watch prob being higher than the one up further a little bit to the north is because there's a bit more confidence in discrete supercells out here. Oh, wow, they didn't even expand the moderate at all. Now, that still could be a SIG 3 Tor. Because it's a moderate. Moderate could still be SIG 3 Tor. But they didn't expand that risk at all. So we are maintaining a PDS tornado watch and portion of a slight risk. Very crazy. We'll have to see if they went SIG 3. I'm guessing not, but... yeah. I would be shocked if they pull SIG 3, but we're going to find out sooner than later. Should get it here in the next 5 minutes. We'll be able to figure out that watch, or I almost said watch prob. The new SPC outlook. All those probabilities. Yeah, definitely going to be watching this storm here approaching the northern side of St. Louis. Just to see if that tries to intensify any further. I'm surprised we have a PDS watch. I need to change the color of that. PDS. There you go. Much better. Much better. Maybe a little bit more. There we go. Maybe a little bit less. Maybe a little bit less. Want it to be obvious that that's a PDS watch there. It depends what you mean for concerned about Middle Tennessee. Concerned for the potential of violent tornadoes? Definitely not. Concerned for the potential of intense tornadoes? Definitely not. Concerned for the potential of a tornado or two, maybe one strong? Yeah. We could see a tornado or two, maybe one strong in Middle Tennessee. Maybe a few weak tornadoes. But yeah, you can see this model run just shows a slop fest in Central Tennessee tonight. So, like I said earlier, I really think maybe a brief tornado or two, maybe one strong. 60-mile-an-hour winds, possibly as high as 70 if we get any Boeing segments, and then 1 to 1.5 inch hail. Not a very concerning risk. I'd stay weather aware, but I wouldn't consider it a concerning risk, and definitely not as concerning as West Tennessee or where we have the PDS watch out for. Would you agree with a SIG 3? I would agree with a SIG 2 and a SIG 3. Either one. All right, we got the new probability. My final guess is SIG 2. You guys all said SIG 2, so yeah, they kept it SIG 2. I'm not surprised by that. Not surprised by that at all. 30% wind. Still a little surprised it's not hatched, considering we have the potential for 75, 80-mile-an-hour winds today, which is greater than 74, which is the requirement of 74 plus mile-an-hour winds is 74 plus mile-an-hour winds is SIG 1. And then the hail risk is still 30% SIG 1. So, yeah, a little surprised they didn't hatch that wind risk, but I don't disagree with this outlook. I think this outlook is very, very good. The only thing a little bit questioning is the fact that yeah, we now have a PDS watch inside of a 5 SIG 1. There will be another update at 9 o'clock tonight, so they could extend a little bit of the risk if that's needed. But by the time we get to that here in 5 hours, much of the main tornado threat is going to be, that will be like the last hour of the main tornado threat is 9 to 10. That's when things should begin dying down. That's about 5 hours from now. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, It's just a little confusing to have a PDS watch and a 5 sig 1 tornado risk. But yeah, that is towards the end of the PDS tornado watch anyways. Tornado warning continues out here across Lake St. Louis and St. Peters in north. This is east central Missouri, almost at northeastern. East central Missouri, just northwest of St. Louis, Missouri. Ooh. I have to see the new meso analysis in 20 minutes, see if wind shear might be increasing there. Yeah, there is a storm firing in Joplin, Missouri right now. That could be something also to watch as it goes towards central, south central, southeastern Missouri. That would probably go towards more of south central Missouri here towards Lebanon eventually. Yeah, I think the PDS watch might be a little bit too far east. But it's not like absurdly too far east. If it was for like Nashville, I'd say yeah, that's insane, but it might just be like a few counties too far east. We'll see. We'll see how it verifies. We'll find out. I'm a little surprised with them pulling the PDS watch. I'm not gonna lie. I really didn't see that coming. I thought it would be borderline PDS watch, not actually PDS. Only like 2 people in chat said PDS. Interesting stuff. Look at the supercell composite maxed out right on that boundary over St. Louis and into South Central Illinois. But not that crazy where the eastern side of that PDS tornado watch is out here. Not an extraordinarily favorable environment. Not an extraordinarily favorable environment. Can't believe my 100-100 wasn't right. Oh man, I can't believe it. Hey, you were close. 80-80. I suppose you were close. You weren't very close, but I suppose you weren't very far off, you know? If you said 0-0, that would have been more off than 100-100. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. We'll keep this one on. This one on. That should come in new meso in like 10 minutes or so. Tracy, I have no idea what that is. Wonder if anyone else is surprised with them not extending that to the southeast a little bit more. Yeah, I looked it up and it came up with some weird thing. It's not, obviously, it's not very well known because, I mean, it came up with all sorts of links and, oh, there's actually a town in Sweden apparently called that. I don't even know what to expect anymore. I'm telling you, your mod dome's gonna win. Actually, I should make you mod. I'm gonna make Lucy mod. Now you have an ultra mod dome. Now you really have a mod dome. Before it was a fake mod dome, now it's a real one. I don't know if I should say thank you or not. Well, what do you mean? I literally just saved you. Now you're not going to get anything. I actually have heard about that before, by the way. Tracy, I literally looked at this the other day, but I didn't know what it was called. Obviously, that's overdoing probabilities for today. There's no way we should have a moderate in eastern Kansas today. Oh, you want a storm? Well, I mean, too bad. Now everything's gonna go around you. Great, Lucy's never gonna get severe weather again now. Sometimes, every now and then, it does break. It's broken for Caleb like once. It hasn't broken for me, and it hasn't broken for Lucky. Or I think it's been close to breaking a couple times. Legacy's gotten quite a lot of severe weather in the last, 4 years. Nearly broke for me if I didn't take my stinking car down to Greensboro. But it's pretty consistent. Mod domes work pretty well. What's going on? We just got the first PDS tornado watch of the entire year. We haven't had a PDS tornado watch in over a year. The last one was April 2nd last year. And we just got our first PDS tornado watch, which means a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. So multiple strong to intense tornadoes are expected in that area. You see the purpose for the PDS tornado watch? I see the ingredients coming together, but I don't know if we're going to have enough discrete storms to actually get that to verify. I was thinking borderline PDS, but not actually PDS, because look at this. I mean, not a lot of Wofus runs show good tornado potential in that PDS watch. Wofus 13 has a good discrete supercell there. But the last time I doubted a PDS tornado watch was on April 2nd, 2025. That was the last PDS tornado watch we had, and that ended up verifying extraordinarily well. Farmington? Huh. Let me see. We're getting a new 19ZH Triple R, so I would take that into some consideration, but I definitely think if you don't want to go too far, it's just hard to say exactly where it's going to happen, but we're likely going to get some sort of supercells either near St. Louis in about 2 hours or south of St. Louis. And you can see we've already seen, we're seeing storm initiation in Joplin already, so most likely those storms in far southern Missouri are going to end up being a big problem. But yeah, it's just hard to say exactly where the greatest, like the pinpoint greatest supercell risk is in this area. So I'm not going to give you any chasing advice because I don't want to be the one to lead you to nothing, I've chased a lot of risks before, and only very select few have actually ended up producing tornadoes that I've missed. Most of the time when I'm chasing, it's a damaging wind risk, some hail, and then little to no tornado risk. So I don't have much experience chasing a tornado risk as high as this. I think some are sleeping on the northern risk. Definitely, like towards this outflow boundary right in here. Now, if we're talking up towards Iowa, I don't think anybody's sleeping on that. But, yeah, definitely. Even if they did pull the day 2 to 3 moderate risk, and even if they pulled a day 3 moderate risk, then it would have ended up just being exactly where it is today, because 3 days ago, we were looking at relatively the St. Louis area for the highest tornado potential. So they would have just, yeah, if they pulled a day 3 moderate, it probably would have been a lot larger. Like, it probably would have been a much bigger day 3 moderate across this whole area, but then eventually they would have just started, chopping it down until it got to where it actually is today. So it would have just provided a longer lead time for today's outbreak threat. I mean, if they pulled it, it would have been a bigger lead time, but it would have been a little bit, like I said, you would have had to chomp the northern side of that risk off pretty well. I don't know what to think about that PDS watch. You know what's crazy? I feel like that PDS watch is low-key conditional. If I had to target today, I would be in kind of south central Missouri. Because even though we have a pretty big tornado threat along that outflow boundary up in here, it still could be a bit sloppy. So I'd almost rather take my chances in southern Missouri. But yeah, that PDS watch definitely surprises me. Again, not many of the WOFUS runs actually show anything crazy in eastern Arkansas or West Tennessee or anywhere in that PDS watch for that matter. And the ones that do show it, most are clustered. Not that crazy. And even looking at, real-time observations, which we should have. Yeah, this is the new one. Even looking at real-time observations here. Not very crazy. Okay, that low-key kind of crazy. Loki didn't think the new meso-analysis would be that wild. I think, yeah, but there you go. Only 50 to 100 0 to 1 kilometer SRH in northeast Arkansas and much of West Tennessee, which is over half of that PDS tornado watch. Let's see. This is very much nitpicked, and that's 92. What about over here? 138. Yeah, definitely nowhere where there's 50 SRH. So much of this is 100 to 150. Isn't it supposed to improve? I mean, yeah, it's definitely going to improve in the next 2 to 3 hours for sure. And this definitely is uptrended a bit more. Oh no, I still have my suspicions. Let's see here. I want to see what the 19Z HRRR has. I want to see if that uptrends more in that area. They just updated the PDS watch. Not sure what for, but they did. I mean, your updrafts are just dying as they fire, so I'm not sure if you guys know, but that's not really a good sign for tornadoes. If your updrafts just die in the environment that is in a PDS watch, not necessarily a good thing. Lingering cap? Barely. There's no cap towards the surface, so there's no reason for them to be dying at the surface. Or in the lower levels. They're dying in the lower levels. They're not even getting to the mid levels. They're barely getting close to that cap. So I want to see the 19Z HRRR because you can see this is the 18Z. And that's what shows your main. That's why your PDS watch is out right there. This is 4, 5 o'clock Eastern here. Not, but literally now. Now. 4, 5 o'clock Eastern right now. And that's not happening whatsoever. So I'm wondering if we're even going to see mature updrafts there. And then we do have the nocturnal threat, but those storms aren't going to get into the PDS watch until like 11 o'clock, which will be when the environment is actually decreasing, not increasing. So this PDS watch goes till midnight, which again, I mean, storms are inside that PDS watch at midnight. So that PDS watch is clearly for the prefrontal stuff. Let me see. Yeah, we'll wait. I want to see the 19ZH The big reason why, once again, is because it's going to acknowledge the fact that there's not much convection firing right now, and so it should fix itself. Which is what the Wofus did. And that's why the Wofus has not much happening. Wofus 17 looks crazy, but none of these... Wofus 17 looks, you know, decent. But none of them look insane. Let's see. Too much forcing. I mean, I don't... There's a lot of forcing, but... At this point, is there not enough? Because there's not a lot of storms firing here. You've got this slop fest in southern Illinois. But, you know, we were looking at it earlier on mesoanalysis. I couldn't spot any clear, strong forcing. Ooh. I don't think that's really much of a hook there. I think that's really just all corruption. But we'll have to see. Give it another scan, see if something could be happening there. Yeah, the HRRR is already wrong. Classic. Classic. Yeah, see, this looks like a little area rotation with a hook here. but it's so close to the radar that I'm betting that it's corruption. And unfortunately, our terminal radar right next to these storms are down. So we don't have our terminal radar. And also, all this stuff back here, I think this is developing on the cold front down in here. So this stuff's just going to be a slop fest. This is going to be what we need to watch. Not... yeah, these are going to pose a risk for severe weather. Maybe a brief tornado risk. Maybe a strong tornado risk later in the day. But this could be our prefrontal threat that ends up doing something towards south central Missouri. And these things, too. These updrafts, too. Right now, I'm considerably... seeing if they upgraded that. I'm considerably more interested in this stuff than the PDS watch at the moment. Okay, the HRRR still initiates, but again, it's already wrong because it has stuff firing right now, actually 20 minutes ago in central to eastern Arkansas, and if we go there, there's nothing. There's some light rain that's over here moving up to the northeast, but nothing that is in central Arkansas moving up into that PDS tornado watch. And again, I think the HRRR is underdoing the environment anyways. So I think if these storms can fire and if they can be discreet, yeah. Look at that. That's an insane look right there. That is a crazy look. So that's an if, though. Which, conditional. If means conditional, because that means if they fire, if they're discreet, then they could be a strong tornado threat. Yeah, and the HRRR, I don't even know what the HRRR is doing out here in Missouri. This is all sorts of wrong. All sorts of wrong, so... yeah, if the HRRR is wrong in Missouri, Kansas, and Illinois, who's to say that it's right for the PDS watch? So I think this is going to be a very big real-time day. We're going to have to see what storms are doing in real time, what mesoanalysis is doing, what satellites doing, where storms are going, what direction they're moving. That's going to be how we're able to predict how well today's tornado threat may verify. Models seem to be doing pretty rough. Which, I mean, normally that's what you want to do anyways for any severe weather event. But using real-time data now, I could tell you eastern Arkansas is not initiating anytime soon. And if that doesn't initiate soon, then I feel like if it waits, if it initiates closer to like 5:30, that's actually more likely for a strong tornado threat. Yeah. Yeah, if this holds off on initiation, I think it's even a better risk for a strong plus tornado threat. I think if it fires now, it's over convection. Which is what the 18ZH RRR said. So the 19ZH may be a little bit more accurate in terms of the ceiling today, but it's still the HRRR. Here comes 20Z Wofus. See, these go out. This is the 1930Z Wofus. We'll see. I'm just very uncertain about it. Once I see updrafts get going and where storms are located, where they're moving and stuff like that, I could get a little bit more certain about it. But either way, that PDS Tornado Watch is probably going to verify because all we need is literally just need one strong tornado and that PDS watch verifies. So we literally just need 2 tornadoes and 1 PDS watch. So I'd be surprised if that doesn't verify. I'd be pretty surprised if it doesn't verify. Uncertain about what the timing and the amount of prefrontal storms we get in Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, and Kentucky. New watch likely to be issued across northern Arkansas. This has even into northern Mississippi, so I'm guessing this is in like this area. Right in here. Something like that. I haven't seen the graphic yet. I think storms will initiate. Yeah, no duh. They're going to initiate eventually today. There's already updrafts. Got to be a bit more specific than that. Storms are eventually going to initiate today. You're going to have a cold front that sweeps through and forces parcels up into the atmosphere. So regardless, you're going to get initiation. It's just a matter of exactly when and how much and if it's too many. Let's see here. Yeah, fun fact, updrafts forming is initiation. Dang, they're updating a lot of that. Updrafts forming is initiation, buddy. Initiation doesn't mean full-blown mothership violent tornado supercells. Yeah, that's still broad. Yeah, so I'm uncertain about initiation early is what I'm uncertain on. I know for a fact we're going to get initiation. I'm just questioning when. Golly. What are we at? 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. Who's downplaying the PDS watch? I don't think anyone's downplaying it. I'm questioning the prefrontal convection at 4 p.m. HRRR had prefrontals now, and there's none. That's what I'm questioning. I'm questioning prefrontals early. The thing is, if these prefrontals hold off, I feel like that's bad. Because if the prefrontals fire now, then that could help overconvect the warm sector. And then, yes, the PDS Tornado Watch may not be that crazy, yes. But if we hold off on convection and we wait till like 7 o'clock for convection, something like this could be realized and we could have multiple strong tornadoes. And depending on the environment, yeah, we could even get a few intense, maybe even a violent tornado, depending on the environment, if this were to occur, which would absolutely warrant a PDS tornado watch. And even if the overconvection does happen, like the 18ZH says, most likely we're still going to end up with a tornado threat in here. It's just it'd be a little bit more questioning on the risk for strong plus tornadoes. So if we get over convection, we're likely to still see tornadoes, just a little bit more of a question mark on the threat for strong tornadoes, greater than strong tornadoes. If we wait for convection, I think our risk for intense to violent tornadoes is going to go up. One or more tornado watches will be needed across Arkansas and Mississippi. Let's see. Yeah, see, I'm thinking that let's see that actually before I read this. Is that EML still in place? Because that's what's holding these storms off. And again, it's only a matter of time before we see stuff fire. But see, I'm thinking maybe this EML is stronger than the HRRR thinks, and this is going to hold stuff off until your volatile environment comes in about 2 hours or an hour and a half. Like, our environment is almost volatile, but in like 4 hours, look at that. You jump from 12 supercell composite to 28. You literally more than double in supercell composite in 4 hours. So if we hold off on convection and that EML holds, that's going to be very, very bad. And I'm thinking maybe that's what the SPC is seeing here. Maybe that's what they're seeing here, and that's why they were so confident and issued that PDS tornado watch. See, it's good to do this. It's good to question the environment, and it makes you do a more in-depth look and see the full potential of the event. See, now we know if storms fire early, that could be a bit more of an overconvection issue, and storms may not be able to produce intense tornadoes or greater. But if we hold off on convection as long as possible, eventually supercells are going to fire. Because eventually, no matter what, a cold front's coming through tonight. So it's only a matter of time before supercells fire. And the longer those storms wait to fire, more likely they're going to be inside of a volatile environment for the potential of EF3 plus tornadoes. I don't know, Indiana. I could definitely see this PDS tornado watch, much of this PDS tornado watch, even all the way back down into Little Rock, going crazy today. If this EML holds long enough, this area could be under the risk for multiple long-tracked intense tornadoes. If the EML holds long enough. And man, the 19Z HRRR definitely does that. A little bit messy, but look at all the updrafts here. And again, that also goes even up into Illinois and Indiana and Kentucky, too. So we'll have to see how many supercells fire and when. I think that's the biggest thing. How long would these storms need to hold off? For like 1 to 2 hours? Yeah, I'd say like 1 more hour, really, for that higher end potential to occur. I think storms would need to hold off till about 5:30 or so. Which so far, I mean, we're starting to get some blips now. Even if they fired now, that would still, we're still looking at a decent scenario here. Okay, here's the thing. The HRRR had overconvection being an issue, and that was if storms fired at 3 p.m. Eastern. It is 4:30. So we're already in the window for these storms to likely be significant and way more intense than what the HRRR is portraying. And that is why the SPC did a PDS tornado watch. Because they're able to recognize the HRRR is already wrong with overconvection. It's already wrong with the environment being weaker than it actually is. And I wouldn't be shocked if we get a decent probability tornado watch, maybe even borderline PDS for Arkansas too at this point. That wouldn't shock me. The only reason why I wouldn't say that is because it's a SIG 1. But if we keep holding off, I mean, look at all these supercells down here in a 5 SIG 1 or a 5 SIG 2. And the 19Z, again, the 19Z is probably still a little bit over convecting this. So I think these supercells will be even more discrete than what the HRRR is showing. Yeah, and again, these are going to be the guys we need to watch in the short term in here in southern Missouri. Yeah, I do think people are sleeping on Arkansas now. Again, look how much better the environment gets. Like, this is 3 o'clock, right? This is when the HRRR said overconvection would fire, and we would get a bit more of a sloppy supercell threat. And this is 5 o'clock, right? This is 6. This is 5 o'clock, which is way more volatile than 3 p.m. And then look at 7 o'clock, extremely more volatile. Now, we don't... If storms hold off all the way till 7 Eastern, that capping could actually start filling in. So if we don't see supercells initiate before 7, 8 p.m. Eastern time, we can start seeing a capping issue. But we should see supercells fire sometime between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern here across kind of central to northeastern Arkansas. These could be them starting too. These tiny little blips literally could be the start of our supercells. Let's see. I'm curious. That GEFS thing that I think Tracy told me to look at, that has a 15 significant tornado risk across much of Arkansas today. With the exception of extreme far western Arkansas. Almost the whole state of Arkansas, with the exception of extreme west Arkansas, is under a 15 sig on that model run. And that's definitely the ceiling today. Lake City shouldn't be. Lake City isn't. Oh. I thought Lake City was a little bit further west. Yeah, Lake City's in the PDS watch. Okay, here's this MCD. Let me go ahead and drink water real quick. All right. Monitoring for increasing severe potential. 1 or more tornado watches will eventually be needed. A few strong tornadoes, 2 to 3.5 inch hail, and roughly 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, all possible. 1 or more tornado watches will likely be needed. The current thinking is, 1 or more tornado watches will eventually be needed. I think we're going to see 1 or more tornado watches, I think, are needed. Convective and environmental trends are being monitored. Substantial capping at the base of the EML. And nebulous forcing for ascent. Nebulous, is that even a word? Casts uncertainty on the timing for storm development. See? That's what I was thinking. We don't know when storms are going to develop, but y'all, I'm telling you, as long as they develop before 8 p.m., this could go huge. I mean huge. Like literally we would have the potential for multiple intense tornadoes inside of a 5% sig 1. This could go absolutely huge if storms initiate sometime between like 5:30 and 7. Because remember, that's when your wind shear, look at your wind shear. Watch how quick this increases, right? Meh at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, meh. 5 o'clock, 30 minutes, 20 minutes from now, it's starting to get a little bit stronger. 6 o'clock, getting pretty good. 7, rapid increasing in the potential for rotating thunderstorms at 7 o'clock Eastern. 8 o'clock, it is insane. 9 o'clock, pretty much the whole state of Arkansas, except northwest Arkansas, is in a favorable environment for tornadoes. I mean, really, almost the entire state of Arkansas here is in the risk for favorable environment for tornadoes at 8, 9 p.m. You guys are starting to talk a bit more about Missouri. Let's see. Yeah, these storms could become a problem over here. I'm surprised we don't actually have any tornado warnings out for these. These actually could start becoming a problem. Look at the curvature on them. Those first 3 look really good, but this one also trying to organize. And then look at these guys too, these little blips. That west one doesn't have nearly as much curvature as what I drew for it. And same with the east one. This one has good curvature. This one, not much at all. This one has a little bit. And like I said, these, look. Look at these, man. Surprised we don't have at least 1 or 2 tornado warnings on those. Let's go check the environment on those, because aren't those like right on the boundary? They're approaching. Yeah. See, that far eastern one is approaching the best wind shear. These could definitely be a problem for St. Louis. What's our violent tornado parameter up here? Ha ha ha! Called it! Called it! That far eastern storm! Called it! That was the one I was really starting to look at. Let's go! There you go. I swear someone said Mexico, Indiana, or Missouri. Misty. Is Misty the one who said that? I think Misty is the one who called this first. Misty's the one who called this first. Look at that. Right on that volatile environment, too. Or borderline volatile environment. So, great call. Misty and Jake, I think both of you guys called it fairly early. I think Jake called it first, and then Misty also there. So, good job, Jake and Misty. And then me a little bit more. I wouldn't have looked up here if you guys didn't start calling that out. I wouldn't have looked up here, so I only got it because you two got it. But yeah, that could drop a strong tornado if that rotation's legit here. This could have strong tornado potential with it. Yeah. More I look at this, the more I agree significantly with the PDS Tornado Watch. So, it took me a little while to play catch up from what the SPC is seeing, but I finally got it. Had to play some catch up. If that actually does come to fruition, though, Arkansas is going to verify definitely more as a moderate and a whole lot less of a slight risk. It could be a shocking evening for Arkansas. If surface observations end up being correct and what I think's going to happen could actually happen. Jake, I believe things fired too far north. I believe our warm sector, our volatile warm sector, stayed in northern Oklahoma, and our main storms were actually in Kansas. From what I saw before I logged off, our main warm sector stayed to the south. PDS severe in Michigan. Let me see how this looks. Whoa. What the heck is going on here? What is that? That is like 80-mile-an-hour winds right there. That's got to be something to do with your jet stream. Has to be something to do with your jet stream there. Because that's right where your... Let me see. It's not right where your greatest negatively tilted trough is. I thought the main negative part was a little bit more up in here, which would angle it more towards that region. Yeah, how does that work? I have a feeling it's got to be something to do with like your lower level jet. But that's crazy. Definitely 60 to 80-mile-an-hour winds across this area in Michigan. Yeah, like Caleb said, wouldn't be shocked to see this go PDS for 80-mile-an-hour winds there. Could be very destructive wind speeds. Oh yeah, look at this thing cranking. This thing is cranking here in Missouri, Mexico, Missouri. Absolutely cranking. And again, this is moving into our volatile environment. That is moving into our volatile environment. I have a satellite opened up in Arkansas, but not radar. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of blips here. We'll see if any of the blips fizzle out. It looks like they keep fizzling out. But I think that will change once we get closer to 5:30 Eastern. Now, if they keep fizzling out all the way till 8 o'clock, thank goodness. But I don't think that will be the case. Yeah, I was going to point that area out too. At first, thought it was side lobe, but... yeah, this might be a little bit of side lobe contamination here, but this storm is following in the exact path of the supercell that's probably trying to produce a strong tornado here in Mexico, Missouri. This is our first very concerning 2 supercells here in Missouri. Both of these very, very concerning lead supercells going into a volatile environment. Only thing that can really diminish these storms' tornado potential is if they cluster up too much. If they cluster up too much, that can really decrease their tornado potential. A fun fact, a lot of storm chasers are actually going into the PDS tornado watch now. Most of our chasers were up here in this vicinity, especially in St. Louis, and a lot of them are taking this interstate, I-55. They're taking it south into eastern Arkansas. So that should give you an idea that chasers are starting to think northeast Arkansas could go big. The question is, how soon? Because if you're a chaser, you're definitely questioning, Are storms going to fire in the day here, or are they going to, like, start to fire in the day, and then once we get towards sunset in the early overnight hours, that's when they actually become severe and tornadic? So you gotta kind of think, do you target eastern Arkansas, which could be a nocturnal threat, or do you target more into Missouri, which is definitely a daytime threat, at least right now? That actually might not be too much side lobe there. This could be a low precipitation hook right in there. Right in there. So watch that in Murray. Missouri easily could produce a tornado. This one in Mexico, Missouri, not as much rotation there, but still a great looking supercell. Fort Wayne, Indiana. Maybe some isolated severe storms late tonight. But most likely nothing notable. You're in a slight risk, though, so you are definitely in the risk for damaging winds of 60, 65 miles per hour. That's crazy. Still 70 to 80 mile an hour winds ongoing west of Battle Creek associated with light rain in Michigan. Yeah, I can't wait for this meso analysis in 20 minutes. My word. I want to see this meso analysis. I want to see how volatile our environment's getting today. Again, I think I consider this, I believe this is volatile in my opinion. I think this is a volatile environment in my personal opinion. Everybody's going to have their own opinion on a volatile environment, but maybe not enough lower level curvature there. Maybe a little bit further east is a bit more volatile. You don't have very sharp curving hodographs here. It's right on that boundary too. That's why it's showing up with good violent tornado parameter numbers. It's on the edge of the warm sector. Oh no, that's volatile. 233. Yeah, that's volatile, man. 233 0 to 1 kilometer SRH, 275 0 to 3 kilometer SRH, 3,000 surface-based instability, 9 violent tornado parameter, and I believe that is 8 supercell composite. So, or no, 12 supercell composite. 12 supercell composite, 9 violent tornado parameter, 3,000 plus instability, and 200 plus wind shear in both the 0 to 1 kilometer and 0 to 3 kilometer. And 73 temperatures, 70 dews. Oh my word. Yeah, this is very much a volatile environment. And 7 lower level lapse rates too. 7 mid-level lapse rates as well. So this storm has a lot working for it. One of these storms definitely going to end up becoming a strong tornado threat. At least that's what it looks like. Let's see here. Yeah, we're going to keep watching both of these very, very closely. Looks like they're probably going to drop this tornado warning northeast of St. Louis in 7 minutes. It's probably trying to recycle. One of these are likely going to end up becoming a big problem, so we're going to have to watch these as they recycle. Seriously wondering what's Up with that St. Louis cell. Not doing none. uh, it's about to go completely elevated in a dead thermodynamic environment. You've got great kinematics, S tier kinematics, but F tier, F tier thermodynamics. If it was a little bit further to the west, it probably would be going big. But that thing's about to be elevated to space. Thing's about to be mega elevated. Let's see here. That's crazy. How concerning is today from 1 to 10? I'd say the thing that makes it uncertain is the supercell development in the open worm sector. I would put it at like a 7.58 because of the concern for that open worm sector development. The thing is, we are trending in a way where I could see this at like a 9.5 to me. So I would say 8 is probably playing it safe for how concerned I am. But like, if we get development in Arkansas near 7, that's going to jump to like a 9.5. To where I literally think it could potentially verify as a SIG 3 high risk. I literally think if those supercells fire in this area, it literally could verify as like a SIG 3 high. But the question is if. So that's why concerning, I'd say 8. 8 out of 10 concern for today. But if, like I said, if it looks like those storms are going to get going here in an hour or so in Arkansas and those areas, that's going to jump quick to a 9, 9.5. Yeah, we did just get a violent potential MCD out here across in much of our tornado watch in Missouri. So that's going to include St. Louis, as well as including Lucy, south of St. Louis. Man. All right, we got the new HRRR coming in here. I got a tweet lined up on Twitter here if this surface analysis is actually going to potentially pan out. I'm going to wait till 4:30 to probably post it just to see how this HRRR shows and how Meso shows. Morning convection still inhibited today from being an extraordinarily it's 5. Oh my word. Yeah, not 4:30, 5:30, my bad. morning convection is still inhibited today from being like an extraordinarily widespread outbreak. It could have been from like literally southeastern Minnesota through Iowa, through Missouri, all the way down to Texas. Like this entire area could have been at risk for strong tornadoes today. And even larger than that if that morning convection didn't happen. And now we're more towards this area in here. So I still think, here's the thing. Morning convection limited the widespread impact of this outbreak, but it is most likely still going to be a big time outbreak. Just not over as many states as what it could have been. Another potential for a violent tornado threat in southern Illinois. So we just got, that's our third violent MCD of the day. Let's see. Expected discrete storm mode will favor an increasing risk for supercells capable of producing strong to intense tornadoes and very large hail damaging winds over the next couple hours. Let me show you the previous violent MCD first, since that one should be completely in now. So here's the one I just read was for southern Illinois. This is the one for central Missouri into west central Illinois. Increasing risk for all severe hazards this afternoon and evening. Greatest threat through 7 Eastern is going to be focused right near the St. Louis Metro. Wait, guys, but I thought the outflow boundary was supposed to kill the threat up here. Why do we have a tornado warning in an area that, is supposed to be killed by the outflow boundary? The pink area is roughly where an outflow boundary used to be, and it's kind of still dead and decayed. But I thought the outflow boundary was supposed to bust today. The storm chaser said it was cooked. Let's see here. Yeah, so that, and they highlight the whole watch by, like, most of the watch, not the whole watch. This is the entire MCD right here. So this entire area is highlighted for the potential of an intense to violent tornado. But the main area they really, really highlight is up here. Yeah, some storm chasers got that TikTok type, what is it called? Attention span. That's what they have. That TikTok type attention span, where if storms aren't going crazy by 1 o'clock, they scroll on to the next severe threat. They ain't gonna wait. Let's go ahead. There's the other violent MCD. Western Kentucky, Southern Illinois, Eastern Missouri. And look at these photographs. The problem is the thermodynamics. The thermodynamics aren't meeting up with the kinematics. And that's resulting in a slightly more uncertain tornado threat today. But if those do meet, it's big old kaboom. So that's why we're, I mean, literally. There's your thermodynamics. And there's your surface to 3 kilometer wind shear. So they're misaligned, but they're starting to meet. And when that lower level jet increases in 2 hours, the kinematic environment is going to increase across the entire open warm sector. You could see that in 4 hours. Look in 4 hours how that environment spreads rapidly off to the west-southwest as that lower level jet increases. So if storms were firing right now in Arkansas, once again, I would think that tornado threat is a little less across the PDS Tornado Watch, but they still aren't going crazy. We've got one updraft in southwest Arkansas that actually is not even really doing much anymore. So this EML could make today absolutely insane. gracious day. Holy crap. Wowza. Golly. Yeah, they probably should have pulled that moderate back off to the south with the PDS watch. I'm not gonna lie. That probably would have been a good idea. That probably would have been a good idea looking at this. Yeah, I think the HRRR is finally getting a grasp on the EML now. Although I still don't think it has a full grasp on it because it still fires storms in 5 minutes. Or, actually, I mean 5 minutes ago. It fires storms 5 minutes ago at 21Z. So, we should start looking for initiation now. We should see initiation now within the next 2 hours. Once again, within the next 2 hours. If storms aren't initiating very well by 7 o'clock, we could start looking at a significant downtrend. So they've only got, yeah, not a long window, yeah, 100. Yeah, it is 100. Yeah, 100 and what, 16-minute window, 115-minute window now for these storms to go crazy. That's by the time they got a fire. That's the thing. They got a fire within that time frame. They don't have to be tornado-warned supercells before 7 o'clock. They have to fire before 7 o'clock. They have 115 minutes to fire, not to become tornado-warned. They just got to form within that time frame. That rough time frame. These two storms, not a lot of rotation. They're still not in the best kinematic environment. However, that should change over the next hour. So I'd assume that this risk is going to be continuing to increase here. Now I'm curious, y'all. The SPC is holding off on tornado watches down here. Are they thinking, you know, this potential, you know, we're not over-convecting. We're barely seeing updrafts, and we know that this is going to be a considerable volatile environment here in about 2.5, 3 hours. So I'm wondering if they may be considering a high-end tornado watch or a PDS tornado watch out here. There's our first considerable on our prefrontals. They fired a little bit messy, but we'll see if those can organize out a bit of that messiness. Let's see here. If they do another PDS watch, which I don't think they will, but it could be at least a good probability watch, it would probably be for northern Mississippi back into central Arkansas. There's a bit more uncertainty on development back up in here. As you can see from the HRRR, a little bit more uncertainty there, but not as much uncertainty here. Not as much, or more uncertainty up here, less uncertainty down here. Let's see. Let's go back to NATOcast. I want to go to NATOcast and see if that changed. Watch it just downtrended for everything. No, it didn't. It actually extended the hatched 10% further to the east and added a secondary 15%. Still has a 5% across Arkansas. Not very confident in that prefrontal crazy threat down here from NATO cast. So, it's hard to say. Here goes Wophus. Wophus should start showing... Oh, there you go. Still not very widespread supercell development, but quite a few of these Wophus runs are starting to show a bit more supercell development than what they once were. We'll have to see how much more those Wophus runs end up uptrending or not. Oh, CSU extended the risk. Let's see. Sure did. Look at the Tor probs. Watch. 15% in Western Tennessee. And that goes all the way to Central Arkansas on the newer one. So CSU definitely expanded those probs. For sure. That is a big shift to the southwest. Yeah, that leads supercell. It's going to be heading into that very volatile environment here. We almost got our new one in here. Yeah, the EML can help today go crazy, or the EML can help underperform today. We'll see. Let's see here. Okay. So we're going to continue to, once again, watch this storm here as it heads towards Bowling Green in eastern Missouri. Oh, you're in that, Misty? It's got some high potential with it. It definitely could try to produce a strong tornado here soon. So yeah, definitely go to your safe spot. I'd say that storm is our most concerning storm right now because it's the leading supercell in this slop fest, and it's heading to that very volatile environment. We're gonna refresh again. Ooh, look at that. That volatile environment did shift a little bit further south on this new meso-analysis, so not as far north as into that supercell. But it's right on the edge of where that leading supercell is. And then look at Arkansas, man. Arkansas is gearing up. 9 VTP, 10, 9, 9, 10 down here just off your screen, 9 there too. I mean, the Southern risk is gearing up like crazy. But the question is, does that EML erode or not? It's not very strong. It's not very strong. It shouldn't take a lot of forcing to erode that at all. And look at that. You're up to 75 dew points, too. 75 dew points. And yep, you're at widespread 6+ lapse rates, too. In the lower levels. There's the shortwave back in Oklahoma that could add some more forcing for ascent later tonight. So we'll see. We will see. It all depends on if these storms start firing, y'all. There is a chance our EML wins and nothing fires for prefrontals. Although that is a small chance, there is a chance for that. And you could see there's your main supercells right there on your updraft tracks. The southern southwest end of that PDS tornado watch, and even into southern Arkansas. And then there's your updraft tracks for your northern risk. Crazy up there. But a lot of that is going to be hail and wind. Only a bit of that. Gracious day. You know what? That reminds me of a very specific model run from last year that I remember vividly over St. Louis. That is something. Dang. And that'd be right about 7, right around 7 Central. And that'd be from probably these storms here moving into that very favorable environment. I don't know, man. Arkansas is some big time boomer bust potential down there in Arkansas. Big time boomer bust down there. My SPC side disappeared. There it is. Imagine that was like an emergency update and they just went like high risk. Imagine that. My SPC side above my, at the top left corner, the overlay goes out, refresh it, and there's just, boom, high risk. That'd be wild. Yeah, I don't know, about the risk in Arkansas. It all comes down to if storms can fire once again. And I mean, it's not that it's not unprobable. Definitely could see these updrafts become stronger and become a big problem. But also want to acknowledge there's the dead end opposite of this threat, which is those updrafts never get going because of the email and the warm nose. Still an area rotation here, going towards Curryville, in Bowling Green, and just north of Middletown in Missouri, north of Martinsburg. So just be in your safe spot there. The SBC can make an emergency update, but it's very, very rare, and they don't do it often at all. They don't do it often at all. Let's see here. North of Jefferson City. Jefferson City, this guy. A little bit more clustered there. I'm a little bit more concerned for these storms. I mean, yeah, I do see that. Really, any of these storms, honestly. Any and all of these storms moving to the east-northeast. All of those. Satellite just looks like an outbreak. Let's go check that again. Yeah, it does. It definitely does. For sure. And notice how your open warm sector is just not doing anything right now. We got a tiny little updraft right up there, but that guy's been hanging on for dear life, not doing too hot. That's this right out in there. South Central Illinois. I have a feeling Arkansas will eventually fire. If it doesn't fire with the prefrontal open warm sector development, it would fire with the cold front dry line. But it seems like that southern risk in Arkansas is a little bit conditional. But still seems very, if things fire, very significant. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see what things look like at 7 Eastern. Things could start going off as any second. I mean, we have little updrafts. They're just not surviving because they're not robust updrafts. Still area of rotation here in East Central Missouri. On that tornado warning, just make sure you're in your safe spot. You will be good. Arkansas can literally do a borderline high risk or nothing. Yup. Literally. Literally. All right. I'm going to take a very quick break because I don't want to leave y'all too long. Haven't been up in almost 4 hours. I will be back in just a few more minutes. Give me just like 1 minute. I'll be right back. All right. I am back. Apologies, but I really need to get up. You should have heard my knees pop when I got up. That was wild. Make sure you're getting up every, preferably every few minutes, but yeah, at least once an hour. Not like me. Once every 4 hours. That's not good. Let's see what we have. Let's see. I want to go to the RRFSA. This could be a very bad decision. We're about to find out. 19Z. Oh my. Well, there you go. Golly. 90 sig 5 tour inbound. Everything's just going to be discreet today. Look at that. That's crazy. And somehow people think that's better than the HRRR. I mean, I know the HRRR is not great, but at least it ain't that model. Like, that's just dumb. That's like Twitter's favorite model run right there. Gotta be. They could just do a bunch of engagement bait with it. Our FSA pretty much wants like a super outbreak with literally any type of moderate risk caliber event. It just does that. That's crazy. All right, we'll continue to watch this storm. It might be getting a little bit too far north of that volatile environment as it's heading towards Bowling Green in East Central Missouri. Might be getting just a little bit too far of that most favorable environment. But still going to pose a notable tornado threat for a while here. I'm seeing a little bit better updrafts in southern Arkansas on water vapor imagery. See this area right here. A little bit better. Maybe starting to get a little bit better up here too. Just some little areas to watch for initiation here in the next hour. It's going to be a close one. It's going to be a close one between these storms. There's like a very narrow wall between these storms becoming insane and just not even doing anything. I mean, I couldn't imagine a scenario where like nothing happens. Like that would actually be a PDS Tornado Watch full-blown bust. Because like even the NAM 3K had storms firing at 4 o'clock. And then the NAM does this. Like what is that? Always can count on the NAM to throw out the most absurd things in history. I would say, I don't know, maybe not as bad as the RFSA though. The NAM always throws out a line, and the RFSA always throws out a super outbreak. Winds are howling here in Columbia, Tennessee. Yep. Let me see. I want to see exactly where that is, because that's probably your lower level jet. Ooh, you're right. Just a few counties away from that PDS Tornado Watch. Not very far from it. But yeah, I imagine that's going to be where your strong jet stream is. 40 knot lower level jet. The later, like I said, there's no balance here. We've definitely gotten into the window where if things can fire, they're likely to be semi-discreet to discreet and a huge tornado threat. But now the question is, does anything fire in the next hour and a half? We went from possibly too many storms to not enough storms. Just a reminder how we have like not even touched the 15 sig today. So just before anybody starts calling it a bust, we have not even touched the 15 sig tour today. Concerning that nothing is fired in my area, Uh, I mean, here's the thing. Nothing fired in your area, so there's nothing to take advantage of that environment and try to produce intense tornadoes. But the bad news is there's also storms like this that are firing along that dry line that are going to be heading your general direction here. And those could pose a much more significant tornado threat since there's not as much storms taking up the environment out there in Missouri. So I wouldn't say, yeah, it's kind of like a balance here because you didn't see you haven't seen the slightly earlier tornado threat with prefrontal supercells, but you also didn't see it. So that means that the environment's more favorable for what should have been the second round, but is now, the first round. So it's kind of like a good thing and a bad thing. Hello, Kaylee. Glad to see you in here. I made Lucy a mod for now. I may just keep her as a mod so that way she just never gets storms again. Long story, yep. For now, yeah. I mean, I may take it away in 40 years so that way you can get some storms again. Maybe 50 years. Depends when I feel like it. Yeah, people are starting to mention more and more of Arkansas and Missouri now. Let's go to the WOFUS again. Let's see if the WOFUS is a little bit more confident now. Now that it's kind of handling convection a little bit better. Okay, so why does every WOFUS run have a storm in southwestern Arkansas? Like, look at that. Every single one has it in southwestern Arkansas. But see how greatly these vary from convection? So it's really just a big time nowcast game. Gracious day, look at WOFUS 9 and 10 for Missouri. Wow. Some of these are impressive, others are not so much. So big time convecutive evolution uncertainty today. And then look at that environment, man. Just a very potent environment around and south of St. Louis. Really, really starting now. Just crazy. And this is the paintball here for your reflectivity. And you can see the conditional risk back here inside. Again, your PDS watch, low-key kind of a conditional risk here. And Arkansas, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi. And then you could see your main moderate risk worthy event right there. This is for 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central. Not a very favorable environment in northern Mississippi today. I mean, you still have 16 supercell composite. Actually, wow. Yeah, it's the lower level wind shear that's not very, very favorable out there. But pretty favorable. You think my area should have gotten a PDS watch? Don't get too caught up in the watch. I mean, you were only a 20% strong tornado threat off of a PDS watch. But yeah, it's borderline. It's borderline. I wouldn't have been surprised if they issued a PDS watch, and I'm not surprised that they didn't. But I don't think it's one of those events where I think like 100% they should have gone a PDS watch out there. Ooh, not even in the tornado watch area, by the way. Ah, I see we're doing this again. Remember that tornado warning yesterday? We literally had like a 5-minute tornado warning. They issued it for like 30 or 45 minutes. And then 5 minutes after they issued it, they completely canceled it. But yeah, I crazy rotation right here, man. I mean, just never seen rotation like that before. Can't believe that's not like a warning over Tori right now. But I mean, this storm being more realistic, it may be capable of producing a very brief, weak tornado. So get to your safe spot. But I mean, that's just like the most weakest area of rotation I've seen in a tornado warning. 7,000 feet up, by the way. And guess what, Caleb? Guess what? Guess what? If it don't show strong rotation 7,000 feet up, there's an extraordinarily high chance there's not strong rotation in the lower levels. So I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with this. You know, we do have such high wind shear here. We have crazy wind shear in this area. It's right on that edge of like 250 plus 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. So, I mean, still being your safe spot, you know, even though the warning, yeah, it doesn't look like a strong area of rotation. Today's not the type of day to fool around with tornado warnings. Not the type of day you want to be messing with any tornado warnings. Oh my goodness. We've got still the same 3 updrafts we've had forever. Still there. I'm seeing a lot more little updrafts here. They're not crazy, but they are little updrafts. And I imagine most of those updrafts are right on the edge of this area, right in here. That's probably where a good chunk of them are. You can see your dry line trying to still initiate out there in Oklahoma. Successfully initiated in southwest Missouri. What are the chances I see a Tor warning? Man, I don't know. Not very high because you're a mod. So not very high. Still want to be in your safe spot. If you're in Bowling Green in eastern Missouri and Curryville, not a very crazy area of rotation, but they are continuing that tornado warning, and it is still very much capable of producing a tornado, just not a very, very crazy area of rotation. Am I going to end up a QLCS kind of situation? It's possible that storms grow upscale by the time they get to you. But even if they do, it's going to be more of an embedded QLCS tornado threat where you're not looking at tornadoes embedded inside of the line. You're really looking at embedded strong supercells inside of the line. So it would be like a QLCS, but crazier. Yeah, probably a more clustered storm mode. That's what we've been talking about, is more of a semi-discrete to clustered storm mode today. Not really going full linear until well after dark, but not full discrete either. But you know, some of these storms are trying their best to be full discrete. It just ain't working very well for them. Sun is out in Cycton, Missouri. Let's see. Oh, yeah. It's definitely going to be out over there. You're in the middle of that PDS tornado watch. Very dangerous situation could unfold around that vicinity. May not be directly for your town, but could be in that vicinity. We got a new tornado watch for several tornadoes likely up here. Several tornadoes likely, a couple intense tornadoes likely. That's fairly strong wording. Pretty strong wording right there. I wonder what probabilities that is. Not an expansion, Caleb, a new watch, actually. Let me see. Lucky's texted me about our day 3 marginal. See, me and Lucky get hyped up about a marginal. Over here in the Midwest and in the central U.S., it takes like a high risk for you guys to start really worrying about the severe potential. We start getting worried about it and start wanting to chase it when it becomes a marginal. Y'all are used to these, marginal slights and hants. Those are like nothing for y'all. This moderate risk, that definitely does raise a lot more concern. But it's the high risks that really get the attention of people out here. A marginal is basically a moderate for NC. Yep. And a moderate is basically a marginal. If you get a moderate in North Carolina, you might as well turn right back to where you came from. Go right back home, man, because ain't nothing going to happen. How's it looking right now? I mean, it's looking. Pretty conditional risk for the intense tornado threat thus far, but we're just now starting to get into that really good environment. And you can see that very favorable environment here. Still well away from these discrete supercells, which is why they're not being tornadic yet. Welcome in, Brooklyn. Glad to see you in here. Yep, Lucy's a mod. I gave her mod so she won't get anything today. That's the idea behind it. She don't know if she wants to be happy or not happy. Because it's like, yay, I'm mod, but now I'm not going to get any storms because it's a mod dome. The mod domes have worked so well, too. Only very few times do they actually break. But who knows? Maybe it's the first day you're a mod, it actually breaks. I would have so many more mods, but I don't want to turn my whole chat into blue shields. Let's see. Southwest of Little Rock, maybe a legit updraft now. Legit updrafts. Maybe. Maybe. Hello, Otter. Glad to see you in here. I just call you Otter, even though it's Ot XRWX. Caps winning so far. Like I said, don't really have much of a concern about Storm's not firing down there until we get to 7 o'clock. So, like, if we're not seeing any good updrafts an hour from now, we could start really thinking maybe the Cap's going to win today. I've been in nothing above a marginal this whole time, but today I'm in a slight. You could get a little something late tonight. Depends how messy it gets tonight. It just depends on how many storms end up firing, how slop fested it gets. Because right now the 19Z and the 20Z HRRR have it being pretty sloppy for you. Here's the RFSA 20Z. And look at that. It fires in Arkansas closer to about 6 o'clock. Between 6:30 Eastern. It really explodes out there. Look at, man, if this is happening at 6 p.m., oh my word. 15 minutes. We go from this with like nothing in the open warm sector to just Supercell mayhem. We could wake up to a historic event. Yeah, if you go to sleep for like 30 minutes. There's a few little updrafts out here that we'll need to monitor. Just to see what, if any of them could really hold and intensify. So far, that hasn't been the case. We haven't seen much holding updrafts that are able to intensify today. At least in the open warm sector. It's still a good area of rotation right over Bowling Green. It's about to get a cell merge. I wonder if this cell merge could increase its tornado potential here in about 10-15 minutes as it goes to Louisiana, Missouri. What is we got Mexico, Missouri, and Louisiana, Missouri. Like, what? What's next? Illinois, Missouri? Like, why is this happening? Mexico, Missouri, and Illinois probably going to be next. Nevada, Missouri, too. Nevada, Missouri, Louisiana, Missouri, Mexico, Missouri, and I bet we could probably find an Illinois, Missouri, too. Missouri, Missouri. Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me if there's a Missouri, Missouri. Yawn. Let's see here. Yeah, the MCD for the potential of one or more tornado watches out there in Arkansas, that expires at, gracious day, I can't find it, 7 o'clock. So we should get a watch probably, I imagine they're going to wait until about 7 o'clock for that watch to be issued, about an hour and 10 minutes. No, Lucy's dead right with that graph that she posted on Twitter. Like, today's literally been, we're so back, it's over, so back, it's over, so back, it's over. Like, today's literally just been a roller coaster of emotions for chasers. Our FSA for you. enjoy Supercell right over your house at 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central. It's about an hour and 12 minutes. Somehow, though, it's going to split over your house. So much for Mod Dome. That's a model run. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Mod Dome is going to hold. Let's see here. Yeah, so we're still seeing rapid development right off of our dry line here. These storms down here have not yet gotten into that favorable environment. These storms have back up in here. So these storms will remain a low-end tornado risk, mid-tier severe risk, until about an hour from now when they get closer to south central, southeastern Missouri. What was the probability on... Am I tripping, or do we not have an 80-60 prob over here? What? 17 minutes ago, 80-60 tornado watch. Am I tripping, or is that new? That's got to be new. 80-60 tornado watch for central Illinois. Central to southern Illinois. That's crazy. I feel like that, that's new. Really don't think that that's been there the whole time, unless I missed it. Let me see. It would be 163. Yeah. Yep, it was. It was issued, what is that? 11 minutes ago? Yeah. 11 minutes ago. This area, like right in here, is under that 60 or 80-60 tornado watch. Yeah, that was issued about 11 minutes ago. My mod dome failed at 1 a.m. last night with CG outside my window. Man, I haven't even seen my first lightning strike of 2026 yet. I don't believe. I've heard thunder. I've heard thunder and seen a flash of lightning, but not actually a lightning bolt. Man, I need to move to, like, Arkansas. I really do. Need to get out of here. Initiation in Arkansas. Yeah, you're right. Dude, we have storms in Arkansas. Look at them. They're up here. Bentonville, Arkansas. We technically have initiation in Arkansas. The EML is not holding. Not where the intense plus tornado threat would be, but there you go. Yes, it is Arkansas, Caden. I was being genuine. It is initiation in Arkansas. This year I've been in 2 severe warnings, 4 severe watches, and 5 tornado watches. I've been in 1 tornado watch that was actually, I believe, an 80-60 tornado watch somehow. And was an absolute underperformance. Like, insane underperformance. But it depends because my house got under 2 severes whilst I was gone, and a tornado warning that ended up later being confirmed as a tornado whilst I wasn't there. I've been under, I'm not going to lie, storm chasing. I've been under countless severes, but none of them have actually been like really, really that good storm chasing wise. Most of them haven't even had lightning. Have you ever been inside a PDS watch? I believe I barely got into the PDS tornado watch on April 16th, 2011. I believe I was barely in that by one county. Like, my county was where that watch ended. Ah, here. I was like, where? I was 6 years old. Actually, no, I was 5 years old at the time. I was 5 years old. I don't even remember that day at all. You probably weren't even born yet. Half the people in my chat probably weren't even born in 2011. Sam wasn't. I was 1. Okay. That's crazy. Yeah, they tornado warned this storm, even though it looks outflow dominant right now. Looks like it's going to try to pick up in rotation here. Southwest of Bowling Green. Oh, great. Born in 1998. Hey, you got to live through 2011, one of the craziest years for severe weather. And probably actually have memory of it. Like I said, most of us in the chat, yeah, most of you guys were barely even had a conscience. Or weren't even born. 2009, 2007. Little bro. Okay. I'm older than you, buddy. Bunch of kids in here stole their mom's phone, probably. Yep. Yep. See, that's how I was too. I mean, I was, like I said, 5 years old, so I wasn't even close to into meteorology by then. But even if I was, I wouldn't have realized how big it was until probably years later. Right, low area of rotation back up here in Jefferson City. Definitely want to be in your safe spot. Kayla, you were born in 2000? Dang. Dang. I'm just kidding. My older sister was born in 2002. Wait. I suppose around there. The one that lives in central Alabama near Birmingham. She's not actually in Birmingham Metro, but I'm not going to tell you where she is around Birmingham because I ain't trying to dox nobody. Man, Ryan, Arkansas? Is it around here? Oh. I mean, like I said, they're little tiny updrafts, but they're not really mature, big updrafts. That one's not bad, though. That one's not bad. 12, 13,000 feet? That's not bad. That might be... Let's see if that's good enough to survive. Here comes the 21Z HRRR. And look at it. It keeps pushing back. The 18Z said stuff was going to be firing at 4. 19Z said stuff was going to be firing at 5. 20Z said stuff was going to be firing at 6. 21Z says things are going to be firing at 6. It keeps pushing back later and later and later until eventually the thread is a bust. Classic HRRR. Wait and see. I think the HRRR finally has a chance to be correct with things actually starting to fire now over the next hour. I think this is our most probable time for initiation, from 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. That's a really good area of rotation, just far from the radar, so I can't tell if anything strong's trying to drop there north of Jefferson City, northwest Jefferson City. Turning 17 this year, still unemployed. Mom gets angrily by the day. I wonder if that's even a word. Angrily? What the heck does that mean? Angrily. Ain't no way that's a word, bro. Alright, let's see the rest of this run. Now, most of the storms that fire are barely either inside or outside of that tornado watch. PDS tornado watch. I'd imagine we're going to get a watch here probably near the top of the hour. V, welcome in. Well, hopefully your daughter feels a lot better, V. I definitely hate to hear that. In terms of your severe weather potential here, really, there's an isolated threat for some severe weather towards 8 o'clock Eastern, but your main risk will be tonight. Unfortunately, not a one-and-done ordeal. Your main risk will probably be closer to 11 o'clock tonight. The main threat is a brief tornado, 70-mile-an-hour winds, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. The wind threat's the biggest problem. And then maybe some hailstones up to about half-inch in diameter. Not a very big hail threat. So main threat is... That's EDS. Wonder when that happened. But the main threat is damaging winds, followed by tornadoes and then hail. So do watch out for a brief tornado and 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Pretty late tonight. Some isolated wind gusts could be possible with these storms as they head up your way in about 2 hours, and then also tonight towards 11. So at least 2 rounds of severe weather, and then moderate rain through much of the rest of the day into the overnight hours too. Until finally that front passes you. You know, let's see. When does it pass you? Finally gets past you about 1, probably closer to 2 a.m., 1, 2 a.m. Eastern. And then you're completely in the clear. And then you got to do it all over again tomorrow. Nah, just kidding. Just some light rain tomorrow. Tomorrow night, light rain. Wednesday, light rain. Okay, see, now why is the HRRR going to start freaking hyping up Wednesday to get me thinking that I'm going to be storm chasing? Like, what is this, Nam? What is that? Bruh. Ain't no way. Not gonna happen. PDS Tor sounding almost over my house. Yeah, right. I gotta share it to Lucky. You already know. That's crazy. Is this my last round of tornadic storms? Uh, Probably after you get fully past this. There's another tornado warned storm heading right for you. But after you get past that, I think you will be in the clear. Do you think the tornado threat is actually there? Unfortunately, I do. I do think there is a risk for a brief tornado somewhere in central Indiana very late tonight. Hopefully, things are a bit more sloppy. It depends how long this line lasts. It shouldn't last too far into Indiana, so hopefully it breaks apart on the border of Illinois and Indiana at about 10 o'clock tonight, and then it's a lot weaker by the time it gets to you. But there definitely is a risk for a brief tornado mixed in with the storms there. But the good news is the chance for a strong tornado or anything like a strong to intense tornado, very, very low in central Indiana. You never even get close to the red volatile environment, the red and pink there. Never even gets close to Indiana. The only place that is in Indiana is far southwest Indiana. This looks very bad, though. This looks horrific. At 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. Be a huge threat for all hazards right there. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That's crazy. Also, still think that they probably should go Sig 1 wind, probably. With that wind threat. Well, we got a little storm out here southeast of Little Rock, Arkansas. Trying its hardest. Trying its absolute hardest to get through that capping at 17,000 feet now. It's trying its absolute hardest. This is the best updraft we have seen so far in the state of Arkansas. In the last few hours. I don't know if we had some better updrafts in northeast Arkansas, but especially in this area, this is the first real updraft we've started to see. So, we'll see if that starts to really intensify or if it just dies right back out. Could go either way. Let's see. Not what's up adding me in that literally as I got the notification of it. That's crazy. What's up? I don't know if you're in the chat, but you added me in a tweet. I literally opened it, and then the first comment I saw was me being added in it. Is today a bust? Sure. Sure. The main event started 7 minutes ago, but sure. Main events from now till 10, and maybe even a little later. Maybe from now till 11 Eastern. Sweet, you are here. Initiation in Texas. What part of Texas? Oh, okay. Yeah, you have fun with that. Have fun chasing that, Caden. The problem with chasing in Texas is the state is so freaking big. You'll be like, yay, I get a chase in my home state of Texas. And then you got to go 4 hours for the nearest severe threat and not even leave the state of Texas. That state is so huge. Great state to live in, though, for severe weather potential. Especially if you're, you know, in the middle of the state, because I don't really see the far southwest side. No, I can remember severe weather anywhere in the state of Texas. I remember severe weather in Houston, San Antonio, West, Southwest Texas, the Panhandle, Dallas. Yeah, but you could also drive 90 miles per hour on the highway, so it balances. Okay, that's valid. That's valid. I forgot y'all's speed limit is 90. I think our max speed limit is 70 or 75 over here. All right, we just got our new meso-analysis here. Still looking strong. Still a really, really good environment. And I think this is, yeah, this is now our main volatile environments arrived out here. So from here on out, we just get absurdly more volatile. And then eventually, about 2 hours from now, 4 hours, roughly about 8 to 10 p.m., that's when our environment peaks. And then 11 o'clock, midnight, our threat starts going down quickly. But yeah, you could see not a very strong EML here at all. This should erode imminently in like the next hour or two. And let's check Missouri. Golly. Yo, you're cooked, Lucy. That looks like it's right over St. Louis, too. Talk about a bullseye. Holy crap. 18 violent tornado parameter? What the heck happened? How is it so violent over there? What did I miss? Oh my goodness, it's the wind shear. Wind shear pushed back. The wind shear is increasing a lot. Look at that photograph. 18 violent tornado parameter over here. Almost. There is almost more violent tornado parameter in here than there is supercell composite. That is absurd. There is 20 supercell composite and 18 violent tornado parameter. That is crazy. Wow. Very, very wild. So, yeah, once storms get into that environment, once these storms that have fired in the dry line, if they could survive that long and get in that environment, that could be a big time threat. Very big time threat. How did I miss a 3.5-inch hail report? Wow. That's crazy. 45 minutes ago. I need to observe sounding ASAP. Yeah, get a special weather balloon from St. Louis any second. I wish. Very high chance they won't. Alright, let's go see our little blip down here in Arkansas. Little blip that can try. Yeah. But just like we were discussing earlier in the live stream, man, a very volatile parameter space in Arkansas, only going to get more volatile. And it all comes down to just if something fires. And, you know, we already have that one updraft, and I think we will see more updrafts here in the next hour or so, and that will probably warrant a tornado watch across a good chunk of Arkansas and northern Mississippi here, probably within the hour. But yeah, friendly reminder, we are still not in the 15 sig tornado risk. So we'll continue to monitor our severe weather threat. And just remember that this event, the main event, is barely just started. Thank you, Storm Dakota, for the $1 donation. Appreciate it. Appreciate that. Glad to see you back in the stream. Ooh, another thing I want to look at here. Hodograph map. Look at the photographs around St. Louis, man. Look at those, dude. They're absolutely insane. You can see the ones in Arkansas are starting up. They're starting to get better. But man, the ones around St. Louis vicinity, gracious day. Absolutely crazy. Crazy photographs. Wild, violent tornado parameter, dude. Again, these storms that have fired along the dry line aren't even in that most volatile environment. So give it till about 8 Eastern, hour 45 minutes, and we should start seeing a whole lot more tornadic activity. Let's see. I went on Twitter. First thing I see is people calling this, saying it's probably going to be a bust. That didn't take long. I don't know, though. About that PDS watch, I still think it's going to verify easily. You don't call something a bust before it ends. You reserve it for when it actually does bust. Yep. You don't call something a bust until the day's done, which isn't until, in my opinion, the next morning, 12Z UTC. 12Z UTC. UTCZ is the same thing, you dummy. 12Z. 12Z is when you can call the day done. And then you could call it a bust if it's actually a bust. Because a lot of our tornado outbreaks happen near sunset, somewhere between that time frame of this time of year. Roughly 7 p.m. is when stuff could start going crazy. 7 p.m. all the way till about like 11 p.m. Before the instability falls off drastically, but also once that lower level jet comes in near sunset. Yeah, I have pretty high faith it's not going to be a big underperformance here. If we end now with the tornado threat, like say today's day's done, which it's not, it would be definitely a bust for tornadoes. But yeah, if we go back to, I'm curious. Let's see. Yeah, 21ZH Triple R arguably looks like one of the more impressive model runs we've gotten. in the last couple of hours. Let's see how tall. Ooh, Illinois. Wait, we'll have to go see that. See where that is in Illinois. 26,000 feet up. 27,000 feet up. It's trying. It's trying, and looks like we might have another one up here too. So it looks like that stuff's starting to get going. Where's that new 24? I think it was for Jacksonville. So yeah, we'll definitely be in your safe spot if you're in Jacksonville. Thank you for the $2 donation, Storm. I probably didn't say you're gonna get mod. I just said you. I remember. I still have a list of considered moderators if I really need moderators. And Lucy's been in the live stream very consistently for a while, and plus wanted to give her a mod dome for today. So like there is literally like if I wanted to, I have like a list of like 10 plus people who are consistently in here who I would gladly give mod to if I deemed it necessary. Why? So you don't get any storms, Lucy. I gotta protect your cows. Gotta protect your cows. Can I buy mod? No, you can't buy mod permission. No. No. One of our, we had someone who used to be a very high donator of the stream, but they didn't want to become mod, and they donated an absurd amount of money. If I donated 500, will I be mod? I might mod you for a split second. I mean, shoot, 500 is 500. I might mod you for a split second. I ain't gonna lie. But then I'm gonna unmod you. So, sure, you could buy it for a split second. $2,000 in total. Nah. I'll do it for a split second. But I'm not going to keep you mod. TRG, if I call you my friend, can I get mod for a bunch of other 0.1 seconds? No. You don't want to be mod. You'll never hear thunder again. We'll see if that holds true, but I would be shocked if you don't hear thunder at some point tonight. See, Caleb's been on the edge of getting unmodded for weeks. This dude has mistakenly banned people, mistakenly timed out people, consistently been rude, been calling me names. You know what? Maybe I'll just take away Caleb's mod, and then that makes up for the mod that I gave to Lucy. Wouldn't be a bad idea, would it? It really wouldn't. I mean, you've been a mod almost like since for like 3 years, and this dude roasts me every time I go live. All right, Caleb, I hope you're happy with your little lightning strikes around you. Have fun with that. I hope your power goes out. I hope that your whole neighborhood keeps power and your house loses power. Very thankful to be a mod. See, why can't you be more like Brooklyn? I almost said something else. That would have been evil. They removed portions of the watch. Let me see. They did remove portions of the severe watch, yeah. They sure did. Man, that line is getting far north. That line is getting very far north. With such a little instability. That's crazy. Let's see here. Alright, see you in a bit, Brooklyn. Oh, yeah, I'm not calling this a bust until it's over. I've learned my lesson, man. I nearly called March 14th, 2025 a bust midday because the community was so set on it being a significant underperformance. And then look what happened once the lower level jet kicked in. So I ain't making that mistake ever again. I could call this, yeah, I may call this a little bit of an underperformance thus far, but even then, I mean, we're still on the outskirts of the 10% SIG 1. So I don't really know what portion of this has been a bust so far. Not necessarily, no, because tomorrow we're still going to have a cold front that pushes through, makes things messy, and overconvects part of the warm sector tomorrow. So, not necessarily. It's not like if today does nothing, tomorrow goes high risk. If today does nothing, we're still going to get overconvection that would contribute to a messier mode tomorrow. But I do think tomorrow has a slim chance to go like either 45 sig 1 or 45 sig 2 for hail in southeastern Oklahoma into Arkansas, northeast Texas, northwest Louisiana. I wouldn't be surprised with a moderate like right in here for hail. Especially since that's a radar hole. Next time risk, there's going to be 100 people begging for a mod dome. 0 tornado reports in the moderate, and there's like 1 tornado report in central Texas. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Yeah, no confirmed tornadoes today thus far. But we really weren't expecting a notable tornado threat until 6 o'clock or later, and it's only 6:27 now. These updrafts are still struggling here. We just entered our tornado watch, by the way. For our dry line convection, yes, but for our warm front outflow boundary convection, we've been in that for much of the day. And be like Reed Timmer. Be like Reed Timmer. If you play your cards right, you could intercept over 300 tornadoes in the last week of April. And then there's only like 30. It's like math ain't mathin'. New Wofus runs are starting. Let's see. Reed may be over-exaggerant, but he is an awesome guy. I can tell you that. He's a genuine, awesome dude. I may make fun of him a little bit for being over-exaggerant, but dude is a 10 out of 10 chaser. And, you know, person who helped me get into weather, so. Dang. Some of these Wofus runs are insane for... What the heck? Now that's a bust. Now that's a bust right there. Wow. That would be a bust. But look at all these embedded supercells here across southeastern Missouri. So many embedded supercells across southeastern Missouri into Arkansas. So many. Of course, the northern side of your convection is going to be a little bit more linear on the Wofus runs because, well, it's already turning linear. A bust for now. But what has been a bust? What's been a bust? We just entered the main risk area. How can a risk be a bust if you just entered the main risk area? What was a bust before this point? That's what I'm not getting there. So I don't get calling it a bust so far. We're already over 100 severe weather reports. In Arkansas, the cold front hasn't even touched Arkansas yet. The cold front hasn't even touched Arkansas. There's no way for Arkansas's risk to be a bust so far if the cold front hasn't wiped out any of the warm sector. Y'all rage baiting. Y'all be rage baiting. Sometimes I can't tell the difference between rage bait and just stupid people. It's hard to tell. That's what I have to tell between Lucky. I'm like, is he rage baiting or is he just a stupid person? He's just a stupid person. He could barely rage bait. He's so dumb he don't know how to rage bait. Don't tell him I said that. You could tell him I called him stupid, but don't tell him I told him he doesn't know how to rage bait. Because he will learn, and it will not be fun. Let's see here. It went considerable for this storm in Hartville. For 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1.25-inch hail. This is probably one of the more concerning storms still. Even though it's sloppy, it's still moving into a very favorable environment. That's going to be the one that goes very close to St. Louis and Lucy. I guarantee that's going to go like 5 miles north of Lucy, and she's going to get nothing out of it. Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning for Carrollton. We've got a prefrontal storm moving up to the northeast there. I think a new flash flood warning is coming in after that severe thunderstorm warning. Yep. I saw it get issued. Well, it turns south. It shouldn't. It should stay with the eastern direction. If a tornado does drop, the tornado itself may be a little bit deviant, but I don't think that the storm itself will change drastically with direction. Go back to mesoanalysis. Wild environment. Yeah, again, I'm thinking that storm moving east. Those few storms right up in here moving east into that volatile environment. That's going to be the problem. Don't know about these down here, but definitely like this cluster moving east. Wow. So are some chasers like actually going to be calling it quits here shortly? Like there's actually chasers that I think are literally about to call this risk over. But I could understand that if they don't want to chase later in the evening or into the nocturnal hours. I definitely wouldn't chase in the nocturnal hours. But, you know, there's still like 2 hours of sunlight out here. Because y'all are in central time. Let's see. This is our only good updraft so far in Arkansas. You're starting to see it on satellite imagery. So it is trying to fire. It's trying to fire. Sam, you know you called this a bust earlier. You know, not chatting, you were watching this live stream. You're like, man, this is doing nothing. This is a bust. You know you did. Yeah, the lack of convection is definitely something to consider. The fact that we haven't had much over convection of the open warm sector, but that's also been a concern in the sense that we haven't had a lot of storms to actually produce much of anything in the open warm sector. Yeah, oversteer. Hopefully you get nothing. Hopefully you don't get anything. That'd be good. Considering you're what you're on the you're either in or on the edge of that PDS watch. Yeah, the cold front could end up helping storms be more discreet and just get discrete storms on the cold front itself. The problem is there's not a lot of forcing on the tail end of the cold front. I mean, you have a cold front there. It's just not very strong once you get into more of Oklahoma. But you can see like the HRRR did initiate a few cells on that at 7, 8 o'clock Eastern. Let's go to... Let's see. Okay, none of those. Ooh, these. Yeah, look at that. Pretty confident that we're going to continue with a risk for widespread damaging winds, isolated large hail, and a tornado or two up there. And then a little bit more of an isolated risk for a supercell, but if you get unlucky down there in southeastern Missouri, northeastern Arkansas, could end up with a strong plus tornado. And then you can see back here into Arkansas, a little signal there as well in southwest Arkansas. Here's the WOFUS probability of a tornado, which I didn't know that existed. And you can see the probability towards 8, 9 o'clock is highest right around St. Louis. Right where that line is probably going to be. Right where that line is probably going to end up being. And then it's a lower tornado threat, but if anything does fire there and stays discreet, it's likely going to be a stronger tornado threat, but a lower probability. And then also chances back here into Arkansas as well. Texarkana area too. If I can go back to the Midwest, that'd be awesome. There it goes. Yeah, this shows the main threat being from 7 o'clock, really. 7 to 10. If it went out one more, maybe 7 to 11. I can tell you this, the PDS watches for sure for the potential of those prefrontal storms. If it wasn't for the prefrontal storm potential, then they wouldn't have issued it so early. So that PDS watch is not, for the cold front stuff. Well, we're down to 1 tornado warning here. Definitely, low on warnings. Tornado warnings, at least. Wasn't 7 p.m. supposed to be the peak of activity today? It's not 7 p.m. on the East Coast yet. And the peak activity is supposed to be I'm roughly estimating from 6 p.m. Eastern, which is 40 minutes ago, all the way till about 10 or 11 p.m. So our main tornado potential has not happened yet at all. Let's see. Severe probability. Oh, wait, hold on. I want to do 4-hour tornado probability. Can I do that? Where is it? Oh, it was just here. It disappeared. I see severe, hail. That's it. Where did bro go? They deleted it. I knew I was watching it. And they deleted it. Yeah, I mean, your environment, your main favorable environment's going to start really decreasing at about 11. So I think your main threat is all the way from now all the way till 11 Eastern. There you go. This is the area that I think Caleb was calling out. So that area is now inside a tornado warning. I don't see any great rotation there. But, I mean, there's just a lot of wind here. And if we get a little bit of inflow on any of these outflow winds here, then we can easily get an area of rotation with this storm. It's trending nocturnal. Sure is. We knew this was going to be a late event, more towards nocturnal. Even 3 days ago, I mentioned the potential for severe weather even up till 1, 2 a.m. tonight into tomorrow morning. I remember mentioning that it would be a late event. So these storms in Missouri again. Still not in the most volatile environment. We're still an hour away from them getting in that good environment. So it's just a waiting game. It's just a waiting game. Don't Don't let your guard down. You know, we can hope that we continue to see a scenario like this where we only stay with isolated tornado warnings and no observed tornado warnings and just some ordinary severe warnings. Nothing too overly significant. But I have a feeling we'll only stay that way for so long, but we can hope that we'll stay that way forever. To where we never get a good tornado threat and we never get a great, strong, or a really good, significant, severe threat. Again, we've had 0 confirmed tornadoes today and zero notable debris signatures. So one can hope that we stay that way. Let me see. Also, we should get a tornado watch here in Arkansas soon. If it looks like any updrafts are going to maintain, which... wow. We're approaching that window, man. We're approaching that window. 7 o'clock is in 15 minutes. We get, let's see. Yeah, we still have the 22 and 23 ZH before we get the 00Z. Reason why I don't like the 00ZH is because it takes so long to finish until we get the 01Z. So, it's not, there may be a small overmixing issue across some of Arkansas, but as those temps start to drop down, that should be less of an issue. And, yeah, the main thing right now is the fact that we have an EML and not a lot of forcing. Probably the greatest wait for it outbreak of all time. Nah, real. We'll wait to see how it actually performs, though. Again, we're still waiting. That's a crazy feed pool on Twitter. That's wild. I have 2 tweets on my Twitter feed. One is saying watch the watch like not have any tornadoes in it, and then the other one is saying a nocturnal sig threat. Crazy Twitter feed pool. Nocturnal event will be insane. That's how it goes sometimes. It does a lot of the times. 2025 has been the year of that. Nocturnal craziness and warm front craziness. So, probably. Why did so many big events start slower than expected? Simple. Not enough lower level wind shear. And that lower level wind shear really cranks up with that lower level jet. That lower level jet gives you more wind shear, more forcing, and allows for better updrafts and rotating thunderstorms. And it also cools down temperatures for any overmixing issues that you have too, as the sun sets. So it does a lot of stuff. I mean, lower level wind shear, not a very big issue now, but you could still see how, you know, really up here is where our main tornado threat's been limited to, and that's where our wind shear's been the highest. Back with these storms, they haven't yet entered that 150 plus 0 to 1 kilometer SRH, so they haven't been rotating much at all. And then, of course, we just haven't had any updrafts really maintained in Arkansas. But we'll wait and see. Storm mode isn't an issue. Well, have you looked at West Central Illinois recently? Storm mode definitely a play into it. Definitely has something to do. Storm mode will definitely have something to do with how our threat verifies. Let's see. Why does the lower level jet always crank up at the same time every day? What's so special about that time of day? It's to do with capping, with the inversion in the atmosphere. The sun sets, which allows for temperatures to cool, which brings a capping inversion in place at night. And if storms are already fired and maintained, that capping doesn't really hurt thunderstorms because they're already mature and past that capping. And the winds will increase because of that inversion. And so you could typically get an increase in tornado activity. So as long as you have storms present, and they are mature before that capping builds in, that capping is going to build in and it's going to bring those temperatures down closer to the dew points, which will help storms be more surface-based and then also increase the lower level jet. And it doesn't happen at the exact same time every day. What happens is it happens whenever the sun roughly sunsets and the sun goes down. So it happens at different times every single month, depending on what month you're at. But yeah, the biggest thing is that it really all has to do with the sun. That's really what, because the sun goes down, and because of that, your temps cool, and because of that, you get an inversion, and because of that, your lower level winds increase, and because of that, your tornado threat increases. It all has to do with the sun. Which is the main reason why we get severe weather, too, because the sun heats up the surface in the mid-levels and even some of the upper levels, and then that brings instability and allows for severe storms to fire, if all other ingredients are present. And they've had a tour possible severe on this storm for a hot minute here. Wind's going away from our radar towards the radar here. No very well maintained area of rotation, but could be something to watch towards Mount Carmel in southeastern Illinois. Air above, the slow cooled air on the surface has no friction, which causes the jet to essentially, I'm assuming if you could finish that, you would say intensify. Begin to increase and strengthen. I bet you ran out of characters. Delays for some schools tomorrow here because of the weather. Well, yeah, I mean, I see why. Although I don't think the worst weather will be in Tennessee. We'll definitely have the potential for some pretty rough storms rolling through Tennessee tomorrow. Be worried about, if I were in Central Tennessee, I would be more concerned about tomorrow than today. Let's go back to 500 millibar winds here. Someone just pointed out, I just saw a tweet about it. You lost your jet maximum, which sometimes can actually help decrease forcing here across your open warm sector. because you hear about that jet maximum sometimes and how it's angled to increase forcing and forcing for ascent. So no jet maximum, which could be a player in less forcing for today. North of St. Louis. Ooh. Even though that's corruption, it's a hook echo on the outflow boundary paired with a discrete storm. Right on. Right on. Right on the boundary. Right on the boundary of that violent tornado parameter. That could be something to watch for the short term. Whilst it, let's see, where is it moving? Whilst it moves to the east. It may not have a lot of time, though, with the line getting very close to it. But that could try for something there for Jerseyville in west central Illinois. We'll see if we get a warning on that. Could be a tornado threat there. Evansville, Indiana. Yeah, I already saw that one back here. I saw that. All right, this northern storm should be approaching that very favorable environment. We'll see if anything happens with it. We shall see. Can you continue tornado warnings up here? They just canceled one, but these two have been continued north and west of Springfield, Illinois. Prefall near Cuba. Ooh. I don't know. Where is bro heading to? Moving northeast. We'll see. That's probably going to merge with our storm up here as this cell goes towards St. Louis. This one's probably going to merge with it in about 30 minutes or so. But that might end up being a small problem in the short term. Let's see. What storms are heading towards you? It looks like this cluster is heading right for you. This prefrontal, I think, will stay to your northwest, but this cluster down here looks like it's heading right for you. So not the prefrontal heading towards you, but this heading towards you. Definitely watch that for Otterville, Jerseyville. Very intense supercell trying to fire here. It won't pose a long-term threat, but it will pose a short-term solid tornado threat for Jerseyville. Maybe even as far as Chesterfield. Are they spinning? Not yet, because they haven't hit that most favorable wind shear, but they may be able to start spinning here in the next 30 minutes to an hour. I expect a lot of these storms in here are going to start trying to get mesocyclones here in an hour and trying to rotate. Few little storms firing near Lakeview. Same near Arkadelphia in Arkansas. Frankfort, Kentucky. Let me see. There's some storms north of there. They're all staying north. A lot of heavy rain, lightning, some isolated damaging winds, and some small hail. So if any of those manage to shift a little south, those would be the possible hazards. But nothing notable right now over there. Oops. Nothing to be concerned about. Main threat will be tonight as a big line pushes through and could increase all significant hazards with 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, 1-inch hail, and a brief tornado while being possible. That will be later tonight, probably closer to midnight, maybe even a little later. All right, Legacy gave you a warning. I don't give warnings twice. You're being timed out. Bye-bye. Legacy said stop spamming. You've been spamming the same word for multiple minutes. And Legacy was kind enough to give you one warning and not just immediately time you out, so you're lucky you lasted that long. Tagged you in a post from the tornado warning storm over Jacksonville, Illinois. Yeah, that's this post here. Very cool looking clouds, that's for sure. Might be, can't tell if that's a shelf cloud or a tail cloud. Big difference. Shelf cloud, outflow dominant. Tail cloud could be near a mesocyclone. They look pretty similar too, especially from afar if you can't get a good look at it. Definitely could mistake one for the other or vice versa. For where? Oh, hey, great call. Yeah, that's the one we've been watching for a hot minute. Great call by the National Weather Service in St. Louis. Won in that one. There's some more storms firing, so we may start seeing an increased severe threat across northern Mississippi. We did just lose our mesoscale discussion, I believe. Yes, so the SPC no longer has a mesoscale discussion out for tornado watch or watches across Arkansas and Mississippi. Now, sometimes they'll issue a watch within 15 minutes of that expiring if it takes forever. But in this case, we may end up needing a full new mesoscale discussion before they end up issuing that 1 or 2 watches. Yeah, definitely watching this storm begin. Get to your safe spot now if you're in Jerseyville or Shipman, Chesterfield. This again is going to be probably a pretty short-term severe threat and short-term tornado threat until the line catches it here in maybe as soon as 20 minutes. But also watch for how this cell merges into the line. We see it pretty often, and this is definitely a spot to watch for it, where when this discrete supercell merges with the line, if it can embed itself in the tail end Charlie of this line and become a problem on the very bottom of this this big old line here. So this will pose a threat for the next 30 minutes or so as it stays by itself, but then as it merges with this line here, a line catches it, merges with the supercell. Also want to watch it for an embedded tornado threat on the tail end Charlie there. If I chase near Hillsboro, will I get a good view of the Cuba storm? If I were going for this storm here, yes. Yes, if you go just a little bit more north, assuming that this can stay out in front, this is going to go towards just north of Hillsboro. So, like, if you're somewhere up in here, just a bit more north than where you are, you should get a pretty good view of it in about maybe a little bit over an hour or roughly an hour. And you know what, Lucy, by the time it gets there, it might be tornadic. It's already getting a hail core. It's already getting a sharp curvature look to it. And it's in our most volatile environment today so far. So if it can stay out in front of this junk here and stay all on its own, yeah, I would give it a chance to be tornadic in about an hour. But the biggest thing would be if it stays by itself. Let me go back to mesoanalysis. Yeah, I mean, that's literally moving into, there's your prefrontal. That's literally moving into your volatile environment near St. Louis. So if that can stay on its own, that could be a considerable tornado issue. If it stays on its own. You could see it's moving into the 200 0 to 1 kilometer SRH right now. So you've got a really good photograph where this storm's moving. As long as it stays by itself, it could be a pretty big problem. But it pretty much has to stay by itself. It really can't get impacted by all those storms behind it. Which they have this moving northeast at 50. They have this moving east at 65. So we'll see how long that can stay alive for before it merges with the line. But I think it will most likely make it to just north of Hillsborough before it gets involved with that line. We got a little storm firing on the border of Oklahoma and Texas there, too. What if PDS Torwatch doesn't even fire? It's legit impossible. Maybe the prefrontals don't go as crazy as what models are suggesting, but cold front hitting that volatile of an environment, it is most definitely a guarantee that something's going to fire. All right, let's see the paintball here. Ooh. Hold on. Quite a bit more confidence in Supercell's firing on this new run in northern Arkansas. And still very high confidence in southern Arkansas, too. This new run seems a little bit more aggressive with Supercell development in southern Missouri, northern Arkansas. Not like insanely more aggressive, but it definitely seems a little bit more aggressive. Compared to past runs, which were quite all over the place. Let's see what the new 22Z HRRR has. I know it's the HRRR, but still. Yeah, you can see that has storms firing on the border of Missouri, Arkansas, and then also in southern Arkansas. It's a very favorable environment in northern Arkansas. Maybe not as much in southern Arkansas, but definitely on that border of Missouri, Arkansas, for sure. We'll need to watch that. See if anything fires there. We're down to one tornado warning, and it is our tornado warning storm that is a prefrontal, which doesn't have much more potential left here, as it's about to ingest a supercell directly in the inflow. So as long as this storm down here in Sullivan can stay discreet for an hour, I think it's going to pose a pretty high tornado risk just to the south of St. Louis, and maybe if it eventually continues, possibly going into the southern side of St. Louis. So definitely want to watch that. Yeah, we'll just watch this storm definitely produce a big hail, 2.5-inch hail, attempted to produce a tornado. But I think its tornado potential may be decreasing as it merges with this. After it's done this merger, it should increase quite considerably with potential. Look at my neck of the woods real quick. Just to see if there was anything near me. So the biggest uncertainty is if anything fires in dead central Arkansas. There's pretty good consistency on northern Mississippi, southern Arkansas, right in this vicinity, and decent consistency in this vicinity here too. But around like the Little Rock area, not nearly as much consistency there. Yeah, we still just keep it with the weak updrafts over here. I'm not very concerned about those right now. Not imminently. A lot of damaging winds here. Wouldn't rule out a brief spin-up tornado south of Lincoln here. Possibly an embedded supercell trying to get its act together. Could easily end up getting a new warning on this as it goes towards Chesterville. And is that Pulowski? Mount Pulowski? Maybe how you pronounce that. They just put toward possible severe 70-mile-an-hour winds on that. Yeah, look at our storm down here. I mean, let me see. Looks like maybe a new updraft firing inside of this storm, but I definitely think a mesocyclone is attempting to form here near St. Cloud. You could probably see the updraft outside your house right now. Let me go see on satellite. It's not too big of an updraft, but it's starting. You could probably see partially some of the updraft outside your house just right now, even if you don't drive up to it. Yeah, we're finally in that 15 sig 2 tour now. Go back to meso-analysis. Gracious day, 19, almost 20 violent tornado parameter there. Look at that bullseye. Right where our discrete supercell fired and is getting merged with now on that line. And you could see that prefrontal supercell there is going to be heading very close to that same environment. And just an insane amount of violent tornado parameter. Now getting even crazier out here in Arkansas. And you can see wind shear increasing down there. Wind shear very high in front of this supercell. So there's really, as long as it doesn't merge, which it's getting close to merging, this storm should rapidly increase with rotation in the next 30 minutes. And like I mentioned earlier, just south of Lincoln, Illinois here, still a good area of rotation. Is that matching up? Might have our first tornado of the day if that is indeed matching up. At least our first easily to confirm tornado of the day. Downloading. Yeah, that's a probable tornado. Not great on the spectrum width. But considering how that blue blob is consistently going with the area of rotation, probable tornado there. So we may have an unwarned tornado on the ground west of Mount Pulaski, northwest of Lake Fork in Illinois. I would recommend getting to your safe spot now if you live in front of this storm, which is, again, it's going to be heading towards probably just north or very close to Mount Pulaski here. See if that CC stays. It's likely going to be a brief tornado, but that CC is quite a lot. Have to see where that velocity couplet goes next. I'm assuming it may be like right in this vicinity up here. Oh, back down here, actually. Yeah, not as good of a scan on that, so. Yeah, if that was a tornado, it was a brief, weak spin-up tornado. Nothing insane. Just your good old QLCS tornado threat right there. I'm not 100% sure that was on the ground, though, but it looked like a probable CC. Yeah, as expected, we're seeing that storm fire southeastern Oklahoma. Models, including the WOPIS, were extraordinarily consistent on that. Probably is going to pose an all hazards threat, but it could be a little bit more sloppy, a little bit more elevated than if we were to see more storms fire in northern Arkansas or central Arkansas. That's really where our tornado threat would be the highest, is right up in here. If any of those prefrontals fired. But these definitely still would be able to pose at least some tornado risk, but definitely a bigger hail risk. Not that I know of, Rockets. That's our first potential debris signature. Still not for sure it was a tornado. It's still going along pretty well. It looks like maybe a new storm tried to fire in the storm's inflow there. Here's a newer scan because for some reason... Yeah, see, a new storm definitely fired right in the updraft of that. Worth driving 25 miles? I mean, if I were out here, I'd already be on the storm. I would already have left 100 billion% because this thing's already likely rotating to some extent. It depends. It depends. If you're only going for tornado potential and tornado potential alone, it's kind of 50-50 on if this thing's going to rotate enough to produce a tornado or try to. It's definitely more 50-50. I don't want to be the reason for you missing a tornado, and I don't want to be the reason for you going and wasting money on gas to drive into a slop fest storm. I ain't like giving chasing advice. Unless I'm there myself. West of Fort Smith. Oh, new MCD. I wonder if that's the MCD for Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas. No, that is Southern Illinois, Southeast Missouri, Eastern Kentucky, and Northwest Tennessee. Why does that say Eastern Kentucky? Why does that say Eastern Kentucky? I think that should say Western Kentucky. It says Eastern Kentucky. It literally says Southern Illinois, far Southeast Missouri, Eastern Kentucky, Northwest Tennessee. Golly, bro, I get it. The flash flood warnings are being issued. We're at 8. Gracious. I'll show you that MCD when we fully get it. I doubt it's actually for Northeast Kentucky. Cool looking MCD right there. There you go. So you can see violent, intense to violent tornado potential. Oops. Intense to violent tornado potential right there. And the pink is your PDS tornado watch out in this area. That's your PDS tornado watch. Greatest short-term risk. They're highlighting those prefrontal storms in southern Illinois. But risk for supercell development increasing over the next 1 to 2 hours with that MCD. And I'll read you the discussion. Severe risk is increasing across portions of watch issuance 162. Strong tornadoes, very large hail, and damaging wind gusts remain possible. Deepening CU field and a few towering cumulus are now noted across recent imagery. A couple of towers now have lightning occurring over far southern Illinois. This activity is occurring with an excess of strong instability of 2,500 to 3,000 joules per kilogram of mixed layer instability. Strong tornado potential. Forcing for ascent may increase across portions of watch issuance 162. This may support additional supercell development and strengthening of the current convective attempts in the short term. Any storms that develop could strengthen and organize quickly, posing the risk for very large hail and strong to intense tornadoes. There's the word. Strong to intense tornadoes. Yeah, definitely not for Northeast Kentucky. That was a typo there. Oh, they just tornado warned. Wow. That's quite the area of concern. So there you go. New tornado warning for Mount Pulaski, Kenny, Midland City. Make sure you get to your safe spot in Illinois. Pretty good area of rotation. Probably the best we've seen today, but that doesn't say a whole lot. Now a significant severe for this prefrontal supercell here in St. Cloud and surrounding areas in eastern Missouri. Yeah, these storms, I mean, they don't look very tornadic. I'm going to refresh all these overlays here. Good idea just to refresh them every now and then. Make sure they're up to date. So yeah, we're at 2 tornado warnings, 18 severes. 8 flood alerts and no winter weather still. Of course, no winter weather. It's late April. Everything matches except spectrum width, and that gives me less confidence, but we could have a brief tornado ongoing now or at any moment going towards Kenny in Illinois. This thing's trying to do a cell split, isn't it? It is. This thing's trying to do a cell split. This is trying to go off to the northeast, become a hailer. This is trying to become a tornado threat and head almost due east. Looks like this is trying to do a cell split. Huh. I have to see. We shall see. Is that Missouri? Let's see. To east? Depending exactly where you are. I don't know exactly where you are in this area. But this might start heading a little bit more east than northeast. Because this is splitting off. So it looks like this is going to become a hailer, move up here. And this might just try to turn almost right towards you. I'll have to see a few more scans to see if it's actually fully turning or not. But again, it really fully depends on if it starts getting overconvected from this storm here. Which, if it's turning east, that gives it a less chance to interfere with that cell there. Let's go back to our analysis radar for Lincoln. Still no notable debris signature, but that is decently good rotation there. Wait for a velocity scan. Cell split is just when a cell splits. One cell normally goes up to the northeast, and then the other cell ends up turning almost due east. Still no notable debris there, so that's good. Not a probable tornado. If you're in Louisville, Kentucky, just make sure you're away from doors and windows if you're on the north side of Louisville, Kentucky. But really the main storm is beginning to die out and is mainly more into southeastern Indiana. Not too much on the Kentucky side of things. I mean, Proxy, that area is actively tornado warned, so... I mean, obviously it has potential. But that's going to be something to watch when it finishes merging. It's still undergoing a merger. All right. Might be becoming a problem. It just issued an extension of that severe, and it is more to the east. So this could become a problem as long as it stays by itself. Oklahoma. Are you guys really starting to panic about a blip firing on the dry line? Yeah. Talk to me when there's a storm fire north of Little Rock that actually looks like it's going to hold. That thing could slowly intensify and become a problem in 4 hours, but imminently, I doubt that thing's going to do anything crazy. Night shift, if that's in Missouri, yeah, you do want to be more on guard, and definitely you have some lead time. Gracious, they're updating everything. You have some lead time right now because they really issued that long ahead of time. So if you want to get rid of some things that could turn into flying objects, if there's some damaging winds, do so as soon as possible. And yeah, within 10 minutes, you want to start being away from doors and windows and acknowledge where your safe spot is. This storm could end up attempting to turn tornadic once again, as long as it stays away from this storm and it tries to stay all by itself. All by itself. Critty, I highly doubt a tiny little blip that is about as good as a marginal risk is going to be a threat to people imminently. Let's see here. What is this 700? Ooh. Yeah, that's getting really concerning. Yeah, like I said, it could have turned into something in 3 to 4 hours, but not imminently. I don't really need people to point out every single tiny little itty bitty storm that fires in the United States. I wonder if Lucy's trying to go for that now. Oh. Okay. It depends where you are. I mean, like Hillsborough is not a bad play. It's just the fact that I wonder how long it's going to take for this to try to become tornadic and if it's going to do it sooner rather than later. So, yeah, but there you go. There you go. That's all it takes right there. Staying semi-discreet, staying away from all these other storms, and being in a good environment. So, now tornado warned. I would go, I mean, really, like, just depends how long this takes to cycle. But honestly, like, right in between Hillsborough, right in this area, wouldn't be a bad spot. Really, anywhere, if you are anywhere along this side, it's not a bad spot. I'm just unsure how fast this thing's going to be able to ramp up and how long it's going to be able to last. Let's see. I mean, I would be in Hurricane. Depending how far Hurricane is from you, Hurricane's a good spot. But really, anything right along that line, anything around that line is going to be good. You don't really want to be too much further north of that line unless it starts to turn. Uh, it's going to be close for you, night shift. Definitely consider just keep an eye on it, but you know, you definitely want to keep a very, very close eye on it and prepare to if you're in an apartment, you're probably going to be okay as long as this storm doesn't turn too sharply east and head directly towards you. If it keeps this northeastern trajectory, the absolute worst of it is gonna miss your area. But if you're closer to like Barnhart, closer to like up here, that's where I would consider. You got so much time, it's not a bad idea just to drive south. Like if this was over your area, I'd say heck no. But you've got enough time to where, it wouldn't be a horrible idea to try to drive south and find sturdier shelter. You might be okay, but this thing's going to ramp up quick, most likely, and try to produce a strong tornado near Rich Woods and Hillsboro. If it continues to look this way, probably going to try to produce a strong tornado. So if you don't have if you're not in a sturdy building that you think could potentially take decent enough damage that your life's at risk from a tornado, then you may want to move to a sturdier shelter. But it's very, very tricky. But definitely want to... This could miss you to the north. It could miss you just off to the north. Defined sturdy, something that will withstand an EF2 tornado or greater. Something that you think can withstand 120-ish plus mile-an-hour winds. Like the building I'm in right now, that's borderline. This is a borderline sturdy home. I think if I got hit by a low-end EF2, this house would borderline be at risk for being demolished. I wouldn't have a bunch of faith in this house in an EF2 or greater tornado. But we have a crawl space that is partially underground, and so that's where if it got extremely bad, that's where I would go. We have a basement, but our crawl space is like below our basement, and that thing's that's gonna be pretty much underground. I don't know which one I would rather choose, the crawl space or the basement. This is on the border of Missouri and Illinois. That is St. Louis, Missouri. And here's the state line between Missouri and Illinois. Gracious day. This is one of them. This is definitely one of the very tricky storms to chase if you're trying to chase this. You got to be very careful and try to stay like just barely in front of it. You could very easily lose this storm if you're trying to chase it, because this thing's going to be moving pretty quick. I don't see a debris signature now, so I don't think it's on the ground, but definitely could attempt to be here pretty soon. Alright, there's a severe in far southeastern Oklahoma. We'll keep an eye on that. That's mainly going to be a hail threat, isolated wind threat. Maybe a brief tornado threat with that. We'll have to see as it evolves. Okay, that's a disc extension there. It's still hanging on to that low precipitation hook. I can't really tell if this is the hook that just occluded or if it's got an LP hook right here. New tornado warning in Illinois. Yeah, good idea to keep that going, that's for sure. We have strong winds pushing against the storm. And if any of these winds start to try to go into the storm, you could get a very, very quick spin-up tornado here. Going towards White Health in Illinois. Girl Dev, thank you for the $10 donation. Greatly appreciate it. Let me go back up in your comments, see if you said something. Let's see here. Been up since 3 a.m. Wow. Have a good rest of your night. You also said to, I think, should be worried about an EF3 tornado plus in your area. I don't think a PDS tornado watch will be issued for you. No. I do think a low-end tornado watch could be issued for you tonight. And there is the opportunity for a brief tornado, maybe near strong. So you definitely want to make sure you have ways to receive watches and warnings, but I don't think there will be EF3 plus tornadoes in that area. Northern Mississippi is way more volatile than that MCD says. We got an MCD in Northern Mississippi, 80% tornado watch. Monitoring consecutive trends for potential watch issuance. Oh, it's 60%. I thought it was 80%. 60%. Yeah, we could see a few tornadoes, maybe even one strong in that area. Especially if those storms get fully discrete like that. Ooh. This is like the third tornado warning in this exact same area today, and all three have looked like utter garbage. That's crazy. All right, y'all. I will be right back before this stuff starts kicking off again, because we're starting to get active. So I'm going to take a break now, so that way, as we continue this peak tornado activity, I don't have to for, another 2 or so hours. I'll be right back in about 1 minute. Give me just about 1 minute. Alright, y'all. I'm back. Took me a little bit longer. I apologize. I found some candy. I found some candy for energy, so I might eat on stream just a little bit because I haven't had anything for supper. Let's see. It's Monday. All right, so we got Monday, Missouri. We got oh shoot, what was it? Monday, Missouri, Nevada, Missouri, and there was another state name that was Missouri here. I forgot where it was. Crap, where are you? It was somewhere in here. I forgot. Oh, Louisiana, Missouri. Louisiana, Missouri, Nevada, Missouri, Monday, Missouri. Some weird names over here. What candy? I have some pumpkin Halloween candy. I love those things. So if I don't eat them on stream, I'm definitely eating them off stream. Well, I don't know where that is. It doesn't pop up as anything. Carmel Street. I don't know if you were trying to say like this area or not, but what the heck? Okay. Okay. Sure. Tornado warning in Kentucky for Newcastle. Make sure you get to your safe spot. Didn't see that one coming. I don't see anything good over there, Caleb. But that is a storm that we want to kind of watch. Ooh. Yeah, keep this down here, but I think that might be on the ground. Yeah, I think that's not a big ZDR drop. Oh, hey, there's a tornado warning on it though. Wow. I think that's going to be on the ground though. Despite the minimal ZDR drop, I think that's a tornado ongoing. There's a town in Arizona called Nothing. And then Bacon Level, Alabama. Wow. Some weird, cool town names out there. So this is going to be probably a weak, brief tornado heading towards Farmer City and Parnell in Missouri. So make sure you guys get to your safe spot there. If you're in that tornado warning. Look at all the flash flood warnings. If you're in a flash flood warning and you're in a flood-prone area, seek higher ground immediately. Floodwaters are often very dangerous and even deadly. And we are up to 10 flash flood warnings. So if it seems like y'all have heard a lot of flash flood 11 now. Seems like you've heard a lot of flash flood warnings through this overlay. Yeah, that's because we've had a lot of them. We've had plenty of flash flood warnings today. We're also up to 5 tornado warnings now and 15 severes. It does look like this storm here that's a prefrontal somehow isn't doing anything crazy anymore. Very strange. I thought that would be rapidly intensifying at this point, but it's not. Very strange. I mean, it's definitely tornadic, still capable of producing a brief. Texas, Missouri. Are we for real? I'm gonna have to look that up on here. Holy crap. It's actually for real. There is actually a Texas, Missouri. Not popping up on WeatherWise, but it's Texas County, Missouri. Ain't no way. Wow. But that's a county. So we got Texas County, Missouri, Louisiana, Missouri, Monday, Missouri, Nevada, Missouri. I'm just counting everything that's related to mainly states, but also now a day, Monday. Yeah, there might be a little something wrong with our environment. Not sure what, though. Based on the current scans, I'm feeling really, really relieved so far. I still think this storm could produce a tornado, especially if it tries to ramp up again. But this looks to be going a little bit more north of you over the next few minutes. And also quite considerably weaker on this scan than the last few. We have Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Murfreesboro, Arkansas, Murfreesboro, North Carolina. Those are the three that pop up from Murfreesboro. Has the PDS Tour Watch event started? A little bit on the northern side, but not the main potential, most likely. But I can tell you this, the PDS watch is probably not going to verify like how we were thinking earlier this afternoon about the potential for intense to maybe even a few violent or one or two violent tornadoes. With the amount of convection we're not seeing so far, and it almost being 8 p.m. now, my confidence in this Arkansas threat, this was my confidence, right? So, middle of the day, when I saw this threat for Arkansas, it was like right here. When I started stream, it went up a little bit, kind of flat lined up. PDS watch went right up very sharply, and then it went right back down, and then it went right back up, and then it's kind of been like right in the middle for a while. And now here it is, almost 8 o'clock. This is my confidence right here. Starting to go down, starting to go down. This is pretend 8 o'clock is right here. So if we keep on going this way, my confidence in Arkansas is going to keep on going down. Because it's 7 o'clock. I was thinking between 5:30 and 7, and it's almost 8. This would be not enough forcing bust. That's what I'd have to imagine. I also saw some people talking about the 700 millibar temperature on Twitter, but I don't know what that was about. Not sure what that was referencing to. No, confidence in West and Central Tennessee is decreasing, not increasing. It's decreased quite exponentially in the last 2 hours or hour or so. No, SPC Outlook is at 9 Eastern. 8 Central. It's 01Z is the SPC Outlook, not 00Z. Kind of would think it'd be 00Z, but I think the reason why they do 01Z is so that way they can get a little bit of the 00Z data and the surface analysis. I think that's why they do it 1 hour later. And I also think that's why you have a 12:30 p.m. Eastern. That way they could get the info for the surface analysis for 12. Hot take, they'll probably drop the moderate. No, they won't. But we have a PDS watch. Unless they drop this entire PDS watch, they're not dropping it. This watch goes till midnight. Yeah, we were expecting Arkansas to look a little bit more like Mississippi right now. So we'll probably end up with a low-end tornado watch in Mississippi. And here comes a severe watch for Arkansas and Texas. Let's see how much of Arkansas, though. Is it going to be a big chunk of western Arkansas or just a little bit? I'm curious to see how much of Arkansas is in that severe watch. Let's go back to Illinois. Gracious day, y'all. I forgot about the CC drop we had up here. Yeah, it was still present. I think that probably was a brief weak tornado in Farmer City. So we've had maybe 1 or 2 brief weak tornadoes. With that 80-mile-an-hour wind report there. And an 80-mile-an-hour wind report from... Is that 80? Yeah, from law enforcement. What have I missed? A lot of damaging winds and some... Maybe 1 or 2 brief spin-up tornadoes, both weak. These tornadoes change people's lives, and Critty is referring to the big fat 0 confirmed warnings that we've had today, by the way. There's been 0 observed tornadoes, 0 tornado reports, 0 tornado warnings other than the radar indicated warning. So we've had no observed, no PDS, no radar indicated PDSs, no tornado reports, only radar indicated tornado warnings. Which radar indicated tornado warnings, what that means is a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. Like I said, we may have had 2 brief spin-up tornadoes up here. Possibly. But there hasn't been any confirmation. One possible one was here west of Farmer City. And then the other one was... Where was it? I feel like it might have been somewhere back in here. Somewhere in here. Forgot where it was. I don't see it now. But I know it was somewhere in there we had a possible CC. Either way, both of them, if they occurred, would have been very weak and brief if they were tornadoes. And now this storm is falling apart. I wonder if Lucy went up for it or not. I really couldn't tell you why this thing's falling apart. I really thought it had absolutely high potential. I mean, everything was going for this storm. You have borderline 4,000 cape up here. Well, actually a little over 3,500. You have 300 plus 0 to 3 kilometer shear and 250 plus 0 to 1. And 7 lower level lapse rates. That's definitely not a problem. And 7 mid-level lapse rates. Definitely not a problem. And we know we had clearing in this area. Capping is coming back because the sun is setting. But Caden, come on, buddy. Dude, capping isn't going to affect a fully mature supercell. It may, like, do a little something to it, but a 25 Sen is not going to do anything to a fully mature tornadic supercell. That's literally going to do nothing. Like, look, this says it's a capped environment. Look at this. I see no capping here. I see a bit of dry air, but a bit of dry air that high up never hurt anything. Caden, what cap, buddy? Please, I beg you, point out a cap here. Where's the cap? Again, Mesoanalysis says negative 25 sin, but I don't see that evident in the skew T. And I mean, I'm just shocked this hasn't produced a tornado. I really am. If this thing didn't produce if this thing didn't produce a tornado, I'm not 100% sure what's going to today. Critty, by the way, you keep saying I twist your words and whatnot. It's low-key getting annoying, so how about you spend 5 minutes in timeout for a bit to think about it and not argue when you come back, or I'll time you out longer. You're the one who's causing the drama in here. You're the one who's saying I'm twisting your words when you don't add context in your comments. And you consistently have done it last stream and this live stream. I know you're trying to point out also every tiny little updraft, thinking that it's going to go crazy too, but sometimes storms don't fire. And I swear, I don't know, I could be confusing you. That is valid. I know yesterday I confused you with some people. And I'm actually going to scroll up and see if I can find it before I actually say anything. Let me see. I'm going to go to your chat logs before I say anything that's incorrect. Gracious day, you chat a lot. I can't even go far enough back, so I'm glad I didn't say that because I don't see it. Let's see here. Damaging wind potential increasing exponentially here for Mansfield, north of White Health. So please make sure you're in your safe spot because you have the tornado warning active there. And if this doesn't produce a tornado, it's also got damaging winds of potentially 80 miles per hour with it. Any strong tornadoes today? So far, we haven't had anything notable. We had 2 potential weak brief spin-ups on a QLCS, but nothing notable, no. So now, if some people want to start calling half of the risk an underperformance, I would start to understand. Now that we're getting towards the middle of the moderate risk, now if you want to start calling this portion of the risk underperforming for tornadoes, I would understand. But we still have a lot more of this risk left to go. And we still have a PDS watch in effect all the way till midnight Eastern. Another 4 hours. Severe watch Western Arkansas. Yeah, there's your severe watch. We did see that, but I didn't see how far it went into Arkansas. Let's see. Oh. I like how both of you guys added me in that. That's cool. Is it outflow from storm to its north? I don't see any noticeable outflow. See, you could see the outflow up here. You see the outflow up here on these storms, so I'd understand if this was more north up there. But I don't see any very notable... I mean, any notable outflow, but it would make sense. It would make sense. Because we have had a lot of convection over here. Everything... everything so far is going decent. This line definitely still very significant in attempting to attempting to produce tornadoes. So hopefully it weakens before it gets to you. And there is a little tiny storm to your west. That probably looks cool, but it's not going to pose much of a significant tornado risk. I'm literally seconds away from just banning anybody who calls it a bust. It's so annoying. I've seen 3 people consistently call it a bust. I'm just a little bit closer to just banning all 3 of them. Tell you, if I ban any 3 of them, they're probably not going to be missed. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, it does go both ways. Like, if you hyping is a problem for sure, especially if people are talking about an insane amount of hype. But today's risk looked very, very legitimate. And St. Louis has had 3 tornado warnings, which is crazy. Crazy that St. Louis, the same area, pretty sure the same area, northern St. Louis, has gotten in 3 different tornado warnings from 3 different storms. But yeah, I mean, lower level wind shear should be here now, right? I mean, they're on the edge of it. They're right on the edge of it. So close. Look at that environment, dude. That is crazy. That is an absurd environment, man. If we just had storms fire in Arkansas today, you could see why I was quite concerned for anything to fire there, but I mean, we'll see. All it takes is one storm to get going in this area, but you could see that severe storm in Oklahoma just died right out. I mean, the best storm in the entire state of Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, this whole area is the one almost on top of Dallas, if not over Dallas right now. And I wonder if these storms in Mississippi are just going to be the exact same explosion of updrafts and then random death of updrafts. But like these storms here, I really don't understand why these guys aren't being tornadic. Like this is in the 15 sig tour, so obviously we were expecting these to be tornadic. And they're not even that bad. Like they look semi-discrete supercells. They have a look to them. So I couldn't tell you why they're not producing. It could be the wind shear being still slightly displaced off to the east. It could be something with the 700 millibar temperatures. It could be something with the absolute tiniest, and I mean tiniest bit of capping that we have there. But they're like right on that boundary. That far southwest one, it looks like it's more of the lower level SRH. But still, 93, that's not atrocious. And this one is in 178. So you can't tell me that these 2 north storms are not being tornadic because of lower level SRH. We've literally seen strong tornado threats with 80, 90, 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. heavy cloud cover. Fun fact, this area had next to zero cloud cover all day. The only time it had cloud cover is now, because guess what storms are? Storms are clouds. So, of course, there's going to be cloud cover over storms. So, it's not cloud cover. And if you're referring to lapse rates, yeah, lapse rates are better as well. See, that's like 7.5 lapse rates here. Or my bad, 6.5, 7 lapse rates here. The entire risk hasn't underperformed yet, but the cold front is now quite beginning to progress quite a bit to the east. The main front is still trying to progress eastward here. Let's see. I mean, yeah, they do have this as a cold front. Okay. So they do have this as a weak cold front in here. So not the whole risk. We can't say the whole risk underperformed just yet, but yeah, I wouldn't be arguing with anybody if they said this portion of the risk is underperformed thus far. Now, I said earlier, it wasn't even close to being finished, but now it's starting to get to 8 o'clock. So I'm not going to argue if you say that's underperformed so far. And what's underperforming it? Well, the community doesn't seem to have too much of an idea. I think it's a mix of multiple things. It could be a mix of dry air close to the 850, 700 millibar, somewhere around there, depending on where you're looking at. It could be not enough forcing to maintain healthy supercells. A little bit of misplacing with the wind shear. The fact that we just had a cool pool earlier today from the MCS and a leftover outflow boundary. So it depends exactly where you look, but I'm sure it's a mixture of multiple different things that is underperforming this so far. I don't believe it's a one and done type underperformance. Yeah, the HRRR are now fully backed off on prefrontal convection across Tennessee and central Arkansas. Still some isolated convection in southern Arkansas. I'm going to be real. I mean, if this problem persists, we could just expect an isolated hail threat, mainly a damaging wind threat with these storms. And then, just a brief tornado or two, maybe one strong possible, if these issues continue to persist. Despite the volatile environment. I mean, I really don't know what's going on there. It's 8:12, so that lower level jet should begin to start cranking here. Definitely don't want to let your guard down. Yeah, we'll see another hour when these storms should be well into that lower level wind shear, though. But yeah, we'll see. It looks like still damaging winds is going to be a big problem. Hail will be a big problem with any storms that are discrete. The tornado threat may remain more isolated and more embedded inside of a line. Like up in here, this line may end up being the biggest tornado threat here. And any QLCSs that can develop inside of it. Because that just seems to be where the line is creating a well-forced area, because it's a line. So updrafts are easily able to maintain in that. And then again, hail will be a problem with any of these storms that can maintain down here. I mean, even the updraft in southeastern Oklahoma died out, so this looks very strange. Meso update? Yeah, it should have. It did. I mean, like, look at that. That prefrontal supercell was in a volatile environment, and it just did... I mean, it tried to be tornadic, and It could have produced a weak, brief tornado if it kept on going, but I am more impressed right now that we haven't had any good tornadoes in southern Missouri, or any tornadoes at that. I am very impressed with that. That is impressive. The fact that we've had such a volatile environment and a favorable environment for hours, a volatile environment just now really kicking in the last 2 hours, and we haven't seen any confirmed tornadoes there. Let's see. Severe weather for you tomorrow? It is possible, but mainly off to your southeast. Maybe just some rain tomorrow for you. Main threat tomorrow should be focused across this orange area, and I do think that we're going to get an upgrade for hail in here. It might be a 30 sig 2, it might be a 45 sig 2, or it might be a 45 sig 1. I know that not watching this really perform is boring for weather enthusiasts, and it's a good thing that it's not performing, but there's also a downside. There's obviously the really good upside is that it doesn't perform, but there is actually people out there that will attack the SPC if they don't end up getting a tornado. And they're in a very high-end echelon risk. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, you know? If it performs, you're probably going to get a bunch of destruction. If it doesn't perform, then people are going to be attacking the SPC. We're still expecting initiation in Arkansas. It's just our updrafts have struggled so much, and even the ones that are definitive updrafts have continued to struggle. So, I would still expect severe weather in portions of Arkansas. It just may not be nearly as notable as we expected. Again, we're watching that stuff in Mississippi still, just to see that is an area to watch according to the HRRR. It's been very consistent on that, but we continue to downtrend, and that's why we don't have a tornado watch across Arkansas and Mississippi, because those updrafts haven't fired. Mainly across Arkansas. We have seen those updrafts fired in northern Mississippi, but they have fired a little bit more messier, and they still could promote a severe threat. So they still need to be watched, and we still could end up with a tornado watch if they become a problem. The Hillsborough storm didn't have a destructive... Oh, golly. Numerous hailstones measuring 2 to 4 inches. Dang. Holy crap. Didn't expect to see that one. Yeah, but this Hillsborough storm didn't have any destructive mergers until the end of its lifespan, like right now. Now it's getting these destructive mergers over the last, like, 10 minutes or so. But at one point, it was fully discrete all by its own, did a left split, moved to the right, which was all the correct things to produce a tornado, went into the volatile environment, still stayed on its own, and then died. So it's like, what? How? Everything I just knew of meteorology, just throw it in the trash can. I'm thinking it was something to do with outflow. You guys added me on a tweet on Twitter about outflow, and it makes sense. We've seen a lot of training severe storms across these areas. But it shows you how even the environment can be legit borderline perfect, and the risk just doesn't pan out. And we've had multiple long-tracked supercells too here. We've had a lot of supercells, and those in Missouri have been pretty long-tracked here. So we easily could have ended up with a long-track tornado threat today. But hasn't been the case. Which again is, I would say, is definitely a good thing. Again, you still have a double-edged sword there because once again, people are probably going to go attack the SPC now that their forecast wasn't S tier. But I think the SPC did a great forecast today. Maybe the outlooks leading up to it, I disagreed with quite a bit, but the outlook they have now, I agreed with it quite, yeah, pretty much wholeheartedly when I started the live stream. Oh, we're still going to keep seeing severe weather and the risk for a few tornadoes, but the risk for an intense or violent tornado threat and a long track tornado threat is definitely diminishing. That's really going to be limited to if we can see any storms take advantage of that very favorable environment down in here. If we can get any discrete or semi-discrete storms in here and actually take full advantage of that environment, we can't still rule out a strong tornado threat. So we'll still monitor that. But the forecast definitely was not a bust, despite Twitter's opinion. The hail threat is verifying pretty dang well. The wind threat is beginning to verify. It's just the tornado threat that so far, I wouldn't say... Nah, I mean, so far it's been... I mean, like I said, we might have had 1-2 brief spin-up tornadoes, and we've had a lot of tornado warnings, but nothing has been confirmed. So if we actually don't get anything confirmed from today, it's going to be a full-blown bust for tornadoes. But the entire risk as a whole is not a bust. I know I'm talking about this risk as if it's over. It's not over. I've just lost a lot of confidence, especially after seeing that supercell in a volatile environment with pretty much all conditions met to produce a SIG Tor and just flop. Like, that actually properly shocked me. So, time frame for northeastern Arkansas. I would say the main timing is closer to 10-11 Central. Pretty late as that cold front sweeps through. Now we're up to 21 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. That counter at the top says 19, but it's actually 21. We are at 3 tornado warnings, so hold on. I think weatherwise might be wrong. Weatherwise is wrong. Weatherwise is counting 2 severe warnings that have been expired. So that counter that says 19 is actually correct. Somewhere between 19 and 21 severes. Somewhere between there. Either way, 19, 21, that's still a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. Definitely not a tornado outbreak right now, for sure. Definitely not. Severe weather outbreak, I think if this line continues, yeah. As long as this severe stuff continues. We just got our first PDS severe, I believe. Yeah, 3-inch hail out here for mountain view, so make sure you're indoors away from doors and windows and preferably very close to your safe spot. Just in case it gets rough, you may want to go to your safe spot in Willow Springs and Mountain View. Evansville, Indiana is in the clear right now, but you won't be in a few hours. This line will start pushing through as you get towards 10 o'clock Central, 11 p.m. Eastern in about 2.5 hours. Or is that 3.5? 11, 2. I think that's, yeah, about 2 to 3 hours, right around there. Could the environment be too volatile? The only way how that's going to happen is if there's too much wind shear and it shears off the updrafts, which could have been a case in southern Illinois. But across this area, nah. No. A new MCD, 80% chance of a tornado watch across northern Arkansas. Severe hail and tornado threat may be increasing across portions of Arkansas. Potential for 1.5 to 2.5 inch hail, 55 to 70 mile an hour winds, and a few tornadoes, 1 or 2 strong, are all possible. Yeah, I do think we'll see a decent nocturnal tornado threat. Potential for significant tornadoes may be most pronounced with any prefrontal supercells that can develop. Watch issuance appears probable. The problem with this is I do think our strong tornado threat is a lot less because we're going to be at a messier mode in the overnight hours. So I still wouldn't rule out a strong tornado or two, maybe even one intense one. Depending on if we get any prefrontals down there. Y'all are saying veering's not good, but that's not bad veering, especially with how strong that veering is in the lower levels. You go from southerly, southwesterly to southwesterly a bit more, southwesterly a bit more, and then due westerly. That's what we call veering. Now, the very low levels don't start at southeasterly, but that's not bad veering. If it was bad veering, your hodograph wouldn't look like that, or like that, or like that. If it was bad veering. Yeah, I would say it is underperforming a bit, and in terms of the tornado threat, so far it is a very severe underperformance. The wind threat and hail threat hasn't underperformed that much, but the tornado threat definitely has. I won't argue so far. Let's see. Something else to kind of take into account that I was looking at now, and I'll mention it now that a meteorologist pointed it out. What's up with the, like, smoke and hazy dust over here? I wonder if that played a role into it. It low-key has before, so there's no reason why it wouldn't have today. So I wonder if it did play a role into underperformance. Wouldn't surprise me if freaking smoke choked off all the updrafts. Wouldn't surprise me at all. We should get a downstream tornado watch for Indiana soon. Did they already do an MCD for that and I missed it? Oh, yeah, they did. Here you go. Severe potential expected to increase over the next couple of hours. A watch will be needed. And that will be issued here eventually. I'd imagine probably in about an hour or less. But this says... Oh, yeah, this says an hour 15. Within the next hour, 15 minutes. Yeah, I think today might be cooked as well, low-key. Which, again, double-edged sword. Definitely a good thing, but there's also some bad portions to that. It's not... It's a bit early, Caden. I mean, we're about midway through our greatest tornado threat, so it's a little early, but... We're getting towards almost like halfway through the main tornado threat here. So, it's not extremely early. But right now, I'd say our greatest chance for a strong tornado threat is up in here. However, those storms haven't proven to have much of a mesocyclone, so that threat is not very high. Yeah, like I said, you can't call today a bust because we had at least two 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and at least 4-inch hail, multiple other 2-inch hailstones. So when you go to the verification page, it's probably going to be a verification. Other than the tornado threat, like I said, I'm not going to argue with the tornado threat. If you call the tornado threat a bust so far, I'm not going to argue. Oops. I found it. I found part of the reason. I've got it. Ready? You guys pointed it out with veering, but I didn't acknowledge it till now. You don't have southerly, southeasterly winds at the surface. There's a little bit of southerly and southeasterly winds, but you could see the St. Louis MEDAR, southwest, just east of St. Louis. Southwest, nothing. Apparently, nothing. Southwest, west, southwest. Some of these are southerly to southwesterly, or rather southwesterly and westerly wind speeds. Favorable is southerly to southeasterly. This is favorable. That's favorable. So again, I don't really know with that. That's pretty favorable too. That's southerly winds right there on both of those that I just circled. But again, this southwesterly, none here southwesterly. So when you have your southwesterlies, it's not as favorable. Because what you normally have is a cold front that pushes through like this. And ahead of that cold front is due southerly to southeasterly winds. Because guess what? When you have a low pressure, your low pressure is rotating like this. So in front of the low pressure, in front of the cold front, you're going to have winds that are coming out of the south like this. And they're going to be going up into that cold front. And in this case, your cold front is weak, so there's not a lot of forcing, as we know. And your veering in your lower levels is not strong. But I think what's very important with that veering is just the fact that it's not providing good inflow. You need typically consistent southerly wind shear, southerly, southeasterly wind shear feeding into these storms. So, but that's only in select few areas, like back down in here and maybe back up onto why we may not be seeing a great tornado threat in the middle portion of this line in here. But you could see we've got southeasterly winds feeding right into the northern side of that line. So that's why we've had a little bit of a better tornado risk up here compared to down in here. And then those southerly winds increase again as we go towards these prefrontals down here, which again, can't explain why they haven't been tornadic. So it's definitely, I believe Caden said it, it's a lot of little things. It's a lot of little things. It's a little bit of dry air, a little bit of capping, a little bit of veering issues, a little bit of wind shear issues, a little bit of overlapping between the instability and wind shear issues, a little bit of outflow issues, a little bit of overconvection issues, and that creates a lot of issues. A lot of little creates a lot. And that's what it seems like it is. A lot of little has created a lot. And again, the lower level jet won't increase a lot tonight because we don't have a notable jet stream. So don't think, oh, the tornado threat's going to go from 0 to absolutely violent. We may have a 5-knot increase, maybe, but it's not going to be something that's notable enough to rapidly increase. Like, we're not going from a 25-knot jet stream to a 70 or a 60-knot jet stream. We're going to go from, let's go look at it now. That way I don't have to explain it without visual. 35-knot jet stream to, in 4 hours, yeah, a 35, 40-knot jet stream. Little to no increase in your jet stream along your cold front. But still, maybe, as these greater amounts of lower level wind shear overlap with your supercells, maybe you could get a little increase with tornado potential further south. But yeah, we're down to 1 tornado warning right now, y'all. We are about to go tornado warning list in a moderate. Like I said, a lot of little makes a lot. Wow. A severe thunderstorm watch in a 10 sig 2 and a 5 sig 2 and a 5 sig 1. Oh, there is no 5 sig 2 up here. My bad. 10 sig 1, 10 sig 2, 5 sig 1. All severe watched. That tells you something. That tells you something right there. That tells you that tornado threat is not expected to ramp up much at all. I mean, it's not impossible our PDS watch verifies. We literally need 2 tornadoes and 1 strong tornado for our PDS watch to verify. That's not a very hard thing to get, but on a day like today, it seems like it's borderline impossible. I wouldn't say today is done. Don't let your guard down for tornado potential still. But do acknowledge how much of the environment is now somehow working against this threat. Again, though, the SPC forecast was great. You can't go flame, even though you're going to. I know some people, hopefully not y'all in chat, hopefully you're smarter than this. I know most of you are. There's still going to be people who flame the SPC for the risk today, acting like some people didn't say today could go high risk. Even I did. I even mentioned, I said earlier, like yesterday, I wouldn't fully like rule off the potential for a high risk if morning convection isn't as widespread. And yeah, a lot of alerts still. That's how it kind of looked like that way. It looked like we were leaning towards a 15 sig verification, borderline high risk potential verification being possible. But that's not how it went. If you took all the model data and surface analysis this morning and thought that this shouldn't be a moderate, you're insane. I mean, I was fully on board with a moderate today. I've been on board with a moderate today for the last 4 days at this point. Like I said, it's a double-edged sword. Thankfully, it didn't verify, but unfortunately, a lot of people wouldn't even be surprised if I get flamed a bit for it. For this underperformance. 700 millibar you were talking about for Southern Illinois and Arkansas, it was too warm. Oh, like a warm nose? Oh. Well, now it looks a lot more intense because you're getting your capping to build back in. It probably wasn't that bad earlier today. But you're starting to get your capping to build back in now. And that is why I think our strong tornado potential in Arkansas is decreased. We don't have those updrafts. Remember I said earlier the main updraft time frame was 5:30. 5:30 Eastern to 7 o'clock was the main time frame for supercells to fire. After 7, the capping would start to build in. And now we're almost at 9, and that capping is very much building in. I doubt the SPC drops the moderate, but it would not be a bad idea to just drop the moderate. Because that sucker is not verifying. That thing is not verifying. We are not... Today won't verify. It won't. We would have to see, like, 2 long track tours out of 2 or 3 of those supercells down there in southern Missouri for this moderate to verify now. Remember, the moderate is just for tornadoes. The moderate is just for tornadoes. Again, I don't think the wind threat is underperformed, and I don't think the hail threat is underperformed. The moderate is just for tornadoes, and I think that is underperformed. And I don't see a way how it's going to perform. We may get some stray strong tornado out in freaking middle of Kentucky or Tennessee tonight. Imagine I'm right. But that's probably not going to be in the moderate area. But I still wouldn't rule out some random strong tornado at some point here. So still a few tornadoes, mainly weak possible. One could be strong. And if it really gets going, you know, maybe even I can't rule out an intense one or a long tracked one. I just wouldn't rule out that potential because even though the environment has some things working against it, it's still at the end of the day a kind of crazy environment there on mesoanalysis. So let's see. I apologize that I'm such a bad forecaster. Random tornado one in Wisconsin. Sucker's going to perform better than the moderate at this point. I can't say I'm a terrible forecaster because, yeah, I'm definitely not the best. 100%. Not as good as the SPC. But the SPC missed this too. That's actually a properly warranted tornado warning too. Like, that's actually rotating and actually capable of producing a tornado. Am I gonna... Lucy, I should have not modded you. Oh my goodness. Me modding you made the whole moderate bust. Like, we haven't had a single observed tornado warning in the moderate. I should have never modded Lucy. But at the end of the day, you know, that's a good thing, though, because we didn't get a single tornado observed. So, Like I said, it's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. We didn't get tornadoes. That's awesome. No destruction. But then again, we also, the SPC is going to be absolutely flamed for this like crazy, and people are going to, probably bring it up for years. How this PDS watch didn't even get a single tornado warning in it for multiple hours. Maybe if we don't, oh my goodness, there you go. If we don't get a tornado warning in this PDS watch, community is going to go insane. We'll see if this supercell can verify the entire moderate risk. But even if it does, it's not possible to verify the entire moderate, because it would only, if it somehow produces a long tracked intense tour right here, only would verify the southern tail of it. Two of the trickiest things to talk about in the weather community right here. Again, what I just mentioned, how it's a double-edged sword with, we're not seeing tornadoes. We haven't seen any tornadoes, so you obviously don't get destruction, but then you also end up with the SPC getting flamed. That's a double-edged sword, something that's difficult to talk about and hard to put into words. And then another thing, shoot, has left my mind. Should have said it sooner. It might pop back in. It might pop back in. This has not felt like a 7-hour live stream. It has not. I know we haven't tracked much tornadic stuff today, but this has not felt like a 7-hour live stream. It really hasn't. It has felt like a 2-hour live stream. But I'm trying to think of the second thing, and I can't remember it. Can't remember it at all. It felt like a 10-hour live stream? Not to me. I was having a blast looking at every HRRR run, every meso analysis, radar scans. I love that stuff. I'm going to eat some energy real quick. See these little things? These little pumpkin things, they're awesome. Good candy. Nope, they're all mine, Legacy. You can have these. I'm not sharing. I'm not sharing. All mine. Healthy snack. Yep. There's actually a little bit of rotation here in Texas. Better than half the moderate risk. But I offered you a brownie yesterday. I suppose you can have one. Not sure how I'm going to get it to you, though. When did I start? One something. I can't find it. It definitely was before 2. I don't know exactly what it was. Like 120. 120, 125, somewhere right around there. Eastern. That's Eastern. Who knows? This might actually end up trying to produce something. Literally like the second best area rotation we've seen today. But this is far away. So, we'll need to watch that. I ain't jinxed it. Like I said, this moderate ain't going to verify. There's nothing that's going to happen behind this line. So, regardless, that entire northwest side of the moderate is a full-blown bust. And I imagine much of this side's going to be a almost very close to full-blown bust. So there's a slim chance this one storm may be able to verify the smallest portion of the south central portion of the moderate. We get an SBC outlook in 10 minutes. With us having a tornado warning down here, that might be all the SBC needs to keep it 15 sig. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Loki thought that was an observed warning right there. Scared me. I wonder if anyone's going to chase tomorrow. Tomorrow could also produce a few tornadoes, maybe one or two strong. And you know, I really wouldn't even rule out an intense tornado tomorrow. I think it will be a big time hail threat. But I wouldn't even rule out a strong tornado or two, maybe even one intense tomorrow. Depending on, I mean, the environment looks pretty favorable, but depending on all the stuff that we see, you know, what we saw underperform today's risk, we'll see about tomorrow. I'll definitely be live tomorrow, but yeah, not Wednesday, unless it's a chase stream. With them gas prices, though, you're gonna have to really convince me to chase. It's gonna have to be a good threat, because I gotta go far away from my house on like Friday. That's gonna be a lot of gas money. So it'd have to be a really good threat for me to chase Wednesday. Oh, we finally got initiation in Arkansas over there. South of Jasper. But I wouldn't be surprised if those just die. How much is gas over there? Other day I saw it at 4.29, but locally away from downtown Martinsville, like if you drive out of downtown, it's about 4.19, 4.29, but if you could get to the outskirts, which I pass the outskirts all the time, I've seen it as low as still 3.79, but I'd have to imagine I'm going to go to that gas station probably tomorrow or Wednesday. That gas price ain't going to be 3.79 no more. 4.95 here. Wow. Yeesh. Yeah, back up to 5 tornado warnings ever since we started to discuss about the potential for this bust to keep on going. So maybe we should have actually properly saved that discussion for tomorrow. Because we may have kind of jinxed the east side of the severe risk today. All right, like I said, SPC outlook here. Pretty soon, about 5 minutes now. Uh, this mod dumb, I hate it. Got hit by the weakest part of the line. Uh, it worked. It worked. Despite all the volatile environment and the insane look on the model runs, you still got hit by the weakest part of the line. You got to chase a tornado warning, though, barely around your vicinity. But at least your cows didn't go flying today. It works, man. I'm telling you. You laugh at it until you become mod, and then you realize, oh, yeah, it does work. If these updrafts get a little bit stronger, we could see a tornado watch issued. Now, sometimes it does break through, like it's broken through, I think, twice for Brooklyn, once for Catman, at least once for Legacy, at least once for Caleb. So, yeah, it does break every now and then. Lucky's has held strong his entire chasing career. Ooh. 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 First tornado report of the day. Oh, man. Excuse me. But that's the first tornado report of the day. We'll see if the National Weather Service verifies that and upgrades to observed or not. But we may have a tornado ongoing here. Heading towards Breese. In south, kind of southwest, west central Illinois. Guys, one tornado doesn't verify a freaking moderate. Come on, chillax, kids. 1 week brief spin up tour doesn't verify a moderate for the potential of multiple long tracked EF2 to EF3s. And this is a big moderate too. This is not one of them tiny little localized moderates. This was a big moderate. It would take a couple strong to intense tornadoes to verify that. Over 4 million people inside that moderate today. Lebanon has a severe storm up there. And then there's some isolated heavy rain down here. But the worst is going to be later on here in probably about an hour and a half, maybe close to 2 hours. When this line starts pushing your way. And you're in a severe watch, so they're only expecting the potential for maybe a brief tornado or two in Indiana, but mainly damaging winds and small hail. Aw, crap. See, now that ain't good. When you see debris being lofted 3,500 feet into the atmosphere, that is by far, not even close, the strongest debris signature we've seen today. And that is a definitive tornado. That is definitely a tornado on the ground, also considering that we had a report of a tornado about 4 minutes ago. Definitely a tornado on the ground here south of Trenton in southwestern Illinois. Might be attempting to be a strong tornado. Might be attempting to be a strong tornado, depending on how the next scan looks for CC. So I expect a confirmed warning to be issued here shortly. But yeah, V, you want to watch later tonight. Like I said, if you want to watch about an hour, hour and a half from now, mainly damaging winds, very small hail, wouldn't rule out a brief tornado. But there you go. The first pretty much 100% chance of it being a tornado, because we have a report now, a debris signature, comes at about 8:57 p.m. Eastern. Ooh, yeah, maybe a strong tornado right over Trenton. If you're watching from Trenton and Illinois, you better run now, like right now. You have split second, get to your safe spot. There's a tornado right over you. Most likely this tornado's on top of Trenton right now. And there you go. The first time you have heard that alert today. This tornado warning has been upgraded to an observed tornado, and I do think this is a probable strong tornado over Trenton. I think this is a probable strong tornado on the ground. So make sure you get to your safe spot. If you're in Trenton, downstream, this is going to be going to Aviston, and then Breese and St. Rose in Illinois. So please be in your safe spot. This may warrant a PDS warning. It depends on the debris signature next scan, if it is. The velocity, I would say, is probably enough to get a PDS warning. The population doesn't matter as much for PDS warnings as it does for Torres. But over 22,000 people in the observed, definitely enough population for a PDS tornado warning. Velocity probably enough. Radar confirms, as well as we had a report too. So if this CC gets bigger next scan, it may warrant PDS. If it doesn't get bigger, which it didn't, we'll have to see what velocity says now. But that's a very, very good sign. Hopefully this wasn't too strong of a tornado. It looks like it might have went through the southern side of Trenton. Look how it turned. It turned. Oh my goodness. I really hope that is actually the case, and it literally turned like right before it went into downtown Trenton. Now, unfortunately, there is still homes here, so hopefully it's weakened. Ooh, I don't really like that. I mean, it's still strong. It's still strong. That very well could still be a strong tornado ongoing, just maybe a little bit less debris to pick up. Oh boy. We're up to 6 tornado warnings, and now we got a tornado warning for Farmington. Not a lot of good rotation here. But they did tornado warn that. And another tornado warning out here in southeastern Missouri too. So all 3 of our semi-discrete supercells that we mentioned before are now tornado warned. And the only one that's not tornado warned is the 4th one on the very far southern side, and that could easily get warned if it moves into a more favorable environment, which it should. It should move into a more favorable environment. Don't know if it's going to actually get warned or not. Just depends on how much it increases with rotation. Well, now that this is ongoing, they definitely kept the moderate. Yeah. Definitely kept the moderate, and the moderate's still in effect. They expanded the enhanced further into Tennessee, by the way. Just a little bit further into Tennessee. I have to wait for this to update. Just give it another scan here. 2 seconds. That might be on the ground. The reason why I say that is because the spectrum width ball and a few, like 2 pixel ZDR drops surrounded by a higher ZDR around it. That might be a tornado ongoing inside the same observed tornado warning. This one, if it is on the ground, would be heading towards Germantown, Illinois. I want to go down further to the south here. But I might need to open a new radar for that. I don't know what radar is good for those southern tornado warnings. Yeah. These are really increasing with mesocyclones. We'll see if this one follows. And we may end up with a tornado watch in far north central Arkansas here soon. Tornado warning dropped up there in Wisconsin. All right, here's the SPC's new outlook for those who didn't see. Moderate risk maintained, enhanced risk expanded slightly off to the east, but not into Tennessee. They've expanded the hatched risk slightly off to the southeast. 15 sig 2 Tor, 10 sig 2 still remains. And 10 sig 1 also remains there too. Still unhatched wind, which I don't really get because we literally had 2 reports of 80-mile-an-hour winds, so we already know that this is capable of producing winds exceeding 74 miles per hour. Still don't know why that's not hatched. And then a hatched hail risk for those remaining semi-discrete supercells before they congeal up into a line. Yeah, no probable debris signature here, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do have a brief tornado ongoing. If not, Germantown, a brief tornado could touch down right over you at any second. And there was already a confirmed tornado to your northwest, so you should already be in your safe spot anyways. But this is your old tornado, which is likely lifted now, was up here. And a new one could be developing or may already be ongoing over Germantown in Illinois. And both of these look pretty concerning, but we don't have a close enough radar. Of course, these storms ended up going tornado warned right as they got into the big radar hole towards the Boot Hill of Missouri. Why wouldn't they? That is crazy. I swear storms just know where the radar holes are. Wild. 3 injured. Tree onto a house with potential injuries. Well, 3 injuries already reported there. It has been a hot minute since I have seen an injury damaging wind report from this software. That's very, very, very unfortunate. Hopefully those people are all right. Hopefully it wasn't anything critical. Hopefully they're good. All right, let's go ahead and see. I'm going to get, what radar's best here? Springfield is barely better, but I really don't know what to use for it. It's like right in that perfect radar hole, man. Still no tornado warnings in our PDS tornado watch today. That's probably going to change in about 30 or so minutes. Let's go back to our tornado warning up here. Still have it confirmed. Like I said, that area, the new area of rotation in Germantown, very easily could be a tornado ongoing now. Yes, the PDS was mainly for prefrontals. Yes, correct. However, it's also going to stay in effect for the cold front. But yes, the PDS was mainly for the prefrontal potential. Let's see. Yeah, no CC, so there's no confirmed tornado with this particular area of rotation, but this is a confirmed warning, so you do need to be in your safe spot. But I don't see any CC confirming this is down. Gracious. Violent torque potential MCD for the PDS watch. Oh. Need to watch that. That is a tornado, I want to say. Probable second tornado ongoing now. Just to the east-northeast of Germantown in southern Illinois. Hold on, I want to check something. Wait a second. Can you guys hear the alerts come in or not? On my end, it says you can, but for some reason, I'm watching the stream and it doesn't look like there is. Okay. Now tell me if you can hear it. Give it one more alert to see if you could hear it. Let me close all this stuff. Yeah, that's a definitely a tornado ongoing here. Definitely a tornado ongoing.
Issued.
So I have to keep both of those on. That's so weird. That is so weird.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Okay, now I'm going to go see if that echoed at all. Technical difficulties, love them. Okay. Strange, so I have to keep my headphones unmuted in order for you to hear that. That's weird. But I'll do that because, I mean, there's no reason not to. Okay. We'll see what the next scan has to show here, but likely a tornado, maybe strong here, northeast of Germantown, in southwestern Illinois. Oh, new observed. So that's gonna come in right here. Oh, one after that, maybe. Those storms in Texas, man, how many considerables we getting down there? They're yeah, they updated that one, updated that one, updated that one, updated that one, issued that one, issued that one. They definitely changed a lot right there.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Alright, whoa. Jump scare. Big old jump scare right there. Have to give it a few more scans to see how high up that's being lofted. But so far, a minimum of 5,000 feet. This is likely a strong tornado ongoing. Likely a strong tornado ongoing. This is going to be heading towards Sandoval, out here in southern Illinois. Up to 8 tornado warnings and 19 severes. So waiting to get that CC. Oh. Yeah, that is definitely strong to intense. Definitely a strong to intense tornado on the ground there. Wow. Yeah, going towards Sandoval and Odin and Salem.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Let's see here. Okay, if this isn't the observed warning, I'm going to refresh this because it seems to be... Okay. Yeah, you're being refreshed, bucko. Because it seems to be a bit behind on the warnings there. Yeah, that's a very significant tornado. Very significant. Yeah, these storms can't see what's happening with them in Missouri, but we easily could have 2 tornadoes ongoing in southeast Missouri right now. We wouldn't even know. Because of how far they are from radar. Oh my goodness. Wow. That is probably a new or continued. Yeah, that's a completely new considerable there for Crawfordsville. Tor possible as well, so that's going to be pretty rough. I really hope that stays north of V.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Really hope that stays north of V. So again, make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in these observed warnings. This is going towards... I swear I've said this name like 50 billion times in the last 2 days. Junction City. In south central Illinois. Make sure you get to your safe spot. Junction City. Again, this is in south central Illinois. Next scan should be within the next 45 seconds. Tornado watch for central and northern Illinois. Or, my bad, Arkansas. I apologize. I'm tired, apparently. Central and northern Arkansas. New tornado watch till 5 a.m. Eastern.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Alrighty, that is PDS. So this is now a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning in Illinois. The first PDS of the day. That is a particularly dangerous
A new
situation.
flash flood warning has been issued.
And that's a significant flash flood warning, too. And it looks like the CC just spread it out. Classic. Yeah, observed PDS tornado warning. Still a really good area of rotation. Easily could still be a strong tornado ongoing right over that area. So again, this is going to be heading towards Sandoval, Orden, Salem, Central City, Junction City, and South Central Illinois. Here, let's see. Okay. See if that disabled the flash flood warnings there. Since we kept getting, for some reason, so many of those. New Violent Tour MZD. Cap. Where? That's cap. I didn't get it. So again, that's a PDS tornado warning in Illinois. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning. You just saw it get issued right there. Tour possible for that storm now. Unwarned tornado on the ground in Wisconsin. That's very far from radar. If you're talking about the severe, I highly doubt it. I'm pretty sure that's hail. Unless you're talking about a different storm. Is that the next scan? Yeah, that still looks like it's ongoing. Although weaker, it looks like it's about to lift. It looks like it did an occlusion process and is now right in here. I still think that's a tornado ongoing. I just think it wrapped... Yeah, it was moving northeast like this. Started in here, moved northeast, and then wrapped up and back around and is still on the ground. As it occluded up into the embedded supercells hook echo. Sam, is this the MCD you're talking about? That's like almost 15 minutes old. That's the violent potential for a violent tornado MCD there. Intense to violent tornado possible. And again, that goes right into the PDS tornado watch. Yeah, well, 15 minutes ago ain't exactly new to us. On this channel, we get information typically within 60 seconds of it being issued. Oh, did they drop your risk for tornadoes? They did. They dropped that 5 hatched into Indiana. Sweet. Love to see it. Looks like a really bad storm's going to go into Crawfordsville. Can pronounce it in my head, but not too well in real life. That's definitely got the potential for 60 to 75 mile an hour wind gusts. But this line should weaken as it gets closer and closer to your area. Keyword is should. Alright, this may have lifted now. May be a brief weak tornado ongoing or lifted in south central Illinois for the heading towards the Sandoval area. Few little updrafts trying to form back here, but they haven't done very well. We do have a new watch out here, 60-40 tornado prob on that. Downgraded to observed warning, no longer a PDS now. You know what? I'm going to change the flash flood warnings on this too. See if this gets rid of the flash flood warnings down there. Flash flood warning. The only one I'll keep on is a flash flood emergency.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. There we go. See if that gets rid of the flash flood warnings. I don't know if it will. It might. Nope. Yeah, pretty sure that's probably lifted at this point. No longer a PDS tornado warning, but it is still observed. I do want to go back to Texas, though. Something definitely could be happening in Sulphur Springs here. Just very little radar data on that. Definitely want to watch both of those storms in northeast Texas. First severe thunderstorm warning of our PDS tornado watch. I think we've had a few in southern Illinois. But in terms of Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, discluding Illinois, in this portion, that's our first severe thunderstorm warning in this portion of our PDS tornado watch. And if we get a tornado warning here soon in the next 15 minutes, it will be our first tornado warning inside the entirety of the PDS tornado watch. There you go. Area of rotation warranted a tornado warning here northwest of Crawfordsville in Indiana. So make sure you get to your safe spot. That's a new tornado warning up there. Brief tornado could occur if that continues to ramp up as it goes towards Clarks Hill, Stockwell, just north of Crawfordsville in west central Indiana. Oh, I love that. Ooh, don't love that. Some morning convection issues out of nowhere on the HRRR for tomorrow. See if that comes to fruition. but still a pretty big, significant, severe threat behind that at just after 5 p.m. Eastern would be possible across this area. Still would be a pretty big problem even if overconvection did occur. If overconvection doesn't occur tomorrow, I could definitely see a moderate risk for hail being issued tomorrow. Farmington, Missouri. Yeah, you're good. You can come out of your safe spot. They've kept the world's smallest looking tornado warning over here to y'all's
A new
northeast.
tornado warning has been issued.
But the area of rotations died out, so you're good to come out of your safe spot. If you're still somehow in that tornado warning that's very small, just stay there for a few more minutes because it's going to expire pretty soon anyways. But if you're in downtown Farmington, Missouri, you're good. You still don't want to go outside because there's a lot of lightning and heavy rain. But yeah, after that storm passes, you should be good to go. Cold front's right behind that, meaning once you get behind that front, severe weather threat is going to be very close to zero. We don't often see much severe weather immediately behind a cold front. There you go. Told you it was only really a matter of time before this southern storm got warned. So right now, only for a few more minutes though, because this one's about to expire, all 4 of our supercells that we've been watching in southeastern Missouri for a long time, all 4 are now severe warned and tornado warned. Actually, this one might not be severe. Okay, not all of them are severe warned. The middle one is somehow not severe, but they are all tornado warned. And I expect these to turn more clustered, so I still do think that we could get a good tornado threat out of them, but I'm not 100% sure on that intense tornado threat. A lot of stuff updating right now. They also just turned that tornado warning that was PDS, downgraded it to observed, and now it is downgraded to radar indicated.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh yeah, another one in Arkansas. So 2 on the same storm. First tornado warning in Arkansas today. First one. Go back up here to Indiana again. Definitely monitoring that area of rotation in west central Indiana. Nothing too insane, but definitely could see a brief spin up tornado out of that eventually. I don't know about many tornado warnings in Arkansas based on how our trends have been. I think we could see, maybe a few. Considering this stuff's still struggling. The only storm I expect to be tornadic in Arkansas is this guy. So if it turns more to the southeast, that, we could get a few more tornado warnings up in here in Arkansas. I mean, HRRR has this thing exploding, but I don't know what's up with that. I don't think that's actually going to happen. I don't think we're going to see multiple supercells in Arkansas, but you never know. We'll need to watch these to see if they actually do end up exploding into supercells. And then if that's the case, Critty probably will be right. Is there anything in central Indiana? Let me see. Nothing in downtown Indianapolis or anything like that. I mean, there's some rain showers and a little bit of lightning, but the worst is right now near Crawfordsville in west central Indiana. We have that little area of some inflow trying to produce a tornado north of Crawfordsville, and then 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts across this entire line here. And I think that will stay just barely to the north of Indianapolis. But this line is eventually going to hit Indianapolis, and I'm hoping that it will weaken as it continues into central Indiana. Regardless, the main threat is definitely damaging winds. Y'all are saying an unwarned tornado south of St. Louis. Oh, maybe in here? Let's see. How far south? Farmington? Like, you say south of St. Louis, but I don't know how far south and exactly where. There's a lot of towns south of St. Louis. Where? I see nothing. What are you talking about? Oh. That? Northeast of Farmington. Hold on. Not strong rotation, but it lines up directly with a little mini hook. That looks more convincing. And that would be kind of halfway unwarned right there. And ZDR decreased. That could have been a brief unwarned tornado, and spectrum with increase too. So if it was, it definitely wasn't strong, and it was definitely brief. If that's what you're talking about, southwest of Rocky Ridge, yeah, that could have been a brief, weak, half-warned tornado warning. Or tornado. My bad. But this down here is hail. I thought you said Farmington, so I was looking in here where this CC was. And that was definitely hail. But this actually looks like a bit more of a probable tornado. Half unwarned southwest of Rocky Ridge. A little while ago. You could have said just northeast of Farmington. That would have helped a lot instead of me, looking at the hail core. Because for quite a while there, I thought you were saying the hail was a tornado. And Caden did too. All right, let's go back down further south here. So no observed warnings anymore. Although we've definitely increased our tornado count. Probably to just over or around 3 at this point now. Which definitely is still not verification of a moderate. But we did get our first confirmed strong tornado with a PDS tornado warning up there in Illinois. Inside dead center of the moderate. So again, just going to want to monitor these to see if they intensify as updrafts or not. When would they be firing? One's in western Arkansas, right here, right now. That's probably going to be our main area for Arkansas. It would be if those storms can intensify into bigger updrafts as they go off to the east. I ain't got no cat. Some of my family's allergic to cats. We don't have any cats in this family. Trying to think if I forgot to do something today. No, I definitely didn't. It's hard to remember if you do some of my daily tasks I try to do. I forget about. It's like, was that yesterday I did that? Or was it today? Let's see. I've taken, I think, 3 breaks so far. One at 4 hours, one at... No, one at 3 hours, one at 5 hours, and then one at, like, 6 hours. You know what's crazy? Since the SPC updated their risk at 9 o'clock, that PDS tornado warning occurred outside the moderate. I kid you not. Because they shrunk the moderate, our first PDS tornado warning happened in a 10 sig 1. You gotta be kidding me. Because that PDS warning happened after the update. In the old Outlook, that was dead center of the moderate. Wow. What a coincidence, dude. That's insane. That is insane. We still haven't gotten a single tornado warning inside of our PDS tornado watch. We've had a few severes in Indiana and Illinois in the PDS watch, and a few severes on the west side of our PDS watch in southeastern Missouri, but zero tornado warnings.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Man. Yeah, I couldn't get rid of those flash flood warnings. I mean, they're still important. It's just at one point they were spamming in. HRRR wants a lot of overconvection tonight. I mean, we are starting to see some evidence of those storms firing where we could have overconvection issues. But, like, look at how much it overconvects the open warm sector. Look at that. And because of that, those storms take up the environment. And then you're not left with much left for the actual line. And it's been very consistent on that. I haven't seen a single run where it doesn't have overconvection. The NAM doesn't have overconvection, and so your line lasts all the way until Nashville being a problem. But the main environment's gone by about midnight. Our most favorable environment's gone by around 11 midnight Eastern. If there's not overconvection, yes, that would include your Area 2 legacy. We'll see. Oh, every Wofus run disagrees with the HRRR or disagrees with the NAM3K. Every Wofus run agrees with the HRRR. All 18 of them. Let's see. Yeah, and they all agree that this storm is going to turn and become a bit of a bigger problem here, because if I go out...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All of them agree that this is going to turn to the southeast and become a bit bigger of a problem for far northeastern Arkansas. And most of them are confident that those storms in Missouri won't be a big problem for much longer. So we'll still need to monitor this one and this one just in case, but maybe these are gonna, the northern one dies out and this northern one kind of merges with the southern one. So probably gonna need to watch that southern one the most. Will we see a moderate high risk in May, yay or nay? I say yeah. I say the days of May being active will be limited, but we'll probably still get one big trough that swoops in and causes a moderate. But I do think we'll have a dominant death bridge to decrease the overall potential of May being an average to above average month. So I think we'll have like a few mesoscale days on like the edge of our death ridge, and then we may have a few okay severe events and tornado threats, and we may end up with like one or two of those upper echelon enhanced or moderate days in May. Don't overhype June. June is probably going to be an average to above average month. But it wouldn't be the same type of tornado count as if April is above average. So this month, very well, April, at how active it's been, probably is going to be the most active month of this year.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
June could cut close if it goes crazy, but I think April is going to end up going down as our most active month for tornadoes. But yeah, June probably will be pretty crazy. I just mean like
A new tornado warning has been issued.
like don't go crazy on it. Don't go posting on Twitter that it's going to be like worse than April, because again, if you have an above average April, that's going to be worse than an above average June. But yeah, I do agree that it's probably going to be crazy. Let's see. Yeah, I dropped the tornado warnings on those two northern storms. Continue the warning on this second far southern storm for a little bit longer, 42 more minutes, as that still seems somewhat tornadic.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I believe that's this one, the one I... Oh, no, that's Indiana. Oh. It continues to try to tighten up. It hasn't tightened up much, but it keeps trying to here. And these are just QLCS tornado potential. Not very high potential threat for tornadoes there, but just an isolated spin up can't be ruled out on all three of these tornado warnings. The highest potential should stay with these further to the south. And by the way, we officially have our first tornado warning of the PDS Tornado Watch, which now expires in almost 2 hours. That's insane. That is insane. That PDS watch was issued, oh my word, 6 hours ago. It took us almost exactly 6 hours. Almost exactly 6 hours to get our first tornado warning in the PDS watch. That is insane. That is insane.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They actually rewarned that. Interesting. Rewarned that storm in Greenville, southeastern Missouri. Second tornado watch, or rather, second tornado warning of our PDS tornado watch right there. But it's hard to say what these storms in Missouri are doing. But I wouldn't be surprised if any of these are close to producing a tornado. And then these Arkansas storms are just still meh updrafts. They're updrafts. They're definitely way more present than the ones we had earlier today, that's for sure, but they're not organizing too well. At least not yet. This one probably looks the most impressive, but it's so far from radar. It's meh. If it looked like this closer to radar, I'd be a bit more concerned, but it's that's so inaccurate. 10,000 to 13,000 feet up. So inaccurate, man. Very inaccurate. Well, that PDS Tornado Watch could have verified very, very well if prefrontal storms fired in the open warm sector close to 6 o'clock Eastern. But man, the HRRR was dead wrong all day today across that area. Didn't get a single thing right. Didn't get a single thing right with those supercells in the open warm sector today. And it had them for a long time there, too. I mean, it had them almost every run. Ever since the 06Z early this morning, it had them almost every single run up until now, where you could see it gets rid of them all. So, Wofus is the winner in terms of today. HRRR dead wrong. Which makes me think that we're probably still going to see some overconvection and our main tornado threat is going to be over here. Probably not too long from now. I think our main tornado threat is going to begin to decrease here in about an hour. And then our environment and everything else decreases as we go towards about 12:30 Eastern. So I think we're going to keep peaking. We're going to keep with this peak tornado threat for at least another hour. That's what I think. Gracious day. Let's see. Yeah, probably about 2-3 tornadoes today so far. That's what I'm thinking.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, Miss Jonesboro, it depends. If they don't turn, most likely. The main storm that I expect to be in Arkansas probably is going to stay just to the north of Jonesboro. But these storms, if they can intensify, are likely going to head towards Jonesboro. That new warning was for Louisville or Louisville, depending on which way you pronounce it here in southeastern Illinois. Going towards your house. Is it for you? I mean, that's got to be pretty close, right? You got to be like either barely in it or barely out of it over there. All this over convection here should help to decrease the overall threat and make it more messy. Hopefully. One can hope. Let me see. I got it correct earlier, called 8080. I hate to tell you this, but YouTube has something called chat logs, and you said 8070. So you actually didn't call it according to your own message. Is that a new warning right there? Might be a new warning there for, yeah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
For Johnsonville in Illinois. That is a much better warning because I do see the potential for a tornado with that area. I don't see much tornado potential up here, but I do see better tornado potential with this area. You indeed did. Meow Mix indeed did call a PDS Tornado Watch 8080 Tor Prob. Oh yeah, we are at 12 tornado warnings, although none of them look that great because they're far from radar and can't really see much. You know what's crazy though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those warnings aren't even in the 8 of 9. 9 of those warnings aren't in the moderate.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
10. 10 of those warnings out of the 13 we have are not in the moderate. Only 3. 3 out of the 13 tornado warnings are in the moderate right now. What's up with all the beeps happening, bruh? They're beeping away over here. It's not my fault here. Didn't say it was. I was just pointing it out how the placement of the moderate shrunk so much that it actually... much of the warnings aren't even inside of it. Oh yeah, we expected the weather to be weird this year. Although maybe not this weird. This has been quite a... This has been quite a risk. Quite a year already. I think it's been a little bit too weird. Got them cloud seeders out again or something. Harp. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't know why they pulled the PDS Tornado Watch. Wait, hold on. I mean, you should know why, considering you were talking about every other second updrafts in Arkansas. They saw that same potential with the H-triple-R being a little bit too overconvected, so supercells were more likely to fire semi-discrete. And then they actually didn't. They barely fired at all. Yeah, definitely the most interesting underperformance in a very, very long time, especially for a moderate risk. You know, the last time we probably had a moderate perform like this? Wasn't it April 28th, 2025? Wasn't that huge moderate in Iowa the last time we had a big underperformance like this? Almost a year ago to the day. How
A new
ironic.
tornado warning has been issued.
366 days ago. I mean, the East Coast didn't do horrible for a moderate still. But yeah, I ain't gonna lie, the Carolinas moderate was so bad I low-key forgot about it. Like Sam did, so yeah. It was pretty horrible. It was pretty horrible. But here's the thing. It wasn't moderate for Tor, so I don't think I can count it. I don't think I can count it because it wasn't moderate for Tor. It wasn't moderate for Tor, so I don't think I can count that. No way. No, it wasn't. It was not moderate for Tor. It was not. You guys can't remember right. I know the SPC. There's no way they did. SPC wouldn't do that, bro. Yeah, it wasn't moderate for Tor. I knew it. It was. Guess what? It wasn't. Bruv, it wasn't moderate for Tor. Go look at it yourselves. Yeah, it was 60 sig 1. Wind. It was the potential for widespread 60 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts. It literally didn't verify that horribly. We still had 511 events, 5 tornadoes, 417 damaging wind events. I know you're a liar, Sam, because I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right now. It literally was not moderate for Tor. So I hate to tell you, but you're a liar. I hate to tell you. I'm telling you, if you go pull it up right now, you're going to see it was not moderate for Tor. Because I literally just had it up and it was moderate for wind and wind alone. I still stand by that that wasn't a complete bust. I will say the tornado risk, it was quite a complete bust. 5 tornadoes. Yeah, I don't think that performed as a enhanced for tornadoes. Sam, almost 500 damaging wind events is not crap. The tornado risk, like I said, I mean, that's a bust, but it wasn't a moderate. So it still didn't perform as bad as the one on April 28th, 2025. Yeah, the day before performed way better than the actual moderate. March 15th, 2026 performed better than the Mid-Atlantic moderate on March 16th, 2026. Yeah, March 15th was an insane QLCS spam day in the overnight hours. I remember I didn't track that because I wanted to get rest for chasing the moderate. 9 8 and over. Well, we just dropped from like, I don't know, what was it? How many? 12 tornado warnings down to 9. We're gonna probably just keep going down with that. The only storm I'm really concerned about is probably the one in Arkansas right now, but even that, it's turning into a slop fest. Can't believe Sam didn't even know his own risk for significant severe weather on March 16th this year. It's wild. Still a favorable, very favorable environment in front of these storms here in Missouri and Arkansas. But with Cape decreasing, that's going to get less favorable by the hour. So, let's see. We are getting a bit more convection along here in Arkansas, but I feel like this stuff's going to stay sloppy. I'm not too concerned about it. I'm really not. I feel like they're going to stay mainly sloppy. We might get one to try to grow a bit more intense, but they really seem sloppy. Sloppy? Do these not look sloppy to you? Do these not look sloppy to you? Like seriously. The tornado warned one is turning a bit sloppy, but it still is it could produce a tornado. It's not much of a radar hole though, because I'm literally looking at them with the Fort Smith radar. And I could tell you these literally look sloppy. They're not even severe warned. This, I mean, we'll have to watch these more northern ones for isolated severe, but they really don't look good. Let's see. How cool would it be if V lives right here? And there's a severe threat to the south and to the north of her. It just splits right down the middle. And look, we finally got a severe in Mississippi after all this time, and it's tore possible. That could try to do a little something in the short term, but probably nothing too crazy. Let's see here. Okay. Go to mesoanalysis, see if that updated. Still shows a very favorable environment. Still shows a very favorable environment, though. See what the new HRRR has here in about 10 minutes. Remember the On College Due page. Every 6 HRRR runs being 12Z, 18Z, 12Z, 18Z, 00Z, 06Z. All of those rendering in causes the run after that to be about 20 to 25 minutes late. That's why I don't like them 6-hour runs, even though they go out further. Southern ones could be a concern. Are you talking about these? I doubt it. I just don't feel comfortable with any of those storms being not sustained updrafts already, actually trying to intensify rapidly and become severe. V, make sure you're caught up into the live stream. Make sure that time is your time. So this is 10:11 Eastern, 9:11 Central. Make sure you're caught up in stream. But I don't know, yeah, it might actually legit split like right over where you are. It legit might. Hopefully. They might sustain intensity like the ones in northern Arkansas. I mean, like I said, I could see one of these maybe becoming severe up here further north, but I don't think it would be that far south. Well removed from the forcing. I don't know what today was. I don't know either. Whenever I end the stream, eventually, I don't even know what to title this thing. I guess I'll title it probably severe. I don't know, because there was a tornado threat. I might just title it tornado event. I don't think it was outbreak caliber yet. Tornado outbreak caliber. Ooh, I almost played that. That would have been... I would have been copyrighted to absolute doom. If I played that. Call it the underperformance of 2026? Nah, because it was still significant. I've only ever titled something like that. I think I've titled 2 live streams the something something bust of whatever day. Earlier in the stream, I called Poplar Bluff Tree Ripper. You might get it right. Think there was some damage from the PDS tour? Yeah, definitely. Considering debris was lofted roughly 12-ish thousand feet up. Yeah, that's pretty safe to assume. Thoughts on tomorrow's threat for Northeast Arkansas? Really can't tell you, because we don't know how over convection will play into that tomorrow. I could tell you one thing, it's definitely going to be probably 2 rounds, 1 round in the afternoon, and then maybe a bigger, worse round in the evening. But a lot of uncertainty regarding tomorrow's threat for everywhere except for Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, which is why I kind of think we could get a moderate down there for hail alone. Maybe 10 sig 1 tour. Let's see here. I'm almost out of water bottles. Yeah, we'll most likely have watches and warnings somewhere in Arkansas tomorrow. Most likely the southwest side. I'm caught up now. How did you know I wasn't? I felt it. I just figured you weren't. The northern side of this has begun to die out north of Indianapolis. But we're still holding strong with 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a brief spin-up tornado possible out of this southern storm. Which is definitely going to be close to getting to you. Just hoping that it can weaken before it gets there like the northern storm did. Oh, new HRRR should be coming in. There it is. What about Wofus? Yeah, see, Wofus is only confident in a good threat across southeastern Missouri and northeastern Arkansas, maybe into northwest Tennessee for the next few hours. So that'd be the main area I'd be watching tonight if you live in that area. That'd be the area to watch. Yeah, PDS Tour Watch doesn't expire till midnight Eastern. Hour 45. Yep, and they extended that watch. It says 2 hours, but I think they extended that longer. Scale of 1 to 10, how shocked were you on that PDS watch? Like an 8. I knew it was possible, but I didn't actually think they'd do it. Let's see. We'll just see how these maintain for a little while here. See what happens. I would say probably the main underperformance factor of today was just simply the mistimed trough and the morning convection. And that morning convection was because of the mistimed trough. And that just kind of set us up for a big underperformance. I don't think April's done yet. We still have tonight and tomorrow, and maybe wouldn't rule out a brief tornado somewhere on Wednesday, although I highly doubt it would be over my neck of the woods. I just wouldn't rule it out somewhere on Wednesday. For some reason, the NAM really loves my house, and I'm not a big fan of that because I know it's not going to happen. And actually, you know, maybe I shouldn't storm chase Wednesday. Maybe I should stay in the city of Martinsville, considering last time I chased there was a tornado here. So I still wouldn't rule out a few more tornadoes for April. A few more Yeah, maybe one or two tonight, one strong possible. A few tomorrow, one or two strong, maybe even one intense. And then one or two on Wednesday. So I think we could pick that tornado count up a bit more. For the month of April. Let's see what the HRRR has. You thought I was going to look over there. Nah, I'm going to look for my area. Oh, okay. Holy crap. That is not happening. And if it does happen, please don't let it be over the Appalachian Mountains of Western Virginia. Let's see. 01Z, HRRR. Yeah, really the main threat for tornadoes focusing across southeastern Missouri, northeast Arkansas, northwestern Tennessee, far western Kentucky for tonight. And then that line weakens as it gets into central Indiana here in about 40 or so minutes. I can tell you tomorrow I may not cover as much. Even though I'll probably, knowing tomorrow it's going to go crazy because I won't cover as much. But I'll probably do maybe 2 streams tomorrow. Or maybe just a briefing. I know I'll be live tomorrow. I just don't know for how long. I think the worst of it will stay north of Jonesboro. Yeah. I do. We're down to still 7 tornado warnings, 18 severes. That's still quite a lot of activity. 8 minutes on that warning, 23 on that one. 8 on that one. I don't know if Weatherwise is bugging or my mouse is bugging. 20, it was Weatherwise. 23 and 8 on that one. So we'll see. What, we lose 3 warnings here? Yeah, 3 warnings in 8 minutes. We'll see if we get any new ones in that time frame. Thursday was actually the biggest day of the sequence. Who would have thought? True. At least tornado-wise, but I think...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
At least tornado-wise. But I think severe-wise, today is actually going to be the biggest day, severe weather-wise. It actually already is. Today's already the biggest day, severe weather-wise. Not tornado-wise, though. That new warning was out here for this area of rotation in southeastern Missouri. Yeah, not a bust. The only thing you can argue a bust for is nothing. But really, you can only just say severe a pretty severe underperformance for the tornado risk. But really, nothing else was a bust. The wind risk performed as expected. The hail risk performed as expected. The tornado threat. We still had tornadoes, including a strong PDS tornado warned one. But you could still consider that even with that, with such how large of a moderate it was, a pretty good underperformance, tornado-wise. It wasn't an atrocious performance other than the widespread strong tornado threat. Lebanon, Tennessee. You're good. Just some heavy rain tonight as the line pushes through. Maybe watch tomorrow for an isolated severe storm. South of Dallas tomorrow. You're pretty good for today. I think the main threat for Texas is over today. But I would definitely be watching tomorrow, like you said. But it depends exactly where storms fire. They could fire a bit more off to your northeast, or they could fire like almost right over you. So, main threat will definitely be very large hail, upwards of 3 inches in diameter, damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour, and a few tornadoes, maybe even one strong possible. But again, it all depends on where those storms fire and if they fire north of you or pretty much over you. Yeah, Weather Warrior, I agree. This is definitely the biggest bust of a PDS tornado watch I have ever watched, personally, for sure. Not even remotely close. Not even remotely close. Not even close. It really isn't. We haven't even had a single confirmed tornado in the PDS watch yet. But I do think that may change tonight.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Eventually. But like that new warning, that's north of the watch. That's up here. Actually. Apparently that is the PDS watch right there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, so apparently those are right on the edge of the PDS watch right there. Never mind. I thought those were one county out. They're actually one county in. Let's see. So, yeah, we'll keep watching these storms, but I think the worst of our severe threat is concluded. Our significant severe threat is starting to die down a little bit, aside from where V is. Some isolated gusts of 70 miles per hour remain possible there. And then just some tornado warnings in here with very minimal severe thunderstorm warnings down in there. Just some very gusty winds for you, V. If you're still here, just watch out for some gusty winds. I wouldn't be too surprised if you get in a tornado warning, to be honest with you. Just because we could get a brief spin up with that line as it pushes into your area. But there's still a good chance it weakens before it gets into exactly where you are. I wonder if that's going to get you, actually. Hold on, let me loop this. Yeah, so you know what? This is going to be your main threat right here, and I think that actually has a lower chance for a tornado. I think that's mainly 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts right there. So I think that's going to get you first. A new tornado
warning has been issued,
which won't be as bad. Why do we have 4 tornado warnings for this one area of rotation? What the heck is going on? We're up to 11 tornado warnings because we have 4 tornado warnings for this tiny itty bitty little area of rotation in Mount Erie, Illinois. They've been doing this for a hot minute too. Like if we go back on this, you could see earlier. Oh, this is the same storm that produced the PDS tornado warning. Earlier we had 3 tornado warnings for the same little area of rotation, but yeah, now we've got 4. Thankfully, some of those are going to expire here shortly. One is expiring in a few seconds. SPC might be warning all that to try to make it seem like severe weather is actually doing something. First off, it's technically the National Weather Service. SPC issues the mesoscale discussions and the outlooks. The National Weather Services issue the actual warnings themselves. SPC also does the watches. They actually just canceled one of the warnings, so now we're actually left with 2, so we just dropped all the way down to 6 warnings. We went from 11 to 6, just like that. But no, I do generally think that this does have an opportunity to produce a brief weak tornado. I just didn't think it needed 4 freaking tornado warnings on the thing. But we'll keep watching it. Alright, I'm going to take a little extended break here. This is going to take a little bit longer, and then I'll keep going for a bit longer. So give me maybe closer to 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Boo. I'm back. Yeah, instead of just cutting coverage off like that out of nowhere, I just want to have an extended break, say goodnight to my family. That way we can continue a little bit longer. I just thought of that. I'm like, why not just take 5 minutes to go say goodnight to my family and then come right back here to cover instead of just ending abruptly. since we still have quite a bit of warnings left. I also may or may not have ate another pumpkin. May or may not have ate another one. Just got to have a little bit of sugar to keep me up. Definitely not healthy, though. I should actually try to eat real food, but it's too late for that. Yeah, so we're just gonna stay live, not for a whole lot longer, just to watch these little areas of rotation, see if they do anything crazy in the short term. I know if I get off, that's gonna be when they go crazy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's for Arkansas. Yeah, that's for this storm here in Maynard. Loki looks like it's a lot weaker as it gets closer to radar. Closer these get to radar, actually the less impressive they look. Yeah, so this line's still going strong across western Indiana. I expect it to continue to go pretty strong for about the next 30 minutes or an hour here. Brief tornado, but mainly 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gust and half-inch hail possible. Didn't have anything for dinner. I had a big lunch. Skipped my midday snack, which I sometimes do depending on how much I exercise. And then nothing for dinner. So I've had a big lunch and 2 pumpkins. That's it. And 6 bottles of water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 bottles of water. Couldn't even count right. 2 pumpkins, a big lunch, and 6 bottles of water. Talk about a great diet. But I don't do this often at all. It's like, what? We do this maybe this year. This is only the second time we've done this extensive coverage this year. Oversteer, haven't I given you my thoughts like 10 times in Arkansas? Once again, limited tornado threat, mainly on just this storm here. And then an isolated severe threat with some of these storms back here. But I think the main risk is going to stay barely off to your north for tornadoes. And even the severe thunderstorm warning may stay barely off to your north as well. I wouldn't expect much significant severe weather in Jonesboro. I think the HRRR might be overdoing exactly how intense it is, so I don't know. I mean, like I said, this PDS tornado watch expires at midnight. They may extend the PDS tornado watch for longer or issue a new lower prob tornado watch. That will be closer to midnight if they do that. I was gonna say we'll see, but I don't think I'll be live at midnight. Also for tomorrow, found out that I'm gonna have something to do tomorrow, so I don't know if I can do 2 live streams tomorrow or not. I'm not 100% sure. So I'm not sure when I'll be live tomorrow. It's going to be tricky. Yeah, but these storms up here in Indiana, if you're in any of these severes, just be away from doors and windows because a lot of these are packing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. We've got a very large line of 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts here across Indiana and Illinois. That's really where our main threat is right now for everything except tornadoes. Our main tornado threat is focused with these storms here. But really, everything else, we could still see even a brief tornado up here. So really, the risk in Indiana and Illinois is quite substantially higher than what it is in Missouri and Arkansas. The little storm that could over here in northern Mississippi, the only storm that was able to fire a well-formed updraft and sustain. They kept that SIG 2 there because of these storms up in here. They don't know exactly how many of these are going to be tornadic, so that's why. You could still end up in a warning tonight. It just depends on how many of those end up being tornadic. TRG, when do you think the last tornado outbreak overperformance occurred? Well, Thursday. Enid EF4. Pretty easy, not gonna lie. Pretty easy. It was very conditional for an intense tornado threat, but it actually performed.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It actually came to fruition and it actually occurred. And was a violent tornado threat. And this storm doesn't look tornadic anymore. They still have a warning on that, though. And this storm's getting clustered and sloppy in Arkansas. So I really think the overall tornado potential is still going downhill. And we'll be live for the next HRRR and the next meso analysis, too. So we'll be able to see if our environment is decreasing out there and how the HRRR is handling that. When do you think the last flat-out bust occurred? Well, I mean, we just talked about it tornado-wise. March 15th, or rather March 16th, 2026. That was very significant for a flat-out bust. And just before that, I mean, what was it? 2 days ago, we had that moderate in Texas with very few tornadoes observed inside the moderate risk. I forgot if that was yesterday or the day before. I believe that was, pretty sure that was the 25th. Yeah. That underperformed very considerable in much of the moderate risk and performed well in the marginal to slight. But, like, if we're talking about a blue sky bust, I honestly can't remember, like, the last time we had a full all hazards bust. Like, some people would consider this a bust simply because of the tornado threat not being as insane as what was forecasted, although we've had a bunch of warnings today and PDS tornado warning. But I can't remember the last time we had a full-on, flat-out bust of all hazards, where the hail threat, the wind threat, and the tornado threat just did absolutely nothing. There's no day that comes to mind in that, but that's probably because, well, I don't remember the busts very well. You know, what are you going to remember more? An EF5 tornado or a blue sky bust? Very high chance you're going to remember an EF5 tornado more, so I can't recall busts very well. At least full-blown busts very well. Yeah, not really too sure why they've continued warnings on this at this point, but they still have warnings for this area of confluence. Convergence. Is there a difference? Why do I keep saying confluence? It's convergence. It's converging winds. I keep saying confluence because of a confluence band. That's why. I keep saying confluence because of a confluence band on model runs instead of convergence for wind speeds. That's what it is. V, it's going to be very windy and loud, so if you can go to sleep, yeah, go to sleep. The Tor threat dropped considerably up in your area, but we still have a risk for 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, a lot of lightning, very heavy rain, and half-inch hail. But if the tornado threat is the only thing keeping you up, yeah, go to bed for sure. 100%. How's my day been? Critty, you've seen pretty much my entire day. That really has been my entire day on live stream. I had a bit of stuff to do this morning, but I still didn't get good sleep, so garbage because of my sleep. I woke up even earlier. Well, not earlier. The other day I woke up at 7:30, and this morning I woke up at 8:30. I couldn't go back to bed. I woke up at 8:30, saw the risk, kept thinking about today's tornado risk and how bad it could be, and couldn't go back to bed. Normally my sleep schedule isn't that bad. Most of the time I can consistently go to bed about 12:30, 1 a.m. and wake up consistently around 9:30. Normally it's not that bad, but on big days like this, I'm so worried about people and people's lives and the severe weather risk, I can't sleep. Like it took me an hour to fall asleep last night, and I didn't get an extra 2 hours from trying to
A
go to
new
sleep
tornado warning has been issued.
after I woke back up this morning. Third tornado warning up here. Your guess is as good as mine. Why? Why? There is no imminent tornado threat on this line, despite there being 3 warnings. Still be in your safe spot because of the tornado warnings, but just know that I think the tornado risk with this is considerably low. Now, if we do start seeing areas ramp up, yeah, tornado warning would be more warranted, but that's unlikely at this given point. Not too sure why they're warning that. That's keeping our tornado warning count up there high because they keep warning that one area of the line. NWS Lincoln. Wherever the heck that is. Where's that? Is that Evansville, but they're titled Lincoln? I don't know. Tonight a bust. What makes you think that? I'm curious if you just got here. What makes you think that? Oh, there's your new tornado watch, by the way. So they are going to let that PDS watch expire. The new watch prob is 6040. Where's that exactly for? Yeah, till 6 p.m. Till 6 p.m. Or, my bad. 6 a.m. Eastern. Till 6 a.m. Eastern time. Cut me some slack, Catman. I've been live for almost 10 hours, bro. I've been live for almost 10 hours and haven't eaten any good food in 10 hours. In the last 10 hours, I have drank 6 bottles of water and eaten 2 pumpkin candies. I'm tired. So yeah, I'm gonna misspeak. Hungry, tired, and want to go watch Queso play Fall Guys. He's definitely in a tornado watch. Well, not definitely, because there's a slim chance he lives in southeastern Arkansas. But yeah. We did have one PDS tornado warning and at least one or two strong tornadoes. And a very few more weak brief ones. I'd say we probably have had somewhere around 5 tornado warnings today. Somewhere around 5 tornado warnings, one or two strong. We've had plenty of significant damaging winds and plenty of hail and significant hail. But the tornado threat hasn't performed as much as we were anticipating. Man, Catman, I'd like to see you do a 10-hour live stream with eating 2 pumpkin candies and 6 bottles of water. If you actually try to do a 10-hour live stream, you'll realize how hard it is. And you'll gain a lot more respect for people who do it. I can tell you that. Sometimes I don't even know how I'm able to do it. Let's see here. Yeah, I'd say the moderate's done with now. Like right now, I'd say we're done with a moderate risk. Even though there's still 1 tornado warning inside the moderate risk and a few severes, I'd say this is no longer a moderate risk caliber event. Man, ask me in a few days.
A new
Or
tornado
tomorrow when I'm
warning
live
has been
tomorrow
issued.
about what killed this event. I'm too tired to re-explain it. I've said it 2-3 times in this live stream. It's a lot. There was a lot. I'll give you a short story. Biggest thing, the trough was misplaced. But there was a lot of other factors. But just know what probably ultimately did it and led to all those other bust factors was the trough being misplaced. I'd see you later, Jackson Pro. Appreciate you for tuning in, and hope you have a great rest of your night. I will be live tomorrow. Not sure what Sam's talking about. I just don't know about 2 live streams. I was hoping to do one at like 3 or 4, and then another one at like 7. So I'll be live at some point tomorrow. I'm just not sure when. And I wouldn't be surprised if we end up with a moderate. For, that's on the ground. For hail. Yeah, that's on the ground. V, you got a tornado on the ground to your southeast. Let me just confirm that a little bit better, but I'm pretty sure that's a CC drop. Yeah, that's a tornado. Yep. 100% tornado ongoing for Mooresville in Indiana. Wow, that formed out of nowhere. I was watching that area of convergence, and you know what did it? The cell merge did it. It was a cell merge. These storms from the southwest hit that area of convergence perfectly and provided that little bit of extra forcing for it to really intensify and now produce a tornado. So this will stay to your south, though, V. It's not going to go in your area. I'm pretty sure you're up in here, but it is on the ground. That's clearly a tornado debris signature. Here, I'll go ahead and do a little bit of a better radar. So, it looks like it's already lifted, unless that might actually still be it right there. I think that might actually still be it. So, right there where I've circled in white is where it roughly is, and this is the map. So, you got Indianapolis is up here, and this is going to be moving most likely to the northeast like that. So, like if you're back here, you say you're in Danville, that's perfectly fine. Tornado is already gone. It's already past there. It's already past there. You're good. But you said you're near a hospital in Indianapolis. That is a little bit closer, but I still think that's going to stay. I still think you're good, and the tornado is going to stay to your south. Yeah, that is still it. This might be fallout, so this could be a weak tornado still ongoing and now lifting. But that definitely lofted debris pretty good. Like, not crazy, but still 1,000 feet up. Yeah, so you're more into Indianapolis, right? So you should be perfectly fine. You're well away from where the tornado actively is. Just some gusty winds, and that's it. But that came out of nowhere. That came out of nowhere. Tornadoes already passed your house in Danville and didn't hit anywhere near Danville. And the tornado's going to stay south of Indianapolis. So I don't think you're in the warning at all. So you don't need to do anything but just, maybe get away from doors and windows because of all that lightning and damaging winds. And don't go outside. But I don't think you need to be in your safe spot because I don't believe you're in that tornado warning. Why are the sirens going off? My only guess is because it's for the county that Indianapolis is in. So see the county here in Indianapolis? And it's for the southern side of that county. That's my best guess as to why sirens are going off. Because it's for that county. Even though it's not actually for downtown Indianapolis. That would be my best guess. Oh, hey, these storms did go severe. Oh, wow. Critty was right with these rapidly developing. Not the far southern ones, though, down in here, but I'm surprised Critty hasn't been hooting and hollering about this. Those actually could pose a tornado risk for Mountain View, Arkansas. I want to go back up to Indiana again. Yeah, it's lifted now. No longer a tornado on the ground, so you're completely good, V. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. Oh, man. Once this passes you, there's still a risk for some heavy rain behind it, but yeah, the main risk is done. Today's risk wasn't one and done because you had so many storms before this, but this is the final line. This is the last big punch. But you could still see, there's some heavy rain behind it, some isolated lightning, isolated 30-mile-an-hour gusts. But nothing severe behind that line once it gets past you. I'll have to watch these two mesocyclones here in Arkansas for some very real tornado potential. Especially that one towards Mountain View on the right side of your screen. Here's the new HRRR. And it has those being an isolated problem, so definitely want to watch that for Central Arkansas. For sure. Yeah, I'm pretty confident the HRRR is overdoing the intensity of this line in Illinois and Indiana for tonight. I don't think we're actually going to see like this. I'm pretty confident it's overdoing the intensity of that line. So, here's my thoughts. Greatest damaging wind threat will be right in here for the rest of tonight. The greatest hail and tornado threat will be focused in here for tonight. That's what I'm thinking right now. And then we could still see a few isolated small hailstones, a few isolated damaging wind gusts, and a brief tornado or two in front of that. But I think our main event, our main tornado event is already concluded and it's just going to keep going down. And our environment gets considerably worse in about an hour. Okay, they're updating a bunch of those severes, so I'm going to refresh our overlay again. That way it can get up to date. I would watch for another tornado to touch down in Indiana here, near Greenwood. I would definitely watch that. If you're near Greenwood, Green Valley, New Whiteland, or Whitland, around Southport. Definitely want to watch that. And that will stay south of Indianapolis if it tries to re-intensify. So finally, they have dropped the tornado warnings out here for this line. Which puts us still at 6 tornado warnings because we gained the warning up there in Indiana. Not a bad area of rotation in Poplar Bluff. There's not a new tornado on the ground right now. There could be soon, but not right now. I'm very confused, though, because if you are in downtown Indianapolis, you're fine. Yeah, there's no main hospitals in that warning. Strange. The only area where you need to be seeking shelter at is really right in here. I think we might get an extension of that tornado warning too pretty soon. So Greenwood, Southport, New Whiteland, Sugar Creek, those areas, Pleasant View. These guys, if you're over here, you should be ready to go to your safe spot. And if you're in that active flashing red and pink, you should be in your safe spot. Although, take note that if you're in this portion of the polygon, the storm is past you. All right, now we are all the way down to just 2 tornado warnings. Despite what that counter says at the top left, they have canceled multiple tornado warnings. And we are down to just 2. Still a little area rotation in Arkansas. I don't quite know if it's warranted of a tornado warning. So far, the NWS hasn't issued one, so that's good. A good sign. So that counter is wrong at the top right now. Severe warnings is correct. We are at 15 severe warnings, but the tornado warnings, we just lost 4, just got canceled. So we're at 2 tornado warnings and 15 severes. New severe warning. Out here, tour possible. Right now, I do think that is still worthy of a tornado warning. I still do think we could easily have a tornado on the ground or about to be in Greenwood, Indiana. Regardless, this surging wind that's been created by the forward flank downdraft,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I know where that is. That's definitely going to be increasing the damaging wind potential, which is why they're continuing that severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds. All right, let's go to that new warning up here in Highland. That's just to the northeast of the storm where I was pointing out. This is the area that was just recently put under a severe thunderstorm warning there. That is a new area of rotation that could try to produce a tornado. All right, Catman's making it complicated because he has to type it out and he can't show you. So, basically, you got a low pressure, you got a cold front, right? Storms are firing on that cold front. If your winds along that cold front and your vectors, you see these arrows? If those are pointed to the northeast like this, that is going to favor more upscale motion if they are pointed to the northeast or to the north like that. They're going to grow more upscale into a line. Whereas if they are pointed more east or even possibly a little bit southeast, they're not going to grow as upscale off of the line or off of the cold front. So if you kind of just draw like this right in here and put a line like that, if they are in this quadrant, most likely they're going to end up growing upscale. But if they are in this quadrant and in the middle, they are likely to stay more discrete. And if you zoom in on your line, look at Arkansas, for instance. See how all these wind vectors on these cells, when they fire, they start getting angled to the south, from the southwest to the northeast. So that's forcing these storms up into each other into a
A
clustered
new
mess.
tornado warning has been issued.
And then also out here in Indiana, a little bit harder to see them. But if you could see your vectors here, they would probably be a little more angled to from the southwest to the northeast, meaning more of a linear mode. I definitely agree with the extension of that tornado warning because this could produce a new tornado soon. Not only with the little area of convergence here, but also with the stronger area of active rotation back here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning soon for Bloomington. Little indent in the line in here kind of makes it look like we've got an embedded supercell. So monitor that just to see how it progresses. I don't know if it's fully warranting a warning just yet.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I know where that is, but it's definitely trying to intensify. So that is going to be the storm that we've been calling out for a while. Not ironically enough, now that rotation is not that strong.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
English difficult. But these are still quite a bit more messy here. Not very messy, but just a little bit more messy. Also, a lot of these severes have been dropped to ordinary severes, so we're very, very rapidly decreasing with the significant severe weather threat. And we're still decreasing with the tornado threat. As you can see, all of our 3 supercells are now no longer tornado warned here. And my word, one is a freaking bird fart over here. Hey, Whitewater. Bro is dead. And we'll need to watch these cells. This is really the main area of concern back here in Arkansas right now. Now these storms have turned into the main concern. Yeah, new tornado warning, but I don't think it's for you. It's barely for your county in Indianapolis. But that new warning is warranted because there is a good area of convergence here that could produce a tornado near Sugar Creek. But there's no reason now, there never has been a reason for you to be seeking shelter if you're in Indianapolis or north of Indianapolis. It's just some gusty winds, and actually now it's about to literally... It's getting close to not even raining in Indianapolis here soon.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I know where that is. Just kidding, I don't. Oh my word. Oh my word. Now that is a call out. I can't believe that actually got warned. That properly just shook me right there. I cannot believe they actually warned that little indent. Wow. I literally didn't expect that. I called that out because it was just such a little area of rotation. I mean, that's not rotating much, but I cannot believe they actually warned that. Because it's not a lot of rotation at all. That is literally for the city of Bloomington, Indiana. I cannot believe I called that out. Wow. So we'll need to monitor that. Really, the main way how this could produce a tornado is if it actually gets a cell merger here. New MCD for the potential of an intense to violent tornado. Ha! You guys thought the day was over. Look at that. Intense to violent tornado is still possible. Some recent WOFUS ensemble runs suggest the greatest tornado threat and wind threat will reside across northern Arkansas and southeastern Missouri and adjacent areas into Illinois, Tennessee, and Kentucky over the next couple of hours. Low-key, I ain't gonna lie, I think that they should just mention the potential for 1 or 2 strong tornadoes. I don't think we have an intense to violent tornado threat anymore. I think they could have gone away with literally just decreasing. You can see the hail wind threat's been decreased drastically. I think they could have decreased that tor threat more and just mentioned a few tornadoes, maybe 1 or 2 strong possible, instead of putting that as a intense to violent MCD. Yeah, you see the black hatched area, best chance for a strong tornado. Man, watch these cell mergers, because if these cell mergers get a hold of this storm again with that large of an inflow notch, we could definitely get a strong tornado to develop here near, just north of Shelbyville, Indiana. All right, so yeah, the SPC did go ahead and completely cancel PDS tornado watch over here. We mentioned that they issued a new watch, but we didn't see it fully canceled. It looks like they've canceled PDS tornado watch out here in Tennessee and Kentucky. So we covered that entire PDS tornado watch, and during that thing's entire lifespan, there was not a single tornado observed. That is what I call a bust. You had an 80/80 PDS tornado watch, and not a single tornado was observed there. Not even a decent looking tornadic storm either. That's a bust for the PDS tornado watch area. However, that same area under the PDS tornado watch, you could actually still end up with a tornado or two, maybe even one strong later on tonight. So don't let your guard down, even though your watch was downgraded. Don't let your guard down. Yeah, look at that. That's actually getting tighter. That was definitely a good call to issue a warning on that. Also watching down in here, southwest of Shelbyville. There's a lot of areas of convergence here that easily could go crazy. A lot of areas of convergence that could end up going crazy here. I'd say probably about 3 areas right now from what I'm seeing. But there could be more. Not much convergence down there in that storm, thankfully. Areas of rotation here in Mountain View, not very tight. Just very weak little areas of broad rotation. Nothing insanely concerning, but you do want to be in your safe spot in Mountain View. I think our greatest tornado threat right now is focused in this little corridor right up here in Indiana. I think that's where our greatest tornado threat is focused right now. So we're back up to 4 tornado warnings and 16 severes. Still says 6 tornado warnings up there, but that's not the case. Flood warning again.
Flood warning has been issued.
Flash flood warning for Kentucky and Indiana. We've had a lot of flood warnings. It almost borderline feels like more flood warnings than tornado warnings, but I know that's not true. This could easily produce a tornado here in a few seconds. Over Whitehall, west of Bloomington. So if you're in Bloomington, be in your safe spot. So we'll watch that closely. Definitely, even if this doesn't become tornadic, which it looks like it's becoming a little bit more outflow dominant. You know, we're looking at 70 to borderline 80 mile an hour winds here north of Shelbyville. in Indiana. The tornado threat on this really all comes down to if these if these cells can favorably merge with the storm or not. I wonder where these storms started that are out here in Indiana. I wonder where those started at. I'm about to find out. Oh, those are the ones that started. You know what? Let me turn on warnings here. It's crazy how these things connect. I don't think you're ready for this. Oh, yeah, you're not. The same storm that Misty was in a tornado warning for, those cells fired in central Missouri to eastern Missouri formed and went into a tornado warning. Yeah, that is this line up here. This line came from the storms that formed in central Missouri and was a tornado warning over Misty. And some of this line started in eastern Kansas. Those little storms we saw fire in eastern Kansas with the severe thunderstorm watch. Yeah, that's where some of this line started at, which is absolutely insane. Talk about long tracked, man. Talk about long tracked. And then our MCS that formed in north central Kansas last night. That is what's left of that is currently this convection in eastern Kentucky. So that stuff formed way back up here, tracked across this area, and then moved down in here. That's wild. It's wild how weather can connect like that. Now, just sometimes the convection just doesn't fully die out, too. Yeah, it wouldn't shock me if a brief tornado is trying to touch down here west of Bloomington. I'm about to go into Bloomington, Indiana. I gotta plug up my phone again. Let's see. Yeah, these still are more outflow dominant right now, but this area of convergence, all it takes is one supercell to merge favorably with it, which could be the one south of Shelbyville, and this could try to produce a good tornado. Ooh. Very strong rotation going towards Mountain View, Arkansas. Very strong rotation there. Well, we don't need the St. Louis radar site anymore, so I'm going to move this one to the Little Rock radar. And we don't need the Lincoln, Illinois radar site anymore. That's how long we've been live. Gracious. I don't really know where to move that one. We have Indianapolis. We have Little Rock. I guess we'll go maybe Pikeville. Pikeville. Wait, no. This is Paducah. I don't know where I got Pikeville from. Golly. Okay, ZDR increases with that. See if that CC holds another scan. Definitely could be an intense tornado about to be on the ground here near Mountain View, Arkansas. Let's see when the next scan is. Oh, now. Okay, CC not consistent, thank goodness. Now we'll see if the velocity increases or decreases with this next frame in 20 seconds. We shall see. 3, 2, 1, 0. Still very tight, still very intense. Also want to monitor this storm. Doesn't look like this is a legitimate rotation right now, but could be an area to develop for rotation in the future. It looks like this Bloomington storm is in really not ingesting mini mergers, so it's probably just going to fade out tornado-wise. Still monitoring how this merger is going to affect our area of convergence here in Shelbyville, Indiana. A lot weaker on that newest scan. Hopefully that continues. Still tight, but weaker. Let's see. Excuse me. Interesting that none of the Wofus runs actually show that supercell in Arkansas. Congratulations, Wofus, you're garbage. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's wild. You know what absolutely sucks? I won't be able to cover that if that does come to fruition. Wow. Well, hopefully that changes, because if something happens tomorrow, I would at least like to cover it. Well, if it's in the Big 26, sure is. Yawn fest still from me, man. It's gonna take me weeks to catch up on this sleep. I don't know how much of that is corruption and how much of it isn't. I would assume much of it actually isn't corruption. So, easily could have a large tornado trying to touch down here near Hanover and Mountain View. What's the environment out here? Favorable. It's been favorable all day. We already know there's a good violent tornado parameter out here and good everything. The big question was just if a storm could actually be able to form and maintain its updraft, which you can see the storm behind it wasn't really able to maintain very well. But for some reason this storm did, maybe because it's a little bit closer to forcing. Let's go back up here. Rotation pretty much gone in Bloomington, Indiana. Just still stay in your safe spot till that's lifted. I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning into Rushville, Indiana. However, if this merger goes favorably, that's definitely going to be needed at one point or another. This line is still severe, even as it's beginning to now cross into Western Ohio. I did not expect that. I'm not going to lie. This thing is tracked from eastern Kansas and central Missouri, now going all the way into Western Ohio. There's no reason for this to be PDS. There's nothing on the ground, according to radar. But if we do get a good debris signature, it's already lofting 5,000 feet up, which would be borderline PDS classification. Gracious day. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay awake for this. I'm going to try, but I'm falling asleep, barely can English right. A little bit misaligned, but that might be a debris signature. Yeah. Slightly actually not misaligned. Nah, that's a tornado. Pretty high chance that that's a intense tornado dropping down south of Mountain View, Arkansas right now. So this is... Oh.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Wow. Didn't waste any time with that. They didn't waste a minute with PDSing that right there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So that's a PDS tornado warning now in Arkansas. They did continue that tornado warning into Rushville as well. So Rushville, Indiana, make sure you're in your safe spot. But we now have a large and extremely dangerous confirmed tornado on the ground south of Mountain View, heading into Hanover in north central Arkansas. Golly. Holy. That is definitely the strongest tornado of the day right there. That is definitely intense. You could see the hook right in there. Very, very sharp hook into the main base of this supercell too. So if this keeps on going, it might have a chance to be intense plus. Look at that. Very, very strong rotation. A little less on inflow, but very strong nevertheless. And yeah, lofting debris probably 8,000 to 10,000 feet up. That came together very quickly, man. Very, very quickly. And of course, this is in the 5 sig 1. No more bust. Still doesn't verify 80% of the moderate risk from earlier. Only a very select few portions of the moderate verified tornado eyes. No chasers are on it. I wonder why. I wonder why.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, new warning up here in northeastern Arkansas. Get in your safe spot there. And I think we could end up with another one if this keeps increasing in rotation here. I see this new scan coming in here pretty soon. Shouldn't be much longer than a minute or two. Intense tornado still ongoing. Very. Wow. Might even be getting to a little bit of a reflectivity debris bowl here. That is crazy. Yep, still live. And I'm very glad I'm still live. Velocity hasn't updated just yet, but it should in a few seconds. See how strong it is on velocity.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, so that is for this area of weak rotation that is actually turned into mainly damaging winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour. So that is a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. So make sure you run to your safe spot now as tornadic-like wind speeds and hurricane force-like wind speeds. We'll be moving into that brown box there in northeastern Arkansas. Golly. A little bit weaker, but also a little bit tighter. Looks like debris is being lofted probably close to 14,000 feet up with this one. So, if velocity gets any tighter, borderline violent tornado. Based on the reflectivity, wouldn't shock me if this actually is a violent tornado. How tightly wrapped that hook echo is back into the base of this supercell. Wouldn't surprise me at all if this is a violent tornado. Also, we get a new
tornado
scan.
Warning has been issued.
Felt like that is a new scan. I think that's a new scan right there. Well, we'll wait for velocity. There's velocity. Velocity not as tight, but still a large, extremely dangerous tornado ongoing south of Mountain View, Arkansas. I want to go back up to Indiana because we got a new tornado warning for this tiny little area of absolutely weak, very weak rotation in Louisville. So be in your safe spot there. Still, any mergers that could try to hit this area still could see a strong tornado try to develop here for Rushville, Indiana. I don't even think this is close to Tory classification, actually. I think that velocity's got to get a whole lot tighter. Let's see. So we have, I mean, we're only at 80. Maybe 90. And about 98 or so gate to gate. That's definitely nowhere near Violent Tor or Tori. So if you do 98 mph to knots, that's 85. Divide that by 2. By 2. That's 42.5. And roughly, Tori is going to be, let's see. Tori is roughly going to be about 72 to 75. So you're nowhere close to that. Although this scan, definitely considerably tighter. Now you're closer. So now you're at 70 plus 40. So you're looking at a little over 110 mph. Which is getting closer. You're still about 50 or so off from a tornado emergency here. But still a very, very catastrophic and dangerous storm moving through just east of Hanover in Arkansas. Absolutely happy guy. Holy crap. Thanks for all the education you provide. Thank you for the $50 donation. Gracious day. That's the biggest donation we've had on this channel in a very long time. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $50 donation so much. That's your first message ever on this channel, and it's a $50 donation. Gracious. How high is this being lofted now? Yeah, I mean, you could still see a probable CC 17,000 feet up, but at least 10, 11,000 feet up into the atmosphere here. Nah, I disagree with this needing a Tory. I wouldn't argue if they issued it, but it's in not an extraordinarily populated area, and it's really ain't hit Tory classification yet. It's still about 110, 115 mile per hour winds on that. So that is still a very intense tornado. But like I said, not quite Tory classification. But again, this is a very, very dangerous, large, extremely dangerous, strong to intense tornado east of Hanover in north central Arkansas. All right, whilst we wait for a new scan on that. Is that a new scan? This thing's not giving me any opportunity to go check Indiana. There's a new scan. Now we got to wait for the velocity. Then we'll go up there. It's like the third time I've been trying to go up to Indiana, but the scans are so fast. I don't think I've ever had a problem with fast scans before. It's rare we get this fast of scans. It's like every 90 seconds. A lot weaker rotation there. That's really good. So hopefully that's weakening out. Downstream, this is going to go towards Pleasant Grove, Crushman, and then eventually very close to Batesville in Arkansas. And not much left on either one of these warnings. Still watching the one in Rushville, but it hasn't had any favorable mergers to try and be tornadic. At least that tornadic.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Yes, that's a continuation of your PDS tornado warning here, almost into, it actually does go into the west side of Batesville. So that is a continuation of your PDS tornado warning here. That is just southeast of Mountain View. A bit more populated on that one. The previous Tory, or not Tory, my bad. The previous PDS, gracious day. Yeah, I'm tired. The previous PDS was 3,600 people. This one is 6,676. There hasn't been a Tory on this. I'm just mixing up words. I think this has probably gone up to 17,000, 18,000 feet up in terms of debris being lofted. So I really hope that this didn't go over some of these residential homes out here in Arkansas. Hopefully this is just a big time tree ripper and didn't hit those homes. But I do think velocity is beginning to die out here. Oh, well, now it's back. Almost can see a vortex hole here. Nearly. If you don't know what a vortex hole is, basically it's where the winds are so strong in a tornado that the tornado itself is literally rotating the winds and the rain around the tornado itself. And it's rotating so quickly that it's keeping the rain outside of the core and cone of that tornado. So it's a very classic sign for a violent tornado. As long as all other products meet up with it. But you can still have vortex holes.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
You could still have a vortex hole with weaker tornadoes. This is not a very well-defined vortex hole by any means. I am out of water. I brought like 7 bottles in here thinking that would be enough for today. And I actually, you know what? I don't know when this one got here. But I got another one over on my nightstand. So I'm using that one. So I ain't got to leave to go get another one. Is that the new scan? Yeah, it is. See if that velocity...
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
See if that velocity kind of just shifts a little bit off to the north. Maybe occluding. Potential for a violent tornado. MCD. New MCD just got issued.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
When I got interested in weather, I mean, I've been interested in weather ever since I was little. As far back as I can remember. Like between 6 and 8 years old, I remember.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
And when I really, really got into weather, though, was when I got my programs for radar between like early 2020 and mid 2021. I started getting a lot more weather software. So, but I've been interested in weather forever.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, still probably a strong tornado ongoing here, although trying to weaken west of St. James. Also a new
flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, that too, but a new MCD for a violent tornado threat. Strong tornado potential for the next 1 to 2 hours. An intense to violent tornado can't be ruled out. The cell may continue to pose a risk for strong tornadoes, plural, as it develops east over the next 1 to 2 hours. This goes till 12:45 a.m. Eastern, so exactly an hour.
A new flash flood
Obviously, they're
warning has been
reissuing
issued.
some of those flash flood warnings, We almost have more flood warnings than we do for severe warnings. Today has been absurd for flash flooding. Loki was expecting that one to be another flood warning. Yeah, so they downgraded that PDS severe to considerable severe now. I really think our only main tornado threat right now is that singular supercell.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
In Arkansas. Where's that one? Arkansas? I think that's a continuation of this one here. It's just there. It's not actually like a new warning. We'll see if this thing can recycle again. It's being ingested into a bit of a cluster. But sloppy...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Sloppy storm mode is kept today from being too insane. But this storm got sloppy and ended up producing an intense to violent tornado. I don't know where that new warning for Indiana was. I think that was just continuation.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Wrong. That's a continuation of your PDS tornado warning here. So they still think that this is observed, which I don't disagree with. It very easily could still be on the ground. Just maybe not as strong. Likely not as strong as before. A lot of fallout too starting. So this definitely hit a lot of trees and unfortunately probably, hopefully not, but probably some homes. But I still think this is a weak tornado on the ground here. Just to the west of St. James. I actually want to go look at that considerable up there. Which one of you is considerable? This one. For 7 more minutes considerable, but they're dropping most of those considerables.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's for the city of Columbus in south central Indiana. Pretty populated warning right there. A very weak, very broad rotation. Not a lot of rotation with that. I'm pretty shocked they warned that. Pretty surprised they warned that. Alright, Wolf is finally picking up on our supercell in Arkansas, but I don't think that's actually in the right location. I don't know if it is. Hopefully this can stay clustered. If it stays clustered, I don't think this is going to have the best risk to produce another strong tornado. Am I crazy or did CC just get deeper? Am I tripping or was that CC not as deep? I think that's very much still on the ground and probably back to a strong tornado. I think we still have now a strong tornado on the ground. Yeah, that definitely deepened. I don't know about twins, but maybe. It's hard to say about twins because what's happened here is it looks like that one area of rotation occluded up and got a lot weaker, and tornado maybe stayed on the ground and then recycled to the south. So either this is a failed occlusion or it occluded and a new tornado touchdown I really can't tell you what's happened over here. So either it occluded and a new tornado touched down, it was a failed occlusion and this is the same tornado, or the first tornado lifted and a second twin tornado touched down. Or a completely different tornado. Yeah, at relatively the same time. So I can't confidently say that this is twins. Can't confidently say what's happening here. All I know is that this is our last tornado warning in this portion of our risk. Our other warnings are up in Indiana. Even though I think both of these... Okay, we lost one warning. So we're down to 2 warnings in Indiana. And then our PDS... 2 PDSs in Arkansas. There's still debris here. So still a probable strong tornado either still on the ground or back on the ground here going towards Pleasant Grove in north central Arkansas. Well, we knew the potential for a large tornado existed today across Arkansas. We just thought it would be a little bit sooner than 11:30 Eastern. I have no idea if Queso's in that at all. He's playing some driving horror game. I'm sure he's running off the road about to flip his car over. Looks like a really cool game, though. He's a Arkansas man, so he's quite weather aware. If there's a tornado warning for his location, he's most likely gonna know. Itchy eye, you know what that means? That means I am tired. I'm gonna push through it though. The latest I've been live in a long time. It does look like it's weakening, but I think this could very quickly recycle here in the next 20 minutes. I'm crying because I want to go to sleep. I'm not actually crying, but I very much want to go to bed. Yeah, really not a big concern for tornadoes up here in Indiana at this exact moment. None of these warnings look good. That expires in 16 minutes. That one's already been canceled. That one expires. That one has been canceled. So we're down to 2 warnings. Technically 3, because this counts as 2. Actually, the one in Arkansas expires very shortly. So we're going to be down to 1 PDS and 1 radar indicated here shortly. Yeah, this is probably lifted at this point, unless velocity gets stronger on the next scan. Most likely lifted. And debris looks a lot more like fallout and doesn't go up with height much at all. So, probable fallout. Yeah, yeah, still quite probable fallout. Although a little bit deeper on that next scan. Much weaker, too. But I feel like this new meso is going to try to form south of it. That could be a problem. I still feel like that's fallout. The CC's a little bit deeper, but it's probably still some fallout there. If not, it's a weak tornado. Yeah. CC's almost fully gone north of that. Yeah. Wait for the velocity scan in 14 seconds, but you can see the CC pretty much fully gone now. Just a little bit of fallout left. As long as this velocity doesn't rapidly intensify, I believe it's gone. Yeah, that's gone. We'll see if this thing can rapidly re-intensify its supercell structure, but I could tell you this, it looks a lot less organized now. The thing is, even before this thing started rapidly intensifying, like, this looked disorganized. You know, you got a little bit of an inflow notch here, but there's really a very disorganized storm. And then you switch to velocity and realize something else is brewing. And it just somehow intensified quickly. Welcome to a lot of wind shear, I suppose. Drop down to radar indicated. No surprise there. Y'all still think it's on the ground? I know we're scanning 6,000 feet up, so it easily could have been on the ground, but that, you know, the last two scans didn't look like it. At least to me. Maybe it did to some of y'all. I mean, it's not in the direct bullseye of the violent tornado parameter, but it's still in that environment. I really think, like... Yeah, we'll just see. Unsure to think about its future tornado potential. Looks like full-blown contamination there in Pleasant Grove. We'll see how this merger goes into this storm. You know, I'm actually not 100% sure that's full-blown contamination. It's probably fallout if it is debris. But I'm not 100% sure that's contamination. It could just be debris, fallout, or... I just doubt it's a new tornado already. I highly doubt it. Could it be another failed occlusion? Yeah, but I mean, it's not compared to like our other failed occlusion, which you could see broke up for like only a scan and then went right back to intensifying. It's just too disorganized to say if that's a tornado. Yeah, you can already see that this is trying to recycle with that cell merge there right into the hook echo. It's already trying to recycle, so give it maybe 15 more minutes and it should be considerably stronger. Keyword is should be. All right, we are down to 0 considerable severes. 0 significant severes, 0 confirmed tornado warnings or greater. We're down to 2 radar indicated tornado warnings and 9 ordinary severe thunderstorm warnings, although a good chunk of those are TOR possible. Already up to 362 reports. Yep. You see, it's already trying to tighten back up. We'll see. I don't expect this to be a very long tracked supercell, though. This could easily be its last cycle right here as it gets more clustered. We'll see how it goes. I think this thing has at least this chance to produce a tornado and possibly one more. We get a new mesoanalysis here shortly. It's going to be 04Z mesoanalysis. I don't know. I kind of think, this kind of felt like a moderate risk. We didn't have many observed tornado warnings, but the amount of warnings we had definitely made it feel like a moderate. Let's go back up here. Yeah, still nothing good up here at all. This line is going to be... I wouldn't really fully rule out one more brief weak chance for a spin-up tornado, but this line is very much outflow dominant and will probably die here in the next 30 minutes. Only tornado potential really in this area is with this book and vortex potential, and even that's very weak. Yeah. Oh, well. It's from your terminal radar. A little bit of notching right there.
New information. This flash flood warning has been upgraded.
Not a lot of rotation, though, from your main radar. That's just going to be a little area that we could, keep an eye on just in case. You guys think this storm's going to produce another tornado or not? What are y'all thinking? A notable tornado to like where you could see it on radar. Chat's kind of a little 50-50. Probably, maybe, considering what it's done. Considering the environment it's heading into. What environment? I mean, it's already in the same environment it's heading into. I mean, if you say that, then why aren't these prefrontals in Memphis producing anything when they're in the most volatile environment we have? And why are all these storms in a volatile environment sub-severe? So, yeah, environment's not everything. If you don't have forcing to continue those parcels to continue to rise in the updraft and continuously sustain, you're just going to end up with rain. And obviously, there's some sort of forcing that just flopped out of nowhere towards the tail end of these storms that helped this to intensify. I want to see the okay, 03Z is not in all the way. I don't know. This looks like this type of scan has done 50-50 before. This many times has just turned into a slop fest with this type of scan, and then the other half of the times it's produced another strong to intense tornado. So I'm gonna vote no. I don't think so. Depends if these mergers try to cluster it a bit more or not. We'll see. Let's see here. Probably contamination up there, let's be real. That's not in a good spot for a tornado. That's not in a reasonable spot. I'm going to ban the word bust. I'm gonna ban it. Anybody who says it's going to end up getting an automatic timeout from YouTube moderator. I want to see another scan just to see if that is full-on corruption. I just hate the word bust. I hate it. Underperformance or severe underperformance, like for the moderate, if you call the moderate or severe underperformance, that just sounds way better than bust. Because to me, bust means absolutely like nothing happened at all. There we go. I mean, it's still there. I just think that that's like in the hail core, so it's side lobe. Alright, we're down to one warning. Well, actually, in a few more seconds. What is the HRRR doing? HRRR things. I mean, what'd you expect? Dang. Nam has a full-blown bust tomorrow somehow. Like, nothing happens where I would be thinking a moderate's at, so tomorrow's definitely not set in stone. It's the Nam. The Nam did better than the HRRR today. Just an FYI, the Nam did a lot better than the HRRR. You can't just disregard a model because it's a model. It's the HRRR, so we're just going to completely ignore it, you know? You could do that to any model run. It's the NAM, ignore it. It's the HRRR, ignore it. It's the GFS, ignore it. It's the Euro, ignore it. But if you ignore every model run, what you're supposed to listen to? I only forecast using observations in the last 60 seconds. You can't forecast with current observations. It's very, very difficult. You can take a guess, which Broyles tends to actually make a really well guesses for like the next hour or two. And they're very much more skilled guesses. They're not technically guesses. It's just because he's that good. But I'm talking about forecasting like 12 plus hours in advance.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
When you try to forecast 12 plus hours in advance using current observations, it's very difficult. You really got to use models. We are not ignoring the RRFSA. Oh, you mean the supercell or the supercell? The model run that produced like a super outbreak today and with none of it verified at all. Like, look, it still tries to produce more supercells at 2 a.m. And then there you go. It's just supercell mayhem tomorrow at 3 p.m. So I think I'll be live at some point tomorrow, but I'm actually not going to guarantee it because I might be too busy. But I'm probably going to try to. Would you ever disregard the Euro? Heck yeah, I've seen that model run be wrong before. 100%. Definitely going to be watching Wednesday for a marginal chase. Not if this happens, though. I'm not chasing at 10 o'clock at night. I don't chase dark. I don't mess around with nocturnal supercells, man. I don't mess around with that stuff. Alright. Let's see, 11 minutes left on that warning. We might as well go for it. Might as well go for the maximum live stream of 11 hours and 30 minutes. I'm going to need maybe one more pumpkin to keep me awake, though. Candy to keep you awake. Oh, they are resevering this stuff. I just need something to keep me from getting too dizzy. I get too dizzy when I don't eat. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to eat after I'm done stream because it's so late. I can't make anything. So I'm gonna have to starve till tomorrow morning. Wonder how much sugar's in these things. Let's see. 4 pieces is 120 calories. Yeah. I've probably ate about 700 calories today. My average is closer to 1,500. Not healthy for me. Not healthy for me at all. I'm 156. Dang, you are old, Legacy. No offense, but golly. That's old. Y'all call me Unc. Look at Legacy, 156 years old. I wonder if that's like, would that be the oldest person ever alive? Maybe disregarding biblical times, but in terms of like the last few centuries. Yeah, Critty, I can tell by your maturity. Don't worry. Don't worry, man. I know. Why doesn't Lucky go live anymore? College. College and music. He's pursuing both college and music career and NASCAR career all at the same time, and you just weather requires a lot of time, man. I mean, some days we are here for 16 hours straight, and that's a lot of time. And it's not a lot to do. You sit in a chair and you track radar. That's about it. Whereas if you get like an actual job, you can actually, move around at most jobs. This, you're really stuck unless you do get a desk job. But even then, you're gonna have your long extended breaks. Here, I don't really get away from coverage, but for about 2 minutes. A rotation definitely increasing a little bit here. We'll see if that increases anymore. Let's see here. Six subscribers away from 12,200. We'll probably hit that tomorrow if I can find the time to go live. 6 subscribers away from 12,200. Think they'll pull a watch on the MCD? Maybe a very low end watch, but I don't see the need for like a tornado watch or a mid tier severe. I think a low end severe watch might end up occurring. I had water, bro. Water gives me enough calories. Food is for the weak. Well, you're alive, so you ate some, so you're weak. Your logic is not legitimate. You, Critty. Sorry. Not sorry. You asked, you got the answer. Don't ask if you ain't looking for an answer. All 0 calories in water. Yep. I drank 8 bottles of it, though, so that ought to count for a little bit more calories than 0. I ain't got nothing to eat, man. I'll eat some toothpaste tonight, but that's about all I got. Yo, Sam, the fact that you know that we have goldfish that's about to go out of date and it's this fat box that needs to be eaten, that's wild. After this, after all these live streams, tomorrow, today could be the last live stream of this big sequence, depending on if I find time tomorrow or not. And you bet I'm gonna be eating a lot of them goldfish, man. You're never too old for goldfish. And if you think you are, then you're not a real human. Potatoes and ham tonight? Dang. Can I have some? I would like some, please. I think this has a chance to produce a tornado here shortly. Really starting to increase in rotation. But we'll see if these cell mergers to the southwest inhibit that. New tornado watch, is it for Central Tennessee? I don't see anyone yet. Oh, wait, no, did they extend it? They extended the watch into Central Tennessee. It's not a new watch, it's just been extended because of these prefrontal storms here. But it's not technically a new one. Well, we're down to still 2 radar indicated warnings. We lose that one in 1 minute. Or 2 minutes. Man. I don't know if I'm going to get enough sleep tonight to be able to stream tomorrow, dude. I'm going to be cooked. This is our longest live stream of the year, and you're telling me I got to go live tomorrow, too? The bad thing is, tomorrow looks like a pretty high-end threat, too, so... Haven't eaten no food. I've had some candy. How much money donated for 10 goldfish? Well, I ain't gonna be able to get it to you. I'll tell you that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Ooh, such a big warning. As for 16 more minutes, new tornado warning there. Make sure you're in your safe spot. That's in southeastern Indiana. I assume Wilmington, Indianapolis. So we'll see if Wilmington issues a new warning here. Indianapolis issued a warning here. We'll see if Wilmington deems it fit to extend that warning themselves. That's a separate National Weather Service office. Well, now we're at 2 tornado warnings again. Well, we were at 3 for a moment. Now we're at 2. I'm going to be too tired to grab goldfish, man. I'm literally just going to go right to sleep. Right after I end this live stream, I'm going to go right to bed. I'm exhausted. I'm already getting dizzy. I'm shocked I've been able to live stream 11 plus hours at this point. Critty, if you give me your email address, or if you just email me on YouTube, I have the email thing set up there. It's a TRG business email. Email me your address on that, of course, privately, because I ain't wanting to send it to everybody. And donate me $1,000, and I will give you 10 goldfish. I think this storm's dying out. We're gonna go a little bit longer. I'm gonna go max, y'all. I am 28 minutes away from a max live stream. Why not just go for it, you know? We've been live this entire time. It would be very dumb of me to end 28 minutes off of a max live stream. But man, I can tell you, I am hopefully gonna sleep good tonight, because I'm gonna be worried about tonight's tornado risk and fear of missing out on that. So, yeah, I can never get good sleep with these severe weather risks ever. If it's an enhanced risk or greater, it's difficult for me to sleep very well. Yep, we watched Enderland live. We were live for like 8 some hours on that day. Pretty much every single notable tornado that happened last year we were live for, except for that big dusty wedge in Nebraska on April 27th, 2026, I believe. Or 2025. April 27th, 2025. Because I was at the NASCAR race in Talladega. And then we rushed home the next morning to live stream the moderate risk that was a full-blown bust. Yay. Yeah, rushed home from Talladega just for a bust. All right. So if the NWS in Wilmington doesn't issue this tornado warning, we'll be left with one tornado warning when we end. Yeah, it was, Pete. That is for sure. We left in the middle of the night, very, very early on the 28th, and got home midday on the 28th in time for a live stream. 10 out of 10 would never do again. Sam, I'm good, man. I take care of myself every day except for when we do these big live streams. That's been my goal of 2026. Do less live streams and take care of myself more, so don't worry, I'm good. The reason why I'm dizzy is because I've put myself on such a consistent diet and a consistent routine that my body's not used to not eating for this long. It's probably good for my body to do a reset. I kind of wish I didn't eat those. I eat the candy, that way my body could do a full metabolism reset for today. The thing was, I probably would have literally passed out of exhaustion on live stream if I didn't eat that sugar. You gotta get up at 7 a.m.? You're wild, Proxy. Have a great rest of your night. Get some good sleep. Your power's flickering, probably because of the temperature change. I don't know if you were here for me saying that, Proxy, but I literally lost power like 5-6 times in the middle of the night when that freeze watch came through. Kid, it won't solve low blood sugar issues. That is the least of concern in my life. Believe me, I ain't got no concern of low blood sugar. That is the last concern I have. My body is screwed up every other way except that. Things got high blood sugar. Oh, I'm glad it wasn't mine, Legacy. We've been lucky to keep live stream running this long without any power issues. Very rare that Virginia doesn't have a statewide power outage out of nowhere when TRG's live. If I get a fourth monitor, it might. Day I get a fourth monitor, Virginia's power grid's gonna shut down for a couple weeks. Cause like seriously. It shuts down because of freaking cold weather. I mean, Sam's giving good advice still, you know. I highly recommend you guys take care of yourselves way more than I do during these live streams. I already have some of those in the cabinet, Sam. I know exactly where they are. I just don't know if my mom would be happy if I ate them. Thoughts on May 20th? Man, I am exhausted. Ask me that if I'm live tomorrow. I'll have a better brain. I wouldn't be surprised if I wake up tomorrow and don't even remember like the last 3 hours of this live stream. That happened one night. That literally happened one night. I woke up and I was like, did I live stream yesterday? And then I went to my channel, saw I went live for like 11 hours. I was like, dang, I don't remember any of that. Sometimes this stuff be like a fever dream. Jefferson, you're not 21, bud. Cap. You're probably like 16. But yeah, we're getting down on warnings. We're down to still 2 tornado warnings. And 9 severes, roughly. I'm 21. I turned 21 in February on the... I don't know if you want me to say your birthday publicly like that. Some people don't. Cap. But yeah, if that's true, you are older than me. I'm just doubtful. Yeah, you're not 21, bud. It's 20 more minutes, y'all. I'm fine. If I felt like I was gonna faint, I would end stream immediately. Proxy, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Ban you from chat so you go to sleep early. Your parents are gonna be fussing at you if you're tired in the morning. And you're gonna blame me. We're watching that dumb weather live streamer till 1 a.m. again. Go to sleep. $0 dono if you pull up the archive SPC. Bruh, I don't know if I could even navigate to the archive SPC. I'm so tired. I got school in the morning. Hey, at least you're in Central Time. At least it's 11:39 over there p.m. It's almost 1 a.m. over here. All it takes is the correct storm interaction, and we could get another violent tornado tonight. So please be weather aware, especially if you are in Arkansas and Tennessee. All it takes is one good storm interaction, and we could get an intense to violent tornado out of those storms. And it looks like our line is intensifying a little bit more out here across Kentucky. It hasn't been severe for a few hours in southern Illinois. It hasn't been widespread severe, and now we're starting to pick back up on those severe warnings again in Kentucky, but not. It's actually decreasing in Ohio and Indiana. Oh no, I love this headset. Been the best headset I've ever had. It's very old. It's like 4 years old at this point, so I want to get a new one that's exactly the same. The mic is garbage on it. There's a mic right here. The mic is garbage on it, but it's very comfortable. Slap myself? Heck no. I'm not trying to stay awake that much longer, man. I know you're going to miss Tornado of the Year. That's impossible. Tornado of the Year can't happen at 2 a.m. in the morning. Ain't nobody going to see it. I don't think anything's going to beat Tornado of the Year being Enid, Oklahoma. That and the dual satellite tornado northeast of Enid, Oklahoma on the same day are going to be the Tornado of the Year contenders right there. But Enid had a double loop on it as an EF4, which is extraordinarily rare. And then that other one had 2 satellite twins and also did 2 loops, but was weaker, didn't hit as much populated area. Nah, the 4th one was the last pumpkin candy. Because I'm not trying to stay up, like I said, much longer, man. I'm right after this live stream. I'm passed right out. I'm not trying to stay up late at all. Be on this live stream. Yeah, Enid was EF4. Yeah, Critty, you must have had absolutely nothing to do today to tune into an 11.5 hour live stream, bud. Like, you gotta go find something else to do. I ain't gonna lie, bro. You need a new hobby. I have a lot of hobbies outside of weather. I've been getting even more recently. So yeah, 2025, I was not very busy off of live streams aside from the occasional family event. 2026 has not been the case. I have been very busy off of live streams, and sometimes that busyness even promotes me to not live stream, which may be a possible scenario tomorrow. So 50-50 on a live stream tomorrow, and I also don't know exactly when, so just keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on the channel. I may or may not be live tomorrow. I'll just see. There's a pretty high chance I'm so exhausted and can't speak tomorrow that I physically am not able to live stream tomorrow. It wouldn't surprise me. Do you think we could have an EF5 on October 27th, 2035 at 4:56 a.m. in South Central Orange County, Florida? If that is over your address, yes. Outside of that, no. How insane would that actually be if you properly predicted that? I don't even know if I'll be alive. That's 9 years from now. Golly, man. Holy crap. I wonder where I'll be in 9 years. Probably the same place. Or non-existent. One or the other. Being real, one or the other. They might cancel this tornado warning, so we may stay live just the tiniest bit longer to see if we can get tornado warning lists. Could we have an EF3 tornado on June 23rd, 2028 at 7:32 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time at my exact location? No. Nope. Not possible. There's going to be a high pressure in place at that time, and it's going to result in a death bridge. Very hot temperatures, though, but no tornadoes. I can't imagine drinking a Monster at 11:45 p.m. Fun fact, I've never had a Monster energy drink. Fun fact, it would probably unalive me. I can't drink stuff with very high caffeine. If it has caffeine, I can drink it, just not Monster type caffeine. Or coffee. Or Red Bull. None of that stuff. I have no idea what you're talking about on October 5th, 1899. I was like negative 100 and some years old, bud. Mm. Gracious. How to watch a quick Twitter clip. Low-key cool. Remember the tornado back in... oh, Lord have mercy. 1344. Imagine what it would be like to live back then. I can't. Gracious. Oh! Oh! We're tornado warning lists! I don't even gotta go an extra 5 minutes. They just canceled it. We're tornado warning lists. Oh my goodness, we actually live streamed the entire event. What the heck? I'm crazy. That is actually insane. From the first tornado warning to the last tornado warning, even though we'll probably get another one tonight. That is absurd. We still have 9 minutes before we end, so there's still a chance there's going to be a warning before we fully end. But that's awesome. That is awesome. We're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number after 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're still got 12 severes, but 0 tours. It'll be like last time you in-stream and then get a PDS.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Legacy, what are you trying to do here? What are you trying to do here, Legacy? Like, come on. New area of rotation, 40-minute tornado warning. YouTube will cut me off by the time that warning ends, so we won't be live for the entire duration of that. Hey, I'm happy we just got to see a 0 tornado warning mark at one point. Start a new live stream? No. Hey, ban Sam, Legacy. Ban Sam. Look at him disrespecting you. It was a radar indicated PDS tornado warning last night anyways, and it didn't even get to a confirmed tornado warning. Like, there still hasn't been any tornado confirmed over there. Yeah. Take that, Sam. Legacy put you in timeout, put you in your place. That MCD for a violent tornado out there in Arkansas expired, by the way. We have... Wait, what? Oh. This one still is in effect, but not the other one where they had a special MCD for that storm specifically. This one is still in effect till 1:15 a.m. I forgot we had 2 violent tornado warnings active. Or not. Violent tornado. Yo, that's bad. 2 violent MCDs active at the same time. Did Nightbot just get Sam for saying very too many times? Ain't no way. Nightbot just got Sam for saying very too many times. Yeah, you know you're tired when you call an MCD a violent tornado. That's how you know you're tired. I just said a violent tornado MCD. Well, that's right, but I called it a violent tornado. I gotta get to sleep, man. I better quit talking before I say something gonna get me in trouble with the Twitter police. Gotta watch out for the Twitter police, man. Yeah, the Twitter police don't play around, that's for sure. Sam learned that the hard way. Twitter police do not play around. And it depends. The Twitter police vary. Either they're 14-year-old kids or they're 30-year-old grown adults arguing with children on Twitter. There's really no in between. Never getting that app. I tweet on it every now and then, quite frequently actually. With but I have my replies set to just people I follow, and I don't reply to many people at all. You know what time it is. It is sleepy time. Y'all get some good rest, because I know for sure that I am. I appreciate you guys for tuning into this extraordinarily long, in-depth live coverage. I appreciate it greatly, and I hope y'all have a fantastic rest of your night. Get some good sleep. Stay safe, and I will see y'all in the next live stream. I'm not flash warning in the background. Not sure exactly when that will be. Yeah, you guys, your little overlay thing, yeah, you're being muted because bro's gonna keep on ringing. Maybe tomorrow. It just depends on how busy I am. But thank you so much for tuning in. I will see you guys possibly tomorrow. If not, I'll let you know in a community post eventually when. And thank you, Mods for Mod Chat, everybody, for being here. And also, special shout out to those who donated today, especially absolutely happy with the $50 donation, biggest donation in a long time. Stay safe, watch the severe weather. See you guys in the next live stream. Have a great rest of your night. Goodbye.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Stay safe, watch the severe weather, and I'll see you guys in tomorrow's live stream or in the next live stream that I do because I'm not sure if I'll be live tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Goodbye. You messed up my intro or outro. Wow. I need to go.